Chapter 2954. Not bad. Under the suppression of the 8 trigrams heavenly fist and the simultaneous attack of the 3 destinable divine weapons, Long Chen felt a terrifying sense of danger. This level of attack might seem easy to others, but against the likes of the Fire Cloud Heretic God or the bloodthirsty Electro-Lady, they would not even have the chance to crush the Death World Blood Bead. It was not without reason that the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord was ranked on the Divine Emperor list. Even Great Emperor Yuehua frowned deeply at such an attack. She was not worried for Long Chen, but she was thinking about how she would deal with the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord's rule when he challenged her in the future. Die! The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord roared. One punch, suppression. In his eyes, Long Chen was already under his control with the power of the 8 trigrams diagram, unable to move. Just as Long Chen was about to be crushed, Long Chen unexpectedly broke free and transformed the god-slaying sword in his hand into a silvery white, icy spear. Even if you break free, what's the use? You will die for sure. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord laughed inwardly. After all, as long as he did not dispel his strongest state, such attacks would come wave after wave, and he would exhaust Long Chen to death. In his eyes, Long Chen was only pretending to be calm. At this moment, a light shadow condensed on Long Chen's left hand, and the spear in his right hand danced, leaving a series of afterimages. He lowered his head and suddenly leaped up. In that instant, he actually used the white ball of light in his hand to resist the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord's killing move. It looked ridiculous, but the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord could feel that it was a rule without any combat power. Although it was strange, it could not break this majestic move. He did not know that it was Long Chen's heaven-defying fate change. The most miraculous rule had once allowed Ji Taishu to dispel his eternal demon state, and had allowed the Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang to split from 1 into 4. Any state that was forcibly combined would collapse under the heaven-defying fate change. Therefore, the most unbelievable situation had happened. When the 8 trigrams Heavenly Fist reached the ball of light, the light membrane on the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch, who was laughing heartily, suddenly exploded and reformed into the 8 trigrams Heavenly Sword, the 8 trigrams Heavenly Saber, and the 8 trigrams Heavenly Diagram, floating beside the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch. Because these 3 fortune divine weapons had been separated, the lethality of the previous attack had completely dissipated and disappeared. The powerful attack that the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch had been preparing had collapsed under Long Chen's fate-changing technique. This was an incredible scene. It was also the most shocking moment for the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord. It was simply impossible for this to happen. Even Emperor Yuehua and the others were wondering how badly Long Chen would be injured under the suppression. This reversal was simply too great. But it didn't end there. No. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch had been exposed to Long Chen after the 3 fortune divine artifacts he had relied on the most were disassembled. Now, he had run into Long Chen, who had made the best preparations. After destroying the 3 fortune divine artifacts, Huang Xiaolong raised his head and grinned at the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch. The heaven sacrificial spear that he had prepared a long time ago exploded. Stab of Karma. The heaven sacrificial spear was like a poisonous dragon drilling into the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch's chest. That was where the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch's law core was located. Even if the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch still had the strength to fight, when faced with such a crisis, especially the stab of Karma, which had the strongest penetrative power, there was only one result. If Long Chen didn't stop, he would die. In a panic, the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch used his arm to block in front of his chest. Puchi. The stab of Karma easily pierced through his arm, and its power didn't decrease in the slightest as it stabbed toward the law core. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch used his arm to block. He knew the power of the stab of Karma the best. He also knew that as long as he hesitated, the result would be death. Now, his mind was blank, and the only thing he could think of was the desire to survive. Long Chen. An angry roar resounded. At the last moment, the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch crushed the death world blood bead. His body turned into a blood-colored light and flew out of the death world, causing Long Chen's heaven sacrificial spear to miss. Bang! A large part of the blood sea in front of Long Chen was blasted away. An incomparably violent storm formed at the bottom of the blood sea. And in the storm, Long Chen held the heaven sacrificial spear and looked back. She immediately saw Divine Emperor Yu Hua's incomparably admiring eyes. She was drunk on the spot. Great Emperor Yu Hua took a deep breath. Only she knew how shocked she was. But, even so, she didn't want to show it. But the depression was still firmly trapped in her heart. Now, she was most clear about one thing, and that was that this Long Chen was definitely a dangerous person. Even if he took the Long Chen grass, Great Emperor Yu Hua was ready to admit it. She was now frightened by Long Chen. But such a dangerous person, she didn't want her sister to have a deep relationship with him. That was definitely not a good thing. Even if Long Chen didn't mean any harm, as long as Divine Emperor Yu Hua stayed with him, it would be quite dangerous. As the first expert to be eliminated from the Divine Emperor ranking, the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord's face was simply pale when he came out. There were already dozens of Divine Emperors around him, all of whom had been eliminated. Most of them were primordial Divine Emperors, and most of them were forced out by the Blood Fiends. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord was too dazzling. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on him. Everyone was naturally very curious about which expert from the Divine Emperor ranking had forced him out of the Death Reign. For people like them, it was not easy to enter the Death Reign. In order to obtain the Ghost Blood Curse, they wouldn't use the Death Reign blood bead unless they were in a life-threatening situation. Everyone from the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace hurried over. The leader of the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace asked, "Junior brother, you failed the challenge. Great Emperor Yu Hua didn't have the ability to force you out, right?" The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord lowered his head gloomily. He knew that as long as he said it, Long Chen would definitely shock the world even more. This time, he had been trampled by Long Chen. Who was it? Divine Emperor 9 Swords or Taoist Many Treasures? The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord shook his head helplessly. He couldn't hide it. Everyone would eventually know, so he could only say, "You might not believe it, but it was that." Long Chen who was being pursued by Di Jun, him. For a moment, everyone paled in shock. It was Long Chen. Taoist Xian Qing was also in disbelief. After all, Long Chen had previously eliminated Taoist Feng Qing. That's impossible. When he fought me, he was almost at his limit, said Taoist Feng Qing. Although he said it was impossible, the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord clearly wouldn't joke about such things. In other words, if you were challenged by someone who wasn't on the Divine Emperor ranking and lost, you would drop out of the Divine Emperor ranking, and that Long Chen would become 93rd on the Divine Emperor ranking. This rule was similar to the God King ranking. If it was an internal challenge on the Divine Emperor ranking, it would be the same. If it was an external challenge, one would directly drop out. The difference between the Divine Emperor ranking and the God King ranking was that as long as one was on the Divine Emperor ranking, one could challenge others freely, as long as the challenged was willing. Once the news reached Mount Buzhou, someone in the Emperor God Fiend battlefield would naturally change the ranking. Taoist Xian Qing looked up. Above the endless blood mist, he could vaguely see a figure. He knew that Di Jun was there. He had definitely heard the news that Long Chen had successfully challenged the 93rd on the Divine Emperor ranking. Perhaps this number will become smaller and smaller. This Long Chen wants to surpass Di Jun in the Death Reign. This is his only chance to survive. Winner takes all. If he succeeded in the end, he would become a terrifying legend. If he lost, his decision would be a joke. I wonder what Di Jun's expression will be when he hears the news. Divine Emperor Yu Miao was also one of the witnesses. He was also the one who found it most difficult to believe. He, 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord, and bloodthirsty Electro-Lady had set up a trap to eliminate Long Chen. Unexpectedly, 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord had been eliminated, and bloodthirsty Electro-Lady had fallen. He could not escape, because Long Chen had locked onto him. He was already fearful of Long Chen. However, Long Chen had no time to pay attention to him, because Great Emperor Yuehua and Divine Emperor Yu Hua were in conflict. Long Chen, let's go together now. I know a lot about the ghost blood curse, and I can definitely be of great help to you. Also, you have to protect me, right? Divine Emperor Yu Hua stuck to his side and said pitifully. Just now, they were the ones who saved him, and this Divine Emperor Yu Hua was so loyal to him. Even if Long Chen wanted to repay his debt of gratitude, he wouldn't reject her. Moreover, Long Chen truly needed her intelligence and news. Otherwise, he would be like a headless fly, running around aimlessly. Of course. It's easier to do things with more people. Long Chen did not mind, but Great Emperor Yuehua's son had been bullied by him. She was still brooding about it, and he was afraid that she would not be easy to get along with. As expected, it was not as simple as not easy to get along with. No. Great Emperor Yuehua refused directly. She looked solemnly at Divine Emperor Yu Hua and said angrily, "Yu Hua, have you had enough? You are not with him. Going with him will only put you in more danger, and you might even lose your life. Don't use your life and everything for something so meaningless." Divine Emperor Yu Hua was startled and shook his head. "You are thinking too much. I will be much safer with him than with you." This made Great Emperor Yuehua go crazy. "Fine, you go with him, I'll go. This time, even if you lose your life, I won't shed a tear for you. You only have yourself to blame. After all, he's not the one for you. Sooner or later, you'll see clearly." Divine Emperor Yu Hua said firmly, "You don't have to worry about my business. Go find your ghost blood curse, and I wish you success." Hee hee. Great Emperor Yuehua laughed out of anger. She said no more, but gave Long Chen a deep look, then turned to leave. But after a few steps, she turned back, tears in her eyes. "You fool, you just won't stop until you lose your life and your tens of millions of years of cultivation." With that, she sighed and disappeared into the depths of the blood sea. "Alright, she's gone." Divine Emperor Yu Hua smiled at Long Chen as if nothing had happened. Who is he that she's talking about? Long Chen felt that Divine Emperor Yu Hua was a little strange. She must have mistaken him for someone else. Don't listen to her nonsense. By the way, how should we deal with this Yu Wu? Divine Emperor Yu Hua quickly changed the topic, pointing at Divine Emperor Yu Mu, who dared not escape. At this moment, Long Chen saw the blood condense into a face behind Divine Emperor Yu Mu. Chapter 2955. Yu Wu noticed the commotion and noticed the change in Long Chen's eyes. However, his reaction seemed to be a bit slow. Just as he discovered this movement, he suddenly felt as if something had touched his body. What? Yu Wu's face turned pale. No. Then came a scream. From Long Chen's point of view, he could clearly see that Yu Wu was rapidly aging and withering. His god spirit body was withering. The most depressing thing was that the blood bead of the dead world in his hand had suddenly disappeared. Yu Wu's round face was rapidly withering. This process was like the process of mortals growing old and dying, but the speed was many times faster. In such a short time, Yu Wu was in extreme pain. He looked at Long Chen in despair. He had no idea what was going on, nor could he turn around to see who had placed such a terrifying rule over his head. He had no time. With despair and pain, he quickly withered and lost his strength. In the end, he was simply a dried-up corpse. He lost everything and sank into the deep blood sea. Where he had been, a sky fiend, formed from the blood sea's seawater, once again appeared in front of Long Chen. This wasn't his real body. At this time, he squeezed the blood bead of the dead world in his hand and smiled. This is great. With this, I can leave this place at any time. Who are you? He had suddenly appeared, strangely killed Yu Wu, and was even formed from the blood sea. Such an opponent undoubtedly terrified Divine Emperor Yu Hua. However, she still stood in front of Long Chen, fearing that a sky fiend would use the same method against Long Chen. Long Chen gently pushed her behind him. You have a new lover, huh? A sky fiend's smile was pure and innocent, making people feel very comfortable. He said, that rule just now is called Bones of a Beautiful Woman. It is my recent achievement. However, I didn't expect the first test subject to be a man. He doesn't deserve the word beauty. The one next to you is very suitable. That was the power of time. However, there were other rules mixed in, and those rules were very likely related to the death reign. At least, for the current Long Chen, it was complicated and hard to decipher. My relationship with her is normal. It's just a cooperative relationship. If you have a conflict with me, don't hurt the innocent. Just come at me. I don't think so. After Ji Yuan took the Death World's blood bead, he gradually retreated. As he retreated, he said, you have to be careful and protect your life. Don't let these people take your life first. The choice I told you before is still valid. Also, don't think about leaving the Death World. I can leave the Death World too. After saying that, he disappeared. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, shuttling in the blood sea and killing a deity emperor casually. Moreover, it was an ultimate deity emperor. Sky Fiend Era's ability was beyond Long Chen's expectation. In this death reign, he was the most difficult enemy for Long Chen to deal with. Terrifying, mysterious, bizarre, and omnipresent. Who is he? Divine Emperor Yu Hua quickly asked. Ji Yuan Sky Fiend, do you know him? Divine Emperor Yu Hua was from Thousand Paper Crane, but at this time, she also shook her head. Never heard of him, but he should be from the primeval troll. What Long Chen had learned on the dragon sacrificial continent about Ji Yuan Sky Fiend was baseless. It turned out that in the real world, the primeval troll was still very mysterious, and Ji Yuan Sky Fiend was not very famous. I don't know where the primeval troll came from. They come and go like ghosts. They appear occasionally, but most of the time, they don't show up. I know that in the Northern Star region, the domain lord of the Tianyan region, Shen Jun, seems to be related to the primeval troll. They can have a regal demon state. Is that so? Long Chen knew that the primeval troll was related to the Sky-Swallowing clan. But now, all the divine demons were affected by the Sky-Swallowing clan, so they did not know anything about the Sky-Swallowing clan. They did not have many memories from before the death reign. Why is the primeval troll here? Why are you his enemy? Divine Emperor Yu Hua asked with concern. Just some old grudges. But shouldn't you leave? I feel that great Emperor Yu Hua is right. Staying by my side will be very dangerous. Long Chen was very wary of Ji Yuan Sky Fiend. No. Divine Emperor Yu Hua refused decisively. He already knows me. If I leave and am alone, it will be even more dangerous. You can just leave the death reign. No, I have to help you get the ghost blood curse. No matter what Long Chen said, Divine Emperor Yu Hua still made up his mind. Don't worry. He appeared just now to scare you. He might just be bluffing. He might not be that difficult to deal with. You can even defeat the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch. You are already very strong. In the end, Long Chen still had to thank her. It was indeed dangerous to leave her in the death reign. Alright. Ji Yuan Skyfiend's target was him, so there was no need for him to attack Yuhua. You should have submitted to me earlier. Now, listen to me. I feel that the ghost blood curse is definitely in this direction. This is what I concluded after much analysis. Next, the two set off. The method she had deduced was very similar to the feeling Long Chen had in his mind. Since both of them felt that it was in the same direction, the possibility was higher. What's going on? There were more and more blood fiends around them. If not for the Annihilation Dragon Seal, Long Chen would not have been able to deal with so many blood fiends. There were all sorts of creatures with dragon heads and beast bodies. They were completely formed from the blood sea. Apart from the Annihilation Dragon Seal, they were practically indestructible. Just like now, there are actually quite a few blood fiends appearing on the left. Long Chen has defeated many along the way, so he did not deviate from the original direction. Have you noticed that all the blood fiends are coming from the left? Don't tell me they're trying to force us to the right? Emperor Yuhua analyzed. She said, if I were advancing with my sister, we would naturally not waste our energy to deal with these blood fiends. We would have fled to the right if we encountered them. But you have a way to deal with them. You mean that the sudden appearance of so many blood fiends is to force us to the right? Long Chen asked. We'll know once we try. Yuhua smiled. Without another word, she boldly pulled Long Chen and led Long Chen to the right. Along the way, more and more blood fiends chased after them. But strangely, as long as Long Chen went in that direction, the blood fiends rarely attacked. There are so many people over there. Long Chen was surprised to see that. Not only were there many people, but there were also many blood fiends. As far as the eye could see, the entire blood sea seemed to have become the blood fiends' world. Countless strange creatures were constantly roaring. There were at least hundreds of them in sight. Long Chen and the 30-odd god emperors were trapped and could not break out. They looked very pitiful in front of these undying blood fiends. It's the people from the 3 heavenly palaces. There are others still fighting. Now that Long Chen was skilled and bold, he was not afraid of anyone from the 3 heavenly palaces. From where he stood, he could see that they were already half surrounded by the blood fiends. The blood fiends were still pushing them in one direction. Moreover, more and more blood fiends were joining the group. At first, the god emperors were still fighting, but the blood fiends forced them to retreat while fighting. In the end, they were too lazy to fight anymore. After all, everyone was being chased by thousands of blood fiends. It seems that their encirclement is gradually shrinking. Long Chen. In the process, someone noticed Long Chen. However, although there were many of them, most of them did not dare to come forward. They had their own communication devices and now knew that Long Chen had defeated 8 Trigram Heavenly Lord and become the new 93rd on the Divine Emperor list. They did not dare to go against such a person. They had to let the top few of their respective heavenly palaces deal with him. At least there were no such experts here. Long Chen could definitely crush them. To be honest, with so many blood fiends, it would be difficult for Long Chen to break out with Divine Emperor Yuhua. Sister. Before long, they saw Great Emperor Yuehua. She did not want to meet them again, but the situation was special. After hesitating for a while, she came up with her sword and asked, Yuehua, do you know why there are so many blood fiends? It seems that the people from the 3 heavenly palaces can't do anything about it. I don't know. It's said that all the deity emperors in the death world are being chased by the blood fiends. Now their encirclement is shrinking. All the deity emperors in the death world are gathering. Soon, everyone will meet each other. Oh, Long Chen looked at the increasing number of blood fiends and could not help but feel a headache. He suddenly thought, could this be the doing of the Era Celestial Demon? However, did he really have that much ability? There are too many blood fiends. We can't break out at all. Once we do, we will be surrounded by more blood fiends. As long as the blood sea exists, the blood fiends will be endless. It seems that we can only gather together, Great Emperor Yuehua said with a frown. Long Chen said, since the god emperors from the 3 heavenly palaces are not afraid of gathering together, we don't have to be afraid either. Let's just gather in one place and see what happens. In fact, if he wanted to, he might be able to break out. But when everyone gathered together, something would definitely happen. It would definitely be lively. Long Chen did not want to miss this kind of excitement. He would meet the experts from the 3 heavenly palaces. They would definitely be very interested in him, the person who had just defeated 8 trigram heavenly lord. Chapter 2956. It was just as everyone had expected. In fact, everyone was already trapped in the Death World's blood fiends encirclement, and the encirclement was shrinking. More than 200 people who were still in the Death World were trapped in the encirclement. At first, they could have fought against the blood fiends, but as more and more blood fiends appeared, they did not even have the strength to fight and could only be chased away by the blood fiends. After all, the undead blood fiends were quite troublesome to deal with. Long Chen and Emperor Yuehua had gathered together. Now that they were both on the Shenhuang list, no one in the Death World would dare to attack them apart from the top few. Normally, even the proud Shenhuang of the 3 heavenly palaces would have to avoid them. Everyone knew that Daoist Fengqing and 8 trigrams heavenly lord had been defeated by Long Chen. The only word that could describe their feelings when they saw Long Chen was astonished. It is said that many people have reached a place where the blood fiends dare not enter. They only dare to surround it. Where exactly is that place? I don't know, but it is said that the experts on the Shenhuang list have already reached that place. They seem to have found something strange there. What kind of strange thing? You'll know when you get there. I can't describe it clearly, but it is a blood crystal formed from some blood sea water. There is a creature similar to a blood fiend in the blood crystal, but it seems to be a kind of soul. Long Chen happened to hear this conversation as he was advancing. Origin Dragon Souls. At that moment, his eyes were shining brightly. When Long Chen used the Death World Dragon Gate, the 8 primordial blood spiritual dragon syndicate dragon souls would appear. Obviously, the origin dragon souls of the supreme divine dragons were somewhere in the Death World. This was also one of the reasons why Long Chen had come to the Death World. Moreover, the origin dragon palace was still missing a few types of blood essence inheritance from the 8 syndicate dragons. Seeing the change in Long Chen's expression, Emperor Yuehua asked, "Do you want to get it? Let's go and take a look first." "Aya, you're still trying to mystify me." God Emperor Yuehua saw that Long Chen had increased his speed, so he quickly chased after him. This made Emperor Yuehua's expression turn ugly, but she had no choice but to follow. The 3 of them sped up. The blood fiends chasing after them were rather fast. During the chase, some god emperors were besieged by the blood fiends and couldn't escape. They could only choose to be eliminated. There were probably no more than 200 people who could reach the safe zone safely. In any case, Long Chen had arrived first. As he sped through the blood sea, he indeed discovered an area that was very quiet. The blood fiends were rolling around that area, but there seemed to be an invisible boundary that prevented the blood fiends from crossing over. It was just ahead. Long Chen could already feel it. It was the feeling of encountering an origin dragon soul, especially the origin dragon soul of the ancient blood spirit dragon syndicate dragon. Although he hadn't let anyone inherit the supreme divine dragon's blood essence, he could feel it strongly. In terms of inheritance, he had not yet decided on the final outcome. Some of the children still needed to be tested, and Long Chen wanted to do his best to ensure that everyone would be able to fight for a new future. There are more than 100 god emperors nearby, and they are all quite powerful. There were more than 60 ultimate god emperors, but there were close to 50 of them in this area alone. Among them, those who could get on the Divine Emperor list were basically all gathered here. They surrounded the Origin Dragon Soul. We're getting closer. Long Chen's vision penetrated the layers of Blood Sea and finally saw a total of 13 huge blood crystals in the seawater below. They were ice crystals formed by the Blood Sea's seawater. Ancient divine dragon characters shone on them, forming a kind of rule to protect the things inside the blood crystals. 8 of the blood crystals were huge and lined up in a circle. Each blood crystal contained an Origin Dragon Soul. Long Chen guessed correctly. These were definitely the Origin Dragon Souls of the Massacre Supreme Divine Dragon. After all, he had seen the Origin Dragon Soul of the Spiritual Dragon. The Origin Dragon Souls were motionless, as if they were sealed here by the blood crystals. Within the ring formed by the blood crystals were 5 smaller blood crystals. These blood crystals looked transparent, but Long Chen could clearly see a drop of inheritance blood essence in the center. There were 3 drops of inheritance blood essence in the Origin Dragon Soul of the Massacre Supreme Divine Dragon. Together with the 5 drops here, he had gathered all the inheritance blood essence and the Origin Dragon Soul. The 8 Syndicate Dragons' inheritance blood essence and the Origin Dragon Souls of the ancient Blood Spirit Dragon had been found. Long Chen couldn't contain his surprise when he saw all this. This was the task that Long Qinglan had given him. He had traveled in the infinite worlds for so long, but he had only found one Origin Dragon Soul of the Spirit Dragon. Compared to the many things he had to find, it was just a drop in the ocean. This time, there was a chance for him to make a major breakthrough. With these, I'll be able to have 9 supreme divine dragons comparable to the ultimate gods or even the savage wilderness ancient god by my side after tens of thousands of years. Long Chen's heart was filled with excitement when he thought about it. Yang Lingqing might seem inconspicuous in the kingdom of God, but she had great potential. As time passed and she grew, she would definitely become a supreme divine dragon. 8 Origin Dragon Souls and 5 drops of inheritance blood essence from the Supreme Divine Dragons. Long Chen's heart was burning with excitement. Calm down. Divine Emperor Yuhua patted him on the shoulder and said softly, I know you want this very much, but I don't think anyone knows what it is. You're the only one who knows. The more you act like you want it, the more people won't let you have it. The 3 heavenly palaces see the death rain as their backyard. Yes. Long Chen became a little more clear-headed and knew that the situation was grim. The divine emperors of the 3 heavenly palaces who were guarding the Origin Dragon Souls and inheritance blood essence were enough to cause trouble, let alone the epic Sky Devil. Long Chen analyzed the current situation. The Origin Dragon Soul is the center, and the blood fiends don't dare to get close to it. However, if this goes on for a long time, the blood fiends will definitely surround this area, and it will be even more difficult to get out. All of us will be trapped here. The people from the 3 heavenly palaces discovered the Origin Dragon Soul first, and now they are trying to take it for themselves. Obviously, a battle here was the only way for Long Chen to get the Origin Dragon Souls from the divine emperors of the 3 heavenly palaces. The disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces had surrounded the 13 blood crystals and were vigilantly watching Long Chen and the other divine emperors who did not belong to the 3 heavenly palaces. Among them, several experts on the divine emperor list were trying to destroy the blood crystals, but it seemed to be to no avail. The words on the blood crystals themselves were a kind of tyrannical rule. They blocked their destruction. After a few attempts, the people of the 3 heavenly palaces gave up. We can't open the God Nation. If we don't open the blood crystals, we won't be able to take away the weird things inside. What are these blood fiends? It's so strange. It seems like those blood fiends are derived from the blood fiends in front of us. No, they don't seem to be blood fiends. After all, they are real living beings, not condensed from the blood sea. But those blood fiends must be related to this thing. Before the ghost blood curse appeared, the 3 heavenly palaces were extremely united. Although Long Chen and the others could enter this area, they were excluded. Once they got close, they would be warned. Now, all the divine emperors have arrived in this area. Those blood fiends have also surrounded this area. They just haven't come in. Divine Emperor Yu Hua looked around and came to this conclusion. Close to 200 divine emperors seemed to be trapped in an enclosed space, unable to leave. Of course, some ultimate divine emperors could still charge out, but they would be slightly tired. Currently, they were still interested in the origin dragon souls and had no interest in charging out. That's Long Chen who defeated the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch. At this moment, the scene was quiet. Only the disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces gathered together to guard the origin dragon souls. They would occasionally look at Long Chen. For example, the 9 Swords Divine Emperor and the others were still studying how to break the blood crystals and obtain the things inside. Let me introduce you. Divine Emperor Yu Hua smiled and brought Long Chen to look at the 9 Swords Divine Emperor. This is the 9 Swords Divine Emperor of the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace, the 9th disciple of the Tai Ching Dao ancestor. You should know her. Her 9 divine swords are very powerful. She is ranked 45th on the Divine Emperor list. She should be a huge threat to you. Long Chen really needed to know their background. Now, he looked around and saw a few divine emperors who posed a huge threat to him. The 9 Swords Divine Emperor was one of them. Divine Emperor Yu Hua shook his head slightly. In front of her, there was a tall and skinny woman in a black cloak. She was not from the 3 heavenly palaces, but she was also very powerful. A large number of people who were not from the 3 heavenly palaces gathered around her. This woman's temperament was the complete opposite of the people from the 3 heavenly palaces. She exuded a sinister and cunning aura. Through the blood sea, one could see that her body and skin were no different from stone. This is the stone goddess demon from the jade clear heaven. He has existed for too long and has dominated the jade clear heaven for a long time. He is ranked 50th on the Divine Emperor list, only slightly weaker than the 9 Swords Divine Emperor. He is the strongest person who is not from the 3 heavenly palaces in this trial. Apart from him, only my sister and another Divine Emperor are ranked on the Divine Emperor list, but they are all below the 80th place. They are no threat to the 3 heavenly palaces. The stone goddess demon that Divine Emperor Yu Hua mentioned was also one of the opponents that made Long Chen feel threatened. Chapter 2957. Next to the origin dragon soul was a man in a pure cyan Taoist robe. His hair was as white as snow and fell down like a waterfall. He was cold and noble, with cold eyes and a strange horsetail whisk in his hand. His temperament was extraordinary and his movements were mysterious. Even the divine emperors of the 3 heavenly palaces did not dare to approach him. Obviously, he was a powerful expert. He is a Tai true god. That horsetail whisk is his fate divine weapon. It is said to be at the semi-eternal level. In addition, he has another semi-eternal level fate divine weapon, but he rarely uses it. Its power is quite terrifying. If you want to get the ghost blood curse or the following, he will be one of the most difficult opponents. Moreover, the Lord of Heaven of 8 trigrams will definitely ask him to avenge him. Sure enough, as soon as Divine Emperor Yu Hua finished speaking, the Tai true god raised his head and glanced at Long Chen. It was just a glance, but Long Chen could still feel the deep coldness of this person. His gaze swept through his heart like a cold wind. However, his attention was still on the blood crystal. He was still trying to open it. What he wanted was the inheritance essence blood. The last one is from the Shangqing Heavenly Palace. He is the guy I told you about. He is ranked 37th on the Divine Emperor list. That's him. Following Divine Emperor Yu Hua's introduction, Long Chen saw a very ordinary old fatty in a yellow Taoist robe. He had a few messy hairs on his head and a big belly. There was a big gold ingot painted on the chest of his Taoist robe. He was full of fat and looked like a ball. His face was full of a warm and honest smile, which made people want to get close to him. He's Taoist of plentiful treasures. He's probably the one who controls the most fate divine weapons in the Divine Emperor list. 9 Swords Shenhuang is considered a lot, but it's said that Taoist of plentiful treasures has used 23 primordial origin divine weapons at the same time. It's amazing, and it might not even be his limit. The ranking on the Divine Emperor list is very reliable. Just with these 23 fate divine weapons, he must be the strongest in the death world. You have to be very careful of him. He's obsessed with treasures and loves them the most. Don't be fooled by his amiable demeanor, but when it comes to treasures, he'll go crazy. He's a guy who values wealth as much as his life. The Ghost Blood Curse this time is the eternal rank destinable divine artifact that he covets the most. It's said that he purposely didn't obtain those eternal rank treasures during the previous battles in the Death Reign so that the 3 Dao ancestors could release the Ghost Blood Curse. Of course, in the entire third heaven, he's the one most likely to obtain it. Remember, 23 fate divine weapons was indeed shocking. If Long Chen was as capable as him, he would have already fused 8 holy deity scepters. This reminded Long Chen that now that he had reached the perfection realm of Godly King, he would definitely be able to control more fate divine weapons. He might even be able to fuse the remaining 5 holy deity scepters. Let's not rush. After all, I have to leave some space for the Ghost Blood Curse. As long as I control the Ghost Blood Curse, there is no need to rush the heaven-sacrificing spear. After all, the Ghost Blood Curse tests one's control on the spot. Long Chen resisted the temptation of directly obtaining the eternal level fate divine weapon. It was very difficult for him to control 2 eternal level fate divine weapons consecutively. Not to mention him, even Taoist of plentiful treasures might not be able to succeed. Moreover, it was uncertain whether he could fuse 5 more holy deity scepters. Actually, Long Chen was very confident in himself. I basically don't have to worry about those who are ranked at the bottom like Emperor Yuehua. The only ones that I'm afraid of are the 4 that Yuehua introduced. They are Taoist Duobao, True God Tai, Divine Emperor Jiujian, and Old Demon Stone from the 3 heavenly palaces. Now, those people were still guarding the Origin Dragon Soul. Long Chen temporarily pretended not to care about the Origin Dragon Soul. But he still observed it carefully. Old Demon Stone's voice was ear-piercing. She kept smiling as she said, "I think the few of you should stop messing around with this thing. This death reign is so mysterious. It won't have any effect no matter how much you try." 9 Swords Shenhuang looked up. She had a cold personality. "Why don't we let you come down and try?" Old Witch Stone really wanted to, but she knew that the other party would definitely not be willing. It was very difficult for her to obtain the Ghost Blood Curse because the 3 of them were from the 3 great heavenly palaces. They were basically anxious to get rid of her before the Ghost Blood Curse appeared. Then forget it. I have no interest in this thing that I don't even know what it is. Old Demon Stone said in disdain. The Taoist of many treasures looked up and said with a smile, "Stone, I'm very interested in the treasures you have." Old Demon Stone's heart went cold when she heard that. The situation that Long Chen had guessed was about to happen. He was sure that if the people from the 3 heavenly palaces tried many times and realized that they could not do anything to the blood crystal, they would definitely choose to get rid of Old Demon Stone before the Ghost Blood Curse appeared. As expected, the true God Tai said, "You two, we can't deal with this thing for now anyway. Since we're all gathered here, why don't we get rid of the trash first? Then we can fight for the Ghost Blood Curse in peace, right? It's such a precious item that only people from the 3 heavenly palaces are qualified to see it." Someone suggested. 9 Swords Shenhuang and the Taoist of many treasures smiled faintly. Around them, more than 100 god emperors became excited. For a moment, they let go of the origin dragon soul that they could not deal with and looked at Long Chen, Old Demon Stone, and the others who were not from the three heavenly palaces. Emperor Yuehua squinted and said, "It seems that being chased here by the blood fiends is not a good thing at all. Yuehua, if you can't hold on, don't do anything stupid. Hurry up and get out. I'm leaving first." It was not just Emperor Yuehua. When the three heavenly palaces joined forces to kill them all, the others took action, including the fire cloud heretic god. To be honest, although they were few in number, almost all of them were ultimate god emperors. There were nearly 20 of them. But there were nearly 40 ultimate god emperors from the three heavenly palaces. Basically, it was 2 against 1. This was already a crushing defeat. Especially in terms of the number of experts on the Divine Emperor ranking, they far surpassed them. Fight. With true God Tai's order, all the ultimate god emperors from the three heavenly palaces took action. As for the initial god emperors and perfected god emperors, they could easily be kidnapped or accidentally injured. As such, they stayed where they were and temporarily guarded the strange blood crystal. A chaotic battle broke out in an instant. Protect yourself. If you can't, leave the death reign. That was all Long Chen could say to Divine Emperor Yuehua. He wanted to obtain the origin dragon soul in the chaos and had no time to protect her. With her capabilities, she would not die. At most, she could crush the death rain blood pearl and leave. Emperor Yuehua ran even faster. As soon as true God Tai finished his words, she rushed into the encirclement of the blood fiends. As an expert on the Divine Emperor ranking, there would definitely be more than 2 experts on the Divine Emperor ranking chasing after her. If she stayed in this area, she would definitely lose. She would still have a chance if she left. The scene was rather chaotic. After saying a few words to Divine Emperor Yuehua, Long Chen entered the time-roaming dragon state and swam in the tumbling blood sea. He took a detour to get closer to the origin dragon soul. A chaotic battle broke out with great momentum. At this time, no one could see each other clearly. Divine Emperor Nine Swords, Taoist of many treasures, and true God Tai, these 3 should be chasing after that goddess of stone and eliminating her together. This is a great opportunity for me. Although Long Chen had been dazzling before and many people had noticed him, the scene was chaotic. He had used the time rules to cover himself. If it was during normal times, people might have noticed Long Chen. But now, no one could see where Long Chen had gone. Where is he? Find him. Don't let him escape. He might have escaped to the blood fiends. Go after him. The chaotic scene broadened Long Chen's horizons. For a time, no one stopped Long Chen and he reached the rear of the 3 heavenly palaces. After all, even Divine Emperor Nine Swords and the others could not destroy the blood crystal. No one was worried that someone would come to snatch it. I can't open the divine nation and it seems that I can't take the origin dragon soul away. This was what Long Chen was depressed about. But there was only one chance. If he missed it, it would be difficult for him. It is said that when others open the divine nation, it will cause the divine nation to fuse with the death world. But my divine nation is suppressed by the origin dragon palace, so it should not happen. Moreover, this death world is the primordial blood spirit dragon's territory. Even if it is risky, I can still give it a try. Otherwise, there is no other way. As he advanced, many thoughts flashed through Long Chen's mind. Bang, bang, bang. There was a huge commotion in the blood sea. When they fought, even the blood fiends beside them were flipped over. Especially Goddess of Stone's battle, she fought directly into the circle of blood fiends. Many god emperors were directly eliminated. Outside the blood spirit abyss, the rate of god emperors being eliminated increased greatly. Moreover, they were all ultimate god emperors. This chaotic battle attracted a lot of attention. Di Jun's gaze was constantly on the people who appeared from the blood spirit abyss. I'm here. Long Chen had already passed through a few primordial god emperors and arrived in front of the blood crystal. His bloodline seemed to have fused with the blood crystal. After approaching it, Long Chen knew that as long as he used his divine dragon blood, he would be able to break the seal on the blood crystal and obtain the Origin's dragon soul. He planned to open the divine nation and try. This was the death world of the primordial blood spirit dragon. It would definitely take care of him. At this critical moment, he sensed a fatal crisis. He had no choice but to turn around and attack with the god-slaying sword. With a boom, the surrounding god emperors were all sent flying, and several were seriously injured. You are interested in this thing? Appearing in front of Long Chen was Yuqing, the divine emperor Nine Swords. Although she was wearing a Taoist robe, it still could not conceal her peerless beauty. Chapter 2958. The Nine Swords Shen Huang and the other two were supposed to force the stone witch out of the death rain. However, the Nine Swords Shen Huang happened to see Long Chen's movements, so he informed the other two and returned to stop Long Chen. When Long Chen was close to the Origin Dragon Soul, she appeared and stopped Long Chen. She was not in a hurry. Instead, she was very interested in Long Chen coming to take the blood crystal. Right now, apart from them, the chaotic battle outside had already caused earth-shattering changes, but they were the only ones who were unharmed. Tell me what these are, and I won't force you out. I know that Divine Emperor Jun is waiting for you outside. He's still outside. It seemed like the shady heavenly territorial lord could not do anything to him. The shady heavenly territorial lord was the weakest among the ultimate gods. Rumor had it that the top 3 on the Divine Emperor list could fight against an ultimate god. Therefore, Long Chen felt that the current situation was normal. However, he could not say anything to the Nine Swords Shen Huang. It was a chaotic time, and it was his chance. Otherwise, Long Chen would get nothing if dozens of ultimate divine emperors from the 3 heavenly palaces were waiting there. Therefore, he did not say anything. The heaven-sacrificing spear appeared in his hand. His eyes changed rapidly. The Destiny Heavenly Eye and the Eye of Desire were activated at the same time. They controlled the Nine Swords Shen Huang in the Blood Sea. Although they were not very effective against opponents of that level, they could still affect them to a certain extent. Karma Prick. The heaven-sacrificing spear was filled with the power of karma. Without saying a word, Long Chen's sharp spear pierced through the Blood Sea and rushed toward the Nine Swords Shen Huang. Its power was so terrifying that even the Nine Swords Shen Huang was afraid of it. Amazing. The Nine Swords Shen Huang changed the shape of the divine swords in his hands and crossed them in front of each other. Heavenly Sword Wheel. The twin swords moved rapidly, blocking in front of Long Chen. Under the ferocious attack of Long Chen, the twin swords were actually shaken off. The Nine Swords Emperor God was also shaken off. The karmic stab was Long Chen's strongest attack in terms of penetrative power. It was normal for Shen Huang Nine Swords to be unable to block it for a while. However, such a scene was too shocking for the others. You want to leave? Just as Long Chen turned around and headed towards the blood crystal, the Nine Swords Shen Huang was like a haunting ghost. For a moment, Long Chen felt an immense pressure because there were a total of 9 dangers behind him. The Nine Swords Shen Huang had already wielded all 9 swords. She was trying her best to stop Long Chen. This was no small matter. The 9 primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifacts formed a sword array, and the 9 swords God Emperor was especially good at attacking. Therefore, under the threat of the other party, it was difficult for Long Chen to approach the blood crystal. Depressing. He had no choice but to turn around and fight with the 9 swords Shen Huang. Based on the comparison of their strength, it was impossible to shake off the 9 swords Shen Huang in a short period of time. Perhaps after the battle royale ended, he would be confined here. Tell me, why are you touching these things? You must know their origins, right? No matter what, they were things that appeared in the death rain. She had to know. The attack speed of her 9 divine swords was rather terrifying. The sword array formed had completely locked Long Chen in place, making it difficult for Long Chen to find time. Give up. It's impossible for them to be yours. The 9-sword Shenhuang had been talking to Long Chen for a long time, but he did not say a word. She was also vaguely angry. At this moment, a beautiful figure blocked in front of Long Chen. Hurry up. I can only hold on for a while. Hurry. It was Divine Emperor Yu Hua. She appeared out of nowhere. Long Chen had been fighting against the 9-sword Shenhuang and did not pay attention to her. She gave Long Chen a huge surprise. They were both ultimate divine emperors. Although the 9-sword Shenhuang was on the divine emperor list, she still needed some time to deal with divine emperor Yu Hua. With her help, Long Chen instantly broke free from the 9-sword Shenhuang's control. I only have a little time. Without another word, Long Chen moved with extreme speed. As he reversed the sea of time to restrict the 9-sword Shenhuang's speed, he rapidly moved forward. A total of 13 rays of blood light shot out from his hand, instantly piercing into the blood crystals. When his divine dragon blood came into contact with the blood crystals actually melted rapidly in the eyes of the divine emperors. The origin dragon soul was also awakening. At this time, Long Chen could only take the risk and open the divine kingdom. Open. The moment he opened it, he felt a throbbing in his soul. It was as though something in the death rain had been branded into his divine kingdom. However, his divine kingdom was too vast. Even if it was branded, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Collect. The origin dragon souls, attracted by the origin dragon palace, rushed into the divine kingdom. At the same time, Long Chen also obtained the 5 drops of inheritance blood essence. He brought them into the origin dragon palace. After entering, the people in the divine kingdom would naturally collect them. Success. Long Chen immediately closed the divine kingdom. But indeed, there was some resistance. The surrounding space of the death rain began to distort, and the space within the divine kingdom also began to distort. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to close it. But Long Chen's divine kingdom was special, especially since it had inherited the inheritance blood essence of the Tai Chi life-form dragon. With the origin dragon palace presiding over it, it was very stable. It would not be easy for the death rain to destroy the stability of the divine kingdom. Long Chen completely closed the divine kingdom. The death rain and the divine kingdom did not merge with each other. It seems that even if I let Xiao Lang come out or throw people in, there will be no problem. After succeeding, Long Chen felt relieved. However, he only had this chance because Divine Emperor Yu Hua had helped him block the 9-sword Shenhuang. Save her. Even in such a short time, the frenzied 9-sword Shenhuang had almost forced Divine Emperor Yu Hua into a dead end. Without hesitation, Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to attack with the Sword of Time. The Sword of Time was the fastest and most ferocious. Before the 9-sword Shenhuang's 3 divine swords stabbed into Divine Emperor Yu Hua, Long Chen's Sword of Time knocked them away, protecting Divine Emperor Yu Hua. Under the impact, Divine Emperor Yu Hua was sent flying out of the 9-sword Shenhuang's attack range. Fool, run. Divine Emperor Yu Hua seemed to have expected this. She dived into the deep blood sea the moment she escaped, and no one knew where she had gone. Long Chen was relieved that she was not injured. Since he had gotten what he wanted, there was nothing to be afraid of. Your divine kingdom. The 9-sword Shenhuang's face was cold. The 9 divine swords surrounded her, emitting thick killing intent. She had blocked Long Chen's way of obtaining the origin dragon soul. To her, this was a provocation and humiliation. You are indeed special. You understand the death world even more than we do. No wonder you would hide here. However, the death world is still the territory of the third heaven. Do you think that you can really take away the additional items of the ghost blood curse? This is not for you to worry about. Long Chen smiled faintly. The nine-sword Shen Huang alone could not catch up to him. He could not be bothered to fight with the nine-sword Shen Huang here. Therefore, he hurriedly left in the direction that Divine Emperor Yu Hua had gone. Don't go. The nine-sword Shen Huang chased after him with the 9 shining divine swords. However, Long Chen had slowed her down through his control of time. As long as she got close to Long Chen, her speed would be greatly reduced. It was impossible for her to catch up to Long Chen in terms of speed. Long Chen, let me remind you one last time. The death reign is the territory of the third heaven. You are only qualified to fight for the ghost blood curse. Don't touch anything else. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of the 3 Dao ancestors. The nine-sword Shen Huang shouted as she chased after him. Where did it say that this is the territory of the third heaven? I want to say that this is my territory. Long Chen naturally understood the reason behind her words. However, the origin dragon soul was useless even to the 3 Dao ancestors. The sooner Long Chen could get it, the sooner he could. You are really courting death. The nine-sword Shen Huang did not give up. At this time, Long Chen had already rushed into the encirclement of the blood fiends. He condensed the extermination dragon seal in his hand. Once a blood fiend came near, he would kill it instantly. However, the nine-sword Shen Huang did not have this ability. Even with the 9 divine swords, she was still blocked. She could only watch angrily as Long Chen left. Long Chen. The nine-sword Shen Huang cut a blood fiend with a lion's body and a dragon's head into 8 pieces. In the blink of an eye, she lost track of Long Chen. She had personally returned to guard the place and even lost the item. Daoist Duobao and true god Tai would definitely blame her. After all, they were still fighting to the death with Goddess of Stone. Both of them were ranked higher than Goddess of Stone on the Divine Emperor list, so they were not far from forcing Goddess of Stone out of the death realm. Boom, boom, boom. Because of the battle, the blood sea was turned upside down. The roars of giant beasts could be heard everywhere. Long Chen got rid of the nine-sword Shen Huang and was about to find Emperor Yu Hua. Suddenly, a throbbing sound came from the east. Buzz. A gust of cold air swept in all directions. Blood light shot into the sky. It was as if billions of evil ghosts were screaming. This wasn't a pure killing power, but a curse. For a moment, although he was far away, the cries of countless people before they died still shocked Long Chen. This was an absolute negative power. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge movement on the other side. Ghost blood curse. While Long Chen was still suspicious, he suddenly heard someone scream. Someone is suppressing the ghost blood curse. Once the news spread, everyone went crazy. Even the Taoist of many treasures and true god Tai, who had almost forced the Goddess of Stone out of the death reign, stopped in shock. Because of this, the Goddess of Stone escaped the calamity. The 3 of them instantly stopped moving. In the next instant, they rushed in the direction of the ghost blood curse like crazy. They were not the only ones. Almost all the god emperors were rushing in that direction. Everyone wanted to obtain this creation divine artifact and suppress this eternal level treasure at the first moment. Mine, mine. Taoist of many treasures' face was red. True god Tai's face was livid. He did not say a word as he stared in that direction. Someone was suppressing the ghost blood curse. He must not be allowed to succeed. If he succeeded, it would be the end. The nine-sword Shen Huang controlled the 9 divine swords. She was the closest and wanted to seize this opportunity. Chapter 2959. The Ghost Blood Curse had appeared. Someone had found the Ghost Blood Curse at this critical juncture and began suppressing it in a futile attempt to obtain it. If he succeeded, the others would have come for nothing. Especially Daoist Duobao and the others, they were naturally indignant. After all, they were the top few on the Divine Emperor list and were the true contenders. In their eyes, even the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord was not qualified to compete with them. The situation just now was chaotic enough. Now, it was even more chaotic. Almost everyone gave up on their opponents and ignored the blood fiends. They rushed towards the Ghost Blood Curse in a frenzy. There would always be people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Long Chen was undoubtedly the fastest among them. He broke through the sea of blood and sprinted towards the Ghost Blood Curse. His speed surpassed most God Emperors. Not far away, Nine Swords Divine Emperor was almost shoulder to shoulder with him. Between the two, Nine Swords Divine Emperor was slightly faster. After all, the Ghost Blood Curse had forced her to use all her abilities. Daoist Duobao, Old Demon Shiji, and True God Primordial Unity were not slow either. They were extremely destructive. Wherever they went, no matter which faction's disciples blocked their way, they would be sent flying. We must not let anyone else obtain the Ghost Blood Curse. Every God Emperor was extremely nervous. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had almost reached his destination. In fact, many God Emperors were closer to this location than him and Nine Swords Divine Emperor. After arriving, the few final Realm God Emperors tried their best to snatch the Ghost Blood Curse, but to no avail. No one dared to act rashly. Once the Ghost Blood Curse cut their flesh, they would die even if they had the Death World Blood Pearl and could leave this place. There were only a few final Realm God Emperors here. As for the perfected and primordial Realm God Emperors, they were originally near the Blood Crystal and could not catch up. In a short time, the person who obtained the Ghost Blood Curse was still being suppressed. Long Chen passed through the layers of Sea of Blood and discovered that it was Great Empress Yuehua. She was the first to escape from this chaotic battle. Many people must have been chasing after her. I never expected her to be so lucky to escape here and discover the Ghost Blood Curse. Of course, this was not due to good luck. This was because this position was too close to everyone. Yuehua Emperor could not safely suppress the Ghost Blood Curse and take it for himself. As Long Chen advanced, he looked at the Ghost Blood Curse. Just as he imagined, it was a blood-red long sword. It was quite long, but it was very narrow and thin. Its entire body was the color of blood, and fresh blood flowed on it. On the blade of the sword, there were pitch-black symbols that looked like the swastika character. The symbols moved along the blade, and just one look at them would make one's scalp go numb. It was truly terrifying. This was the curse on this eternal rank fortune divine artifact, the Ghost Blood Curse. Each swastika symbol contained countless vengeful souls. They were the remnant souls of those who had been killed and absorbed into the seal, becoming the power of the curse. The Ghost Blood Curse was an eternal grade fortune divine artifact that grew stronger the more fiend gods it killed. It was like the hand of a devil, and the screams of evil ghosts. There were trillions of screams on the sword. It was clear that the creation of this fortune divine artifact had destroyed many lives. Evidently, this was the most sinister weapon that Long Chen had ever seen. Compared to it, the god-slaying sword was just a child's play. The evil aura was too strong. Under the influence of the Ghost Blood Curse, the surrounding sea of blood underwent a huge change. The power of the curse even spread. Even the God Emperors felt dizzy under the influence of this power. At the same time, the Ghost Blood Curse was also very violent. Yuehua, who was holding it, was the first to bear the brunt of it. The black swastika symbol on the Ghost Blood Curse was spreading towards her body through her pure white arm. At this moment, her neck, half of her face, and even one of her eyes were already covered in the densely packed Ghost Blood Curse. This made Yuehua, who was originally a peerless beauty, suddenly look very frightening. She was very ferocious. While fighting against the ghost blood curse, she also wanted to force away the nearby ultimate god emperors who were fighting for the ghost blood curse. Ah! Yuehua Emperor let out a shrill scream. Half of her body was already covered with the ghost blood curse like ants. The sword kept trembling in her hand. At this moment, she might not even be able to control the sword. Sure enough, even if it's alone, the ghost blood curse might not be interested in her. The heroic spirit of creation's will was very strong. After all, it was at the eternal realm. Generally speaking, the owner of the ghost blood curse would only be an ultimate god. Therefore, even the ghost blood curse itself might not be convinced. It would not easily be controlled by Yuehua Emperor. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, Yuehua Emperor seemed to have fallen into the demonic path. The ghost blood curse flew wildly, and everyone dared not approach. If this goes on, she will be killed by the ghost blood curse sooner or later. Long Chen knew that once the ghost blood curse covered her whole body, she would definitely die if she could not suppress the sword. During this short period of observation, he and Nine-Sword Shenhuang had already arrived. Behind them were Old Demon Stone, Taoist of many treasures, and True God Tai. No one else was qualified to approach. They were either too far away or frightened by the crazy attitude of these experts. Nine-Sword Shenhuang was the fastest. Yuehua, you can't control the ghost blood curse. Let go. No. Yuehua Emperor's aura was fierce. She waved the ghost blood curse and slashed at Nine-Sword Shenhuang. However, the ghost blood curse was not completely under her control. Therefore, her movements were disorderly. Nine-Sword Shenhuang was slightly faster than Long Chen, so she seized the opportunity. In fact, Long Chen was not in a hurry. The ghost blood curse was not easy to suppress, especially when there were strong enemies around. Whoever obtained the ghost blood curse first would become the target of everyone and would not end well. In such a competition, calming down was the best attitude. Soul-severing 3 swords. In Nine-Sword Shenhuang's hands, the 9 divine swords, Taya sword, divine abyss sword, and Tianjun sword, condensed and mixed together. Under Nine-Sword Shenhuang's rule manipulation, they seemed to form a giant sword that slashed down violently. Pfft! Yuehua Emperor could not control the ghost blood curse. Nine-Sword Shenhuang's rule directly severed her arm that was holding the ghost blood curse. This way, Yuehua Emperor and the ghost blood curse were separated. In fact, Nine-Sword Shenhuang had saved Yuehua Emperor's life. Because if he had not done so, the ghost blood curse would have completely covered Yuehua Emperor's body, and she would have died. After her arm was severed, the ghost blood curse lost its support. Under the counterattack of Yuehua Emperor's divine body, it rapidly dissipated. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief and keep her life. When she regained consciousness and realized the situation, she was filled with lingering fear. This time, she had been directly excluded from the competition. It seems like the ghost blood curse is much more terrifying than we imagined. This eternal great destinable divine artifact is unwilling to be tamed by the Shenhuang. Even Nine-Sword Shenhuang and the others might not be able to control it, let alone in such a chaotic battle. After losing her arm, Yuehua Emperor watched the battle calmly and did not participate for the time being. She had to admit that when she first saw the ghost blood curse, she was so excited that she almost went crazy. It was only when the ghost blood curse backfired and her arm was severed that she came to her senses. In the battlefield, after Nine-Sword Shenhuang severed Yuehua Emperor's arm with 3 strikes, she did not say a word. She was the closest and directly held the ghost blood curse in her hand. At the same time, the 9 swords formed a sword array around her to protect her. Xiaoyu sword, Clear Sable sword, Red Cloud sword, Taya sword, Divine Abyss sword, Tianjun sword, Ghost Shadow Sword, Wind Chime Sword, and Azure Blood Sword. The 9 divine swords protected her. Sword shadows overlapped and murderous intent filled the sky. Just this move alone forced most of the ultimate Shenhuang emperors away, making them not dare to come close. Of course, this could stop ordinary ultimate Shenhuang emperors, but not treasure-snatching Daoist and the others. Now that it's a chaotic battle, I don't have to be anxious. Long Chen hid at the side and was not in a hurry to snatch it. With his current strength, he did not have an absolute advantage here. If I get the Ghost Blood Curse and quickly open the Divine Nation, I can let Lingxi bring me to Time Shift technique. I wonder if Lingxi's laws can move the Ghost Blood Curse. If the Ghost Blood Curse resisted, the possibility was very low. However, he could give it a try when the time came. After all, there was no loss. Long Chen noticed that old demon Shiji, who was almost eliminated by treasure-snatching Daoist and Tai True God, had the same idea as him. She was not in a hurry to attack but hid herself. Whoosh! 9 Sword Shenhuang controlled the 9 divine swords, controlling the Ghost Blood Curse as she fled quickly. Everyone continued to chase. This was just the beginning, but it was already so intense. It could only mean that the Ghost Blood Curse was too attractive. 9 Sword Shenhuang does not have much of an advantage. The Ghost Blood Curse is still spreading towards her body. Long Chen could already see that even though 9 Sword Shenhuang was using all her strength to suppress it, her arms were already covered with pitch-black swastika symbols. They were densely packed and even rushed towards her body. Her fair skin and the black curse formed a strong contrast. Ugh! 9 Sword Shenhuang groaned. She was probably in pain as her face turned pale. It seemed that the difficulty of dealing with the Ghost Blood Curse was also beyond her imagination. She could only hold on for now. Mu Yuqing, where do you think you are going? At that moment, True God Tai descended on top of her head. At that moment, True God Tai held a snow-white horsetail whisk in his right hand and a small silver diamond hoop in his left. They were both destination-level divine weapons. Heaven's Will, Rui. Heaven's Will was the name of the horsetail whisk. Rui was the name of the diamond hoop. These two were half-eternal level destination level, on the same level as the god-slaying flying dagger. With a move of Heaven's Will, the silver threads on the horsetail whisk suddenly extended. Endless silver threads exploded and completely sealed off 9 Sword Shenhuang's escape route from all directions. Then, they instantly wrapped around her, forming a huge ball of silver threads. It became an inescapable net, leaving 9 Sword Shenhuang with nowhere to escape. Chapter 2960. The battle was extremely intense. Rui. True God Tai pointed and the Vajra hoop flew out, barging into the encirclement of Heaven's Will and fighting against the 9 divine swords of the 9 Sword Divine Emperor. Even though he was surrounded by Heaven's Will and had to divert his attention to control the Ghost Blood Curse, the 9 Sword Divine Emperor could still control the 9 divine swords to fight against True God Tai. They were allies when they were dealing with Old Demon Stone, but now they were mortal enemies. Bang! The Rui's power was powerful and it collided with 3 of the divine swords of the 9 Sword Divine Emperor, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. If not for the Ghost Blood Curse, I wouldn't have lost to you. The 9 Sword Divine Emperor panicked. Put down the Ghost Blood Curse. True God Tai charged again. Every strand of his heavenly horsetail whisk was like a flood dragon, violent and ferocious, constantly biting. At this moment, facing a great crisis, the 9 Sword Shenhuang, who had been infected by the Ghost Blood Curse due to fighting against the Tai True God, was on the verge of death. However, she suddenly had an idea. Without saying a word, she used all her strength to wave the extremely sharp Ghost Blood Curse, which was as thin as a cicada's wings, and charged toward the inescapable net woven by the horsetail whisk. Rip! Several strands of silver broke. The heavenly horsetail whisk made a sound. True God Tai's face turned pale. She could only retract the heavenly horsetail whisk or the ghost blood curse would be destroyed. However, in this way, the nine-sword Shenhuang found a gap and escaped from it. Without a word, she controlled the 9 swords to protect herself and fled quickly, disappearing before True God Tai's eyes in the blink of an eye. Don't even think of leaving. True God Tai chased after her. The others were also in pursuit. Long Chen was constantly on guard, looking for an opportunity. Because he was too focused on the ghost blood curse, he did not even see where Daoist Duobao and Old Demon Stone went. At that moment, the 9-sword Divine Emperor had already rushed far away, out of the Blood Fiend's encirclement. She was confident that as long as there was a quiet environment, she could fight the ghost blood curse and might succeed. Heaven-fixing needle. At that moment, Daoist Duobao's eyes were scarlet as he suddenly appeared before her. A thin needle in his hand suddenly pierced the void. 9-sword Shenhuang's escape was stopped in an instant. Daoist Duobao appeared too quickly. Before the 9 swords Divine Emperor could recover, he was stunned by the heaven-fixing needle for a moment. Of course, that moment was enough. At that moment, Daoist Duobao flipped his hands. A total of more than 10 primordial chaos creation divine artifacts appeared and instantly locked onto the 9 swords Divine Emperor. Among them, 9 of them blocked the 9 divine swords of the 9-sword Shenhuang. One of the ropes was wrapped around the ghost blood curse. Daoist Duobao suddenly pulled it. In the end, the 9 swords Divine Emperor could not control it and let the ghost blood curse fly to Daoist Duobao. The treasure had changed hands. Thank you, junior sister Yuqing. Daoist Duobao laughed loudly and turned to escape. More than 10 creation divine artifacts protected him, giving others a headache. Indeed, snatching it from the beginning was not the final victor. The one who had the last laugh would have the best laugh. Of course, Daoist Duobao might not have the last laugh. Behind him, True God Tai and the 9 swords Divine Emperor were still chasing after him. Without the restriction of the ghost blood curse, the 9 swords Divine Emperor was released. Among everyone, she was the fastest, and the distance between her and Daoist Duobao was constantly shrinking. As for the others, they had long been left behind. How smart! Long Chen was not in a hurry. In his eyes, Daoist Duobao did not suppress the ghost blood curse. Instead, he used 3 primordial chaos creation divine artifacts, a rope, a chain, and a silver thread, to wrap around the ghost blood curse and seal it before escaping with it. Even if the ghost blood curse was resisting now, the 3 primordial chaos creation divine artifacts would not be able to withstand it sooner or later. They might even be destroyed. However, in order to obtain the ghost blood curse, Daoist Duobao did not feel the pinch. These idiots are in a hurry to suppress the ghost blood curse now. They are simply courting death. As long as I leave this place, I can slowly suppress it. At the thought of that, Daoist Duobao felt great. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Long Chen followed behind Daoist Duobao. At that moment, Daoist Duobao was only paying attention to the 9 swords Divine Emperor and the True God Primordial Unity. He had forgotten about someone, Old Demon Stone. Old Demon Stone had always been known for being cunning. From the beginning, he had hidden himself. He let the 3 of them fight for it. At that moment, he suddenly appeared. Thank you. He had long been here and had been preparing for a long time. This fierce battle became even more exciting because of Old Demon Stone's ambush. Everyone's strength was about the same. They could only fight with their wits and courage. It was an eye-opener for Long Chen. There was always a taller mountain. Psychic Stone Array. Compared to Daoist Duobao and the others who were in a hurry, Old Demon Stone had prepared the Psychic Stone Array for a long time. He had long been waiting for the fish to take the bait. As expected, Daoist Duobao and the other two entered his psychic stone array. Suddenly, a rock array formation appeared under Daoist Duobao's feet. Bang! A shadow flickered. From beneath his feet, Daoist Duobao and the two divine emperors behind him were instantly petrified and could not move. It was clearly a sea of blood, but Old Demon Stone had turned the surroundings into a rock fortress. I'll take this ghost blood curse away. Treat it as a gift from you. Old Demon Stone laughed loudly. She also learned from Daoist Duobao and used her creation divine artifact to entangle the ghost blood curse. However, she only had one, so it was very unstable. The creation divine artifact could be torn apart by the ghost blood curse at any time. Therefore, she fled nervously without another word. My psychic stone array has trapped the three of them. I shouldn't be able to last long. That was what Old Demon Stone was worried about. It was the first time she had used the psychic stone array to trap three opponents at the same time. After all, she usually only dealt with one opponent. Therefore, she did not know what would happen when facing three opponents. After all, the three of them were ranked above her on the Divine Emperor list. Explode! Just as he obtained the ghost blood curse and turned to leave less than 100 meters away, the enraged Daoist Duobao exploded with colorful divine light. At that moment, his divine might was vast and his eyes were blood-red. Old Demon Stone had actually snatched the ghost blood curse from him, an expert ranked 37th on the Divine Emperor list. Daoist Duobao was completely enraged. Ignorant. The Divine Emperor Nine Swords and True God Primordial Unity fought for the Psychic Stone Array almost at the same time. It turned out that they were not united. However, they were enraged when Old Demon Stone used a trick to snatch the Ghost Blood Curse. The three heavenly palaces would not let the Ghost Blood Curse fall into the hands of outsiders no matter what. If that happened, the three heavenly palaces would be embarrassed. The Divine Emperor Nine Swords and the others would rather the Ghost Blood Curse fall into Daoist Duobao's hands than give it to Old Demon Stone. This time, Old Demon Stone had overestimated her abilities and underestimated the determination of the three heavenly palaces to eliminate dissidents. In the blink of an eye, the three experts on the Divine Emperor ranking attacked Stone Goddess who was trying to escape at the same time. With one look, Long Chen knew that old monster Shiji was going to be completely eliminated. Wan Baozhu. Come here. Daoist Duobao was usually kind, but once he saw a treasure, he became a wild beast. Now, his clothes were torn apart, and his muscles were terrifying. A huge golden pillar suddenly appeared in his hand. It was somewhat similar to Long Chen's golden fiend suppression pillar, but there were not divine dragons coiled around the huge golden pillar. Instead, there were more than 10,000 creation divine artifacts. These creation divine artifacts were embedded in the 10,000 treasure pillar. Among them, there were ordinary order-level creation divine artifacts. A small number of creation-level creation divine artifacts. There were even primordial chaos creation divine artifacts. More than 10,000 creation divine artifacts were condensed into one. Of course, this 10,000 treasure pillar was also a primordial chaos creation divine artifact. However, it was infinitely close to the eternal grade. It could be considered a half-eternal level creation divine artifact that surpassed Heaven's Will and Rui. It was almost Daoist Duobao's first treasure. Daoist Duobao waved the huge 10,000 treasure pillar and roared. The sea of blood trembled. As he danced, the 10,000 treasure pillar carried tremendous divine power and Daoist Duobao's boundless anger as it smashed towards Old Demon Stone's head. Just this 10,000 treasure pillar was enough to subdue Old Demon Stone. However, that was not all. 9 Deaths Sword Life. The 9 Swords Divine Emperor followed closely behind and fused the 9 swords in his hand. The fused divine sword formed a huge sword that illuminated the world. It was in no way inferior to Taoist Duobao's 10,000 treasure pillar. Heaven's will, death. True God primordial unity also used his laws. The heavens will horsetail whisk spread out, but it condensed into a huge silver snake. However, there were countless sharp thorns that spun and pierced towards Old Demon Stone's law heart. Old Demon Stone was stunned. She did not expect that she would be met with such killing intent after snatching that item. It was as if she was going to be killed directly. Damn it! The huge stone array in front of her was directly smashed by the 10,000 treasure pillar. There was no time to discuss. 3 types of death attacks broke through her layers of defense and smashed onto her body, causing a near-fatal blow. Damn it! At that moment, Old Demon Stone was furious. However, she knew in her heart that she had failed. If she didn't leave now, she would die here. 3 heavenly palaces. Finally, she looked at the ghost blood curse beside her and revealed a nostalgic expression. However, she could only leave. For the sake of her life, Old Demon Stone chose to crush the Death World Blood Pearl at the last moment. Before she was killed, she left the Death World and was eliminated. Boom! The 3 trajectories collided. Withdraw. After forcing Old Demon Stone out of the game, everyone conserved their strength. Even so, the surging power struck the Ghost Blood Curse. Under the intense collision, the Ghost Blood Curse was sent flying at a terrifying speed. Long Chen seized the opportunity and chased after it. Of course, Taoist Duobao also chased with all his might. Long Chen's position and speed were similar to theirs. He did not have much of an advantage. This is indeed an opportunity. If I don't obtain the Ghost Blood Curse this time, it won't be easy next time. Long Chen had no choice but to expose himself and let the 3 of them discover him. He knew that once he snatched the Ghost Blood Curse from them, he would receive the same attacks as Old Demon Stone. Fight! Everyone charged in the direction of the Ghost Blood Curse. At that moment, no one expected a person to appear in front of the Ghost Blood Curse. Yu Hua. Long Chen was shocked. The madman posted a photo of himself cosplaying as Long Chen on his WeChat official account, Feng Qingyang. If he wanted to see it, follow the madman's WeChat. All he needed to do was add his WeChat account and search for his history. Chapter 2961. This Divine Emperor Yu Hua, she should have some kind of concealment ability. If not, Long Chen and the 9 Swords Divine Emperor did not see her last time, and she suddenly appeared from the side. This time, Long Chen also noticed her. His attention was completely focused on the experts on the Divine Emperor list. After Old Demon Stone was eliminated, he only paid attention to Taoist Duobao and the other 2. Therefore, Divine Emperor Yu Hua's sudden appearance really surprised him. If it were any other time, her concealment ability might not be able to fool Long Chen and the others. But in this chaotic moment, everyone was paying attention to the Ghost Blood Curse. Who knew when an ordinary Divine Emperor like her would sneak here? As soon as she appeared, Divine Emperor Yu Hua smiled at him. Then, she moved very quickly. Catch! This sentence was directed at Long Chen. This made Long Chen recall that back in Heaven Pure Palace, she had indeed said that she would help Long Chen obtain the Ghost Blood Curse. But at that time, Long Chen thought she was just joking. Unexpectedly, because of her, Long Chen obtained the Origin Dragon Soul. And because of her, the Ghost Blood Curse made her an umbrella-like creation divine artifact bump into Long Chen. She knew how terrifying the Ghost Blood Curse was, so she naturally did not dare to touch it herself. From the moment Divine Emperor Yu Hua appeared to the moment the Ghost Blood Curse reached Long Chen, only a split second had passed. Instantly, Taoist Duobao, the 9 Swords Divine Emperor, and True God Tai were dumbfounded. It's you. The 9 Swords Divine Emperor was enraged. He turned and rushed towards the ghost blood curse, the 9 divine swords in his hands already ready. Old Demon Stone was still somewhat qualified. Now that even Long Chen came to snatch the ghost blood curse, it made them even angrier. In particular, Long Chen had already snatched the origin dragon soul and inheritance blood essence from the 9 swords divine emperor. Humph! Daoist Duobao had not put away the 10,000 treasure pillar. He did not care who it was. Whoever snatched the ghost blood curse was going against him. It was equivalent to killing him. In an instant. Long Chen had a certain level of confidence. The ghost blood curse was right in front of him and he could not let it go. At this moment, his longevity grass had already wrapped around the ghost blood curse. At the same time, he was prepared to open the God Nation and let Lingxi out to try the revolving star passage technique to see if it would work. As long as he succeeded, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to catch up. At this juncture, he realized that the life force of the longevity grass had a certain suppressive effect on the ghost blood curse. Previously, Daoist Duobao had used 3 creation divine artifacts, but he had failed to suppress the ghost blood curse. However, the longevity grass had managed to do it temporarily. However, he definitely wouldn't be able to last for long. Just as Long Chen was about to use stellar transposition, something happened. The divine emperor of 9 swords and the Daoist of many treasures chased after Long Chen. However, the Tai true god sneered. Not only did he not chase after Long Chen, but he also turned around. Heavens will tracking. The horsetail whisk in his hand instantly grew wildly like a plant. Silver threads extended out and pierced into the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, it caught Divine Emperor Yu Hua who had just escaped. The countless silver threads tightly wrapped around Divine Emperor Yu Hua, preventing her from moving. They even cut into her flesh and blood, causing her jade-like skin to bleed profusely. Ugh! Divine Emperor Yu Hua knew that something was wrong and was about to crush the Death Realm Blood Pearl. However, the Tai True God had already predicted that she would do this. Therefore, several of the silver threads in the horsetail whisk instantly pierced her palm, causing the Death Realm Blood Pearl to fly out of her hand. Pfft! The Death Realm Blood Pearl was pierced by the silver threads, turning into a beam of blood light and vanishing. This meant that if Divine Emperor Yu Hua didn't snatch the Death Realm Blood Pearl from someone else, he wouldn't be able to leave this world. This was the Tai True God's goal. However, he didn't know that Long Chen still had a God Nation. He could take Divine Emperor Yu Hua away. However, Divine Emperor Yu Hua was currently trapped by him. Even if he had a God Nation, he didn't have one. Just as Long Chen was about to use the revolving star transposition technique, he saw that Divine Emperor Yu Hua was trapped, so he had no choice but to stop. Little brat, give me the ghost blood curse, or I'll take this woman's life. I mean what I say. The Tai True God stared coldly at Long Chen. The silver threads of his horsetail whisk stretched out. There were a total of thousands of them, sharp as needles, surrounding Divine Emperor Yu Hua. If the Tai True God wanted to, he could turn Divine Emperor Yu Hua into a hornet's nest. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was in grave danger. Hurry up and leave, don't worry about me. At this moment, Divine Emperor Yu Hua wasn't flustered at all. Even though she was in pain and her body was damaged, she acted as if nothing had happened. She smiled at them as if she was satisfied with her life after completing this task. She would have no regrets even if she died. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't do such a thing. The Tai True God's action was out of his expectations. In his imagination, the people from the 3 great heavenly palaces wouldn't be so despicable. He had underestimated their determination to obtain the ghost blood curse. Here. The Tai True God's patience was limited. With an angry roar, nearly half of the silver threads pierced into Divine Emperor Yu Hua's flesh. Divine Emperor Yu Hua cried out in pain. His entire body was pierced by the silver threads, and it was excruciating. The damage caused by the destinable divine item, Heaven's will, was not only on the divine body, but also on the primordial spirit. Of course, the Tai True God said, this time was a warning. Next time, it will be her rule's core. Give it to me. Seeing Divine Emperor Yu Hua still smiling at him and even wanting him to leave, Long Chen was infuriated. Although they had only known each other for a short time, and she always acted like she was joking, she was indeed helping him. Especially these 2 times, she didn't even care about her own life. She was indeed like what great Emperor Yu Hua said, a fool. This time, she was seriously injured and even her life was threatened because of him. At this moment, he hated the Tai True God far more than the Taoist of many treasures and the 9 Swords Divine Emperor. The 9 Swords Divine Emperor and the Taoist of many treasures were not in a hurry. They had already surrounded Long Chen. In fact, they were all on their guard, and Long Chen was not in their eyes. This is the last chance. The Tai True God sneered. It was not that Long Chen was unwilling to give him the ghost blood curse, nor was he greedy for the ghost blood curse. He did not want Divine Emperor Yu Hua's life, but he chose to challenge rather than yield. He had his own confidence, especially after seeing that the longevity grass had a certain restraining effect on the ghost blood curse. Scram! However, at this time, Divine Emperor Yu Hua gave him a surprise. Even under the restraint of the Heaven's will, she still rose up and gave the Tai True God a blow, forcing him to resist. At this time, she tried her best to escape from the Tai True God. Even though she was stained with blood, she did it very elegantly, which made Long Chen admire her. You want to leave? Humph! The Tai True God was even more enraged. The horsetail whisk of Heaven's will came directly. This time, he did not show any mercy. He wanted to kill Divine Emperor Yu Hua directly. However, he increased his speed. At this time, Great Emperor Yu Hua rushed over from behind and blocked the Tai True God's attack. He carried Divine Emperor Yu Hua in his arms and escaped. The Tai True God definitely could not chase after them, as the ghost blood curse was still here. Humph, so what if you escape? The 3 of them surrounded Long Chen from 3 angles, leaving Long Chen with nowhere to escape. At this time, in their eyes, Long Chen was far from their level. In such a situation, even if Lingxi came out to change the stars, it would be very dangerous. Lingxi was pregnant, and her child was about to be born. Long Chen did not want her to take the risk. Fortunately, Divine Emperor Yu Hua was saved by her sister. However, the scene of her being injured, her satisfied and gentle smile, ignited the fire in Long Chen's heart and made him change his decision. He pulled the ghost blood curse in front of his eyes. The blade was blood red, the hilt was black, and the ghost blood curse was engraved. Within each symbol, there were billions of wailing faces of remnant souls. Suddenly, the swastikas rearranged themselves on the ghost blood curse, revealing the face of a woman. Do you really think you can control me? A cold, demonic woman's voice rang in Long Chen's ears. I want to control you. At this moment, Long Chen's eyes exploded with a cold, intense light. Almost without hesitation, he put away the longevity grass. Before the ghost blood curse could escape, he reached out with one hand and grabbed the slender hilt of the ghost blood curse. At this moment, Long Chen's palm seemed to reach into a bottomless abyss. At this moment, billions of souls were crying and wailing in Long Chen's ears. There was also a cold, demonic woman's voice that kept laughing and kept ringing in Long Chen's ears. It was as if countless ants were crawling into his ears and heart, making his scalp go numb and his back light up. Suddenly, like worms, they crawled from his fingers into his divine body, up his arms, and tore through his flesh, spreading towards Long Chen's entire body. It was a burning pain. Long Chen looked down. Indeed, the symbol of the ghost blood curse had already spread towards his arms and started to crawl to his shoulders and his entire body. You overestimate yourself. When the ghost blood curse crawls all over your body, it will be the moment of your death. Taoist Duobao and True God Tai could not help but laugh out loud. They had never seen Long Chen's strength. They heard that he had defeated the 8 trigrams heavenly lord, but in their eyes, he was at most similar to Yuehua. At such a level, he actually dared to forcefully suppress the ghost blood curse when surrounded by the 3 of them. That was a joke. They could not be bothered to make a move. When the ghost blood curse killed Long Chen, they could start fighting. However, only the 9-sword divine emperor frowned. She had fought with Long Chen before and knew that Long Chen had many strange abilities. It might not be a good thing to let him control her. Therefore, she controlled the 9 swords and prepared to attack. Not only did the ghost blood curse attack his divine body, but it also seriously affected Long Chen's mind. He was originally filled with anger and murderous intent because of the injury of Divine Emperor Yuehua. At this moment, the ghost blood curse was magnifying this infinitely. The weak are only worthy of being killed by me. The more people I kill, the stronger I will be. The woman's voice was like a kind of poison. Chapter 2962. The swastika, ghostly blood curse slithered like a worm. It reached his arm, the tree of world, and even Long Chen's head. It was extremely fast. Soon, the swastika symbol flashed on his right eye. Ferocious and bloodthirsty. Holding the ghost blood curse, the baleful aura on Long Chen's body also rose. The blood sea around him simply didn't dare to approach him, as if it was being squeezed out. In the eyes of others, Long Chen's murderous aura was soaring to the sky and his temperament was strange. But in Long Chen's own world, in fact, the infection of the ghost blood curse had caused a very chaotic situation for him, causing the anger in his heart to surge. At this time, he finally understood what it was like for Mo Xiaolang to be demonized. Chaos, agitation, and difficulty to control one's rationality. His mind was filled with the image of Yuehua Divine Emperor being pierced by the heavens will horsetail whisk. Every time it appeared, he lost control of his emotions and became even more ferocious. But even so, the 9-sword Divine Emperor did not want Long Chen to continue controlling it. But before she attacked, Long Chen managed to force the flame of life out of him while resisting the ghostly blood curse. Whoosh! Emerald flame spread. Only the areas affected by the ghostly blood curse could not be burned by the flame of life. But the other areas were filled with the flame of life. The vigorous flame of life actually stopped the ghostly blood curse from advancing, defying the heavens and changing fate. At the same time, the rules of fate also suppressed the ghostly blood curse. Under the dual resistance, not only did the ghostly blood curse not advance, it was forced back by Long Chen. You! The indignant shriek of the good fortune spirit rang out in his ears. She was still unconvinced. But at this moment, Long Chen was indeed able to contend against her. This was why Long Chen dared to control the ghostly blood curse in front of everyone. After the ghostly blood curse partially retreated, Long Chen finally regained his rationality. But the anger in his heart did not disappear, especially towards Tai True God. What happened? The scene that happened to Long Chen shocked everyone, especially the 3 people around him. The 9-sword Divine Emperor was about to make a move, and the other 2 couldn't stay still at this time. Originally, they wanted to see Long Chen make a fool of himself, but according to this, maybe Long Chen really has the possibility of controlling the ghost blood curse. Once controlled, it would be completely open. You are courting death. Didn't you see old Monster Rockwell's lesson? Both Taoist Duobao and True God Tai were infuriated. However, it was 9-sword Godly Emperor who made the first move. She was quite decisive. Whoosh! Whoosh! Surrounded by the 9 divine swords, the 9-sword Celestial Emperor looked very otherworldly. Under his control, the 9 divine swords spun rapidly. The sword chi produced by the 9 divine weapons of creation was quite terrifying. Eternal Immortal Sword Formation. This move was even more terrifying than her previous 9 deaths, 1 life sword. She showed no mercy to Long Chen. Under her control, the rules appeared, controlling the 9 divine swords to gather together to form a formation diagram. The sword shadows in the formation diagram disappeared, revealing a world full of immortal chi. That world suppressed Long Chen. This was a world completely formed by sword chi. The mountains, the trees, the sun, the moon, and the stars were all sword chi, killing moves. Daoist Duobao and True God Tai stopped attacking when they saw that 9-sword godly emperor had summoned the eternal immortal sword formation. They were waiting for Long Chen to be severely injured or even killed. They just needed to snatch the ghostly blood curse. Eternal Immortal Sword Formation. Long Chen raised his head. In one of his eyes, there was still the swastika symbol. But it was only one eye. The ghostly blood curse was completely intercepted by the fire of life, and could not reach the other half. In the face of the eternal immortal sword formation, Long Chen's actions were unexpected but decisive. At this moment, he completely treated the curse of the ghost of blood as his own destinable artifact. He defied the heavens and changed his fate to form a counterattack. Chaos Origin Divine Force rushed out from the curse of the ghost of blood, carrying with it the power of the curse of the ghost of blood. Sword of Time. Pop. He thrusted out a beam of sword chi. But it was not just illusory sword chi of time. It carried the color of blood, and even the swastika symbol. A beam of sword chi, with shocking speed, directly hit the eternal immortal sword formation in a very short time. It was a sword attack with the ghostly blood curse. Even the ghostly blood curse was helpless, because Long Chen was now suppressing it, and its counterattack was not successful. Crack. A shocking scene appeared. Under Long Chen's Sword of Time, the eternal immortal sword formation collapsed into countless sword chi, causing the 9 divine swords of the 9-sword celestial emperor to be sent flying. The ghostly blood curse and the Sword of Time were terrifying. But this was not the end. After the eternal immortal sword formation collapsed, the Sword of Time was even faster than the divine swords returning to the 9-sword celestial emperor. In an instant it was in front of the 9-sword celestial emperor. How is this possible? The 9-sword celestial emperor's sword formation was broken, and her blood was roiling. Before she could say anything, she was even more shocked by the Sword of Time. Heavenly Sword Wheel. At the last moment, she called back the 2 swords as quickly as possible, but still allowed the Sword of Time to cut off one of her arms. Of course, this was only cut off by sword chi, and not by the ghostly blood curse, so the 9-sword celestial emperor was not dead. But even so, the ghostly blood curse attached to the sword chi quickly spread to her body. Heavily injured, the 9-sword celestial emperor retreated. She needed time to suppress the power of the ghostly blood curse, or she would undoubtedly die. The 9-sword celestial emperor retreated tens of thousands of meters away. This scene was simply shocking. She was not exaggerating, but she knew her situation best. Even if she did not believe it, she knew that she had been defeated. If she stayed there, she would only be in danger of being directly eliminated. If she chose to withdraw now, she might have the strength to fight again. Long Chen can release the power of the ghostly blood curse. Daoist Duobao and the Tai True God will not have it easy. Thinking of this, the 9-sword celestial emperor was not very anxious. She had accepted this reversal. Now she knew very well that Long Chen was definitely the biggest dark horse in this battle for the death. No wonder Emperor Jun wants to kill him. This young man is really special. Just as the 9-sword celestial emperor was thinking, and the others had not recovered from the battle between Long Chen and the 9-sword celestial emperor. Daoist Duobao saw that Long Chen could even use the power of the ghostly blood curse and really could not hold back. However, he did not act rashly. He was extremely cautious. The birth of a treasure, river of many treasures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In front of the Daoist of many treasures, one after another, appeared in front of him. In a flash, all his divine weapons of creation appeared in front of him. There were more than 20 kinds of divine weapons of creation in total. Even the million treasure pillar was only one of them. The river of many treasures was a rule. The Daoist of many treasures' divine power condensed into a river, and all the divine weapons of creation were in the river. Under the Daoist of many treasures' control, the river was like a fierce whip. This was the Daoist of many treasures' fusion rule. In Shangqing Heavenly Palace, he was unique. He was good at fusing many kinds of divine weapons of creation together and activating all the divine power of creation at the same time to form the most powerful attack. Because of this, he had reached the 37th place on the Divine Emperor ranking list. Most of his opponents had been defeated by his many divine weapons. Now, more than 20 divine weapons of creation in his river of many treasures almost gave birth to destructive power. The entire river of many treasures turned golden. Under the Daoist of many treasures' control, it tore apart the blood sea and attacked Long Chen. Bastard, release the ghostly blood curse. Touching the treasures he wanted was tantamount to killing him. Tai True God was clever. He also attacked, but he chose to slow down a bit. That way, he could attack Long Chen twice. He believed that Long Chen would not be able to withstand it. Heavens will die. As you wish. The two semi-eternal divine weapons of creation were used at the same time. Their power was only slightly weaker than the river of many treasures. In terms of the power of laws, Tai True God, who was ranked 42nd on the Divine Emperor ranking list, was still stronger than the Daoist of many treasures. The monstrous power was aimed at Long Chen. Although Long Chen temporarily controlled the ghost blood curse, the ghost blood curse's influence on him had never stopped. Blood qi surged in his eyes. Facing such a destructive attack, he could only smile coldly. Then, he exploded. Die. The ghostly blood curse had become his weapon. He wanted to force the power of the ghostly blood curse out. The Sword of Time. One sword, two swords, several swords in a row. It was crazy. This was an attack that could break 9-sword godly emperor's eternal immortal sword formation with one sword. The river of many treasures came like a golden whip. Long Chen rushed up and attacked 5 times. 5 sword chi with swastikas slashed the river of many treasures. 1 sword chi trembled, 2 sword chi collapsed. By the 5th sword, the river of many treasures was instantly shattered, and several divine weapons of creation were directly annihilated. Whoosh! The Daoist of many treasures retreated quickly. There were several bloody holes on his body. Those were the bloody holes made by the Sword of Time. The Sword of Time was too fast and too fierce. He could not block it. Ah! Daoist Duobao's treasure was damaged, and he was defeated on the spot. This made him let out a roar of unwillingness, and his face was almost distorted. In the end, like 9-sword divine emperor, he resisted the urge to fight Long Chen to the death and flew back helplessly. Because the ghostly blood curse had taken effect. If he did not suppress it, he would really die if he fought again. Ah! Along the way, the Daoist of many treasures was beating his chest and stamping his feet, as if his whole family had died. But he did not see anyone more miserable than him. The river of many treasures and True God Tai's attacks were similar. When Long Chen was facing the river of many treasures, True God Tai's heavens will Horsetail Whisk and the wishful Vajrachakram were attacking Long Chen from behind. Long Chen slashed the river of many treasures with a few slashes. He suddenly turned around and faced the Horsetail Whisk and the Vajrachakram. His eyes were scarlet. He rushed forward, and the sharp tip of the ghostly blood curse pierced towards true God Tai. The final attack was Long Chen's strongest attack. True God Tai's face reminded him of Yuhua Divine Emperor's serious injuries. Kill him. The ghostly woman kept talking, making it difficult for Long Chen to control his rationality. The ghostly blood curse was too cooperative this time. Whoosh. Chapter 2963. The sword could stab, chop, point, and sweep. The time sword could stab, chop, and sweep. And the karma thorn could stab. It was very compatible to use the sacrificial spear to execute the karma thorn's rules. But now, it was not impossible for Long Chen to stab with his long sword. The ghost blood curse whizzed forward. Previously, the ghost blood curse was still obstructing Long Chen, and the two powers had not completely merged, so the destructive power was limited. But this time, it was different. The ghost blood curse's good fortune heroic spirit was urging Long Chen to kill the Tai true god. Moreover, it was an attack with the karma thorn, so the power it used was naturally terrifying. The ghost blood curse's curse was entwined with the karma thorn's rules. Even if the primordial unity true god's heaven's will and the Rui scepter stubbornly resisted, the ghost blood curse's stab could not stop it. Long Chen's entire body turned into a streak of bloody light, piercing through the heaven's will and forcing the Rui scepter back. Then, he stabbed toward the primordial unity true god, who was very close. No! The Tai true god was defeated and let out a scream. He was naturally not willing to be defeated like this. He had completely lost the chance to fight for the ghost blood curse, and the ghost blood curse had fallen into the hands of an outsider. This was simply a merciless humiliation to him and the three heavenly palaces. But the more unwilling he was, the greater the danger of death. He could have crushed the dead world blood bead earlier, but he hesitated for a while, which allowed Long Chen's karma thorn to pierce through the layers of killing moves and stab his chest. The sharp blade pierced through his skin. Then, the Tai true god, in his jealousy and unwillingness, chose to crush the ghost blood curse. He turned into a bloody light and soared into the sky, disappearing in front of Long Chen, causing Long Chen's karma thorn to miss. Apart from the violent blood sea, everything seemed to be silent. He's dead. No. It was only after stabbing the Tai true god that Long Chen reacted. In fact, no matter how angry he was, it was wrong to directly kill a colossus like the three heavenly palaces. It was only because of the influence of the ghost blood curse that he was so heavy-handed. At that moment, the Nine Swords Divine Emperor and Taoist Duobao were defeated. They were fighting against the ghost blood curse and had lost their combat strength. They would need at least some time to recover. As for the Tai true god, he was forced out of the death rain. He couldn't even see what was going on and didn't know if he was dead or alive. They almost didn't see clearly whether Long Chen's ghost blood curse had really pierced the Tai true god. Although the other god emperors were also ranked on the god emperor ranking, they did not have the guts to step forward after seeing the representatives of the three heavenly palaces forcing Long Chen to retreat. They could only look at Long Chen in shock and reluctance as he began to truly subdue the ghost blood curse. He will definitely fail. The people of the three heavenly palaces were all waiting for this moment. Previously, people had been eliminated consecutively. After a long period of silence, the people who came out said that the ghost blood curse had appeared. Swoosh. Stone Fairy's face was pale as she was sent out. The people outside were all from the three heavenly palaces. No one felt sorry for her. Seeing her eliminated, the people from the three heavenly palaces were very happy. I just don't know who will get the ghost blood curse in the end. Among Taoist Duobao, Yuqing, or Tai. This was in line with their initial expectations. Everyone waited nervously. Every moment in the fight for the treasure was a matter of life and death. Now that the ghost blood curse had appeared, the battle of the death rain would soon end. The outcome would also be revealed soon. Therefore, even if they were eliminated, many god emperors were still waiting. Everyone was guessing which heavenly palace would get the ghost blood curse in the end. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of blood-red light shot out from the vortex below. Suddenly, in front of everyone's eyes, a person that everyone was very familiar with appeared. Tai, true god. He was actually eliminated. Heavens, could it be that Taoist Duobao and the Nine Swords Divine Emperor teamed up? To them, this seemed to be the only possibility. Everyone hurriedly surrounded him. When they took a closer look, they were instantly stunned. Tai, true god's face was pale and his body was trembling. He covered his chest with both hands and his eyeballs were about to fall out. His horsetail whisk and wishful Vajra ring were dispersed powerlessly. His hair was disheveled and when they took a closer look, they could see that his body was covered with densely packed black swastikas. Even his eyes were occupied by the ghost blood curse. Once the ghost blood curse was really injured, the speed at which the swastikas spread was simply terrifying. The Nine Swords Divine Emperor and the others could suppress the injuries caused by the sword chi, but Tai, true god could not stop the speed at which the ghost blood curse spread. If not for his unwillingness at the end and not being eliminated in time, he would not have been stabbed by Long Chen with the ghost blood curse. But it was too late to say anything now. Everyone surrounded him and looked at Tai, true god's current appearance in shock. This was the person they once revered. Even so, it was extremely painful. Ghost blood curse. He was hit by the ghost blood curse. Everyone shouted in shock. Even Di Jun, who was far away, was attracted. He also realized that the sword seemed to be very terrifying. Yes. All of a sudden, Dao Ancestor Shangqing, who had not shown himself in front of the crowd, suddenly appeared in front of Tai, true god. He stretched out his hands and pressed on Tai, true god's eyes. He used his hierarch level power and rushed into his eyes, but he still could not force the ghost blood curse out. Dao Ancestor Shangqing shook his head and said, "It's too late, Tai. We can't save you either." Dao Ancestor, Tai, true god's face was pale. He struggled to stretch out his arm that was covered with the ghost blood curse. His eyes were bloodshot as he held on to Dao Ancestor Shangqing's hands and spoke with difficulty. "Tell me what you want to say in the end." Dao Ancestor Shangqing's eyes were deep. He still did not know what was going on inside, but he was a little worried that Taoist of many treasures had gone crazy to fight for the magic treasure, which caused Tai, true god to be hit by the ghost blood curse. Taoist of many treasures was Dao Ancestor Shangqing's disciple. "Avenge, for me," after saying the last 4 words, the ghost blood curse on Tai, true god's body flickered. In an instant, the ultimate deity emperor was crushed into pieces. Tai, true god turned into ashes in front of Dao Ancestor Shangqing. Not even his remnant soul was left behind. In other words, his remnant soul had become a part of the ghost blood curse. It disappeared. Can anyone help me ask about the current situation of the death world? Dao Ancestor Shangqing closed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Seeing that Dao Ancestor Shangqing was angry, everyone was even more shocked. At this moment, Daoist Xianqing had already asked about the situation, causing his body to tremble. Dao Ancestor. Just say it. Until now, Dao Ancestor Shangqing still thought that it was Taoist of many treasures who did it. That was his personal disciple. Tai, true god actually wanted him to avenge him. This naturally put him in a difficult position. It might even affect his relationship with Dao Ancestor Yuqing and Dao Ancestor Taiqing. Daoist Xianqing was extremely shocked. He faced the crowd and said, "The one holding the ghost blood curse now is not someone from the 3 heavenly palaces. he actually managed to temporarily suppress the ghost blood curse. With the power of the ghost blood curse, Yuqing and Daoist of many treasures were seriously injured. Even the deity emperors of the three heavenly palaces did not dare to make a move. Now, they are watching him subdue the ghost blood curse. Tai Yi crushed the ghost blood curse one step too late during the fight with him. That's why he was stabbed by the ghost blood curse. This news was undoubtedly a heavy bomb. What? The hundreds of deity emperors present were stunned. Especially the people from the three heavenly palaces. This was originally their training ground. This time, the most important ghost blood curse was actually given to an outsider. Who is it? Who has the ability to do so? For a moment, everyone was waiting for Daoist Xianqing. Daoist Xianqing took a deep breath and said, I didn't expect him to be the Long Chen who defeated the 8 trigrams. He entered the death rain from the sky of Grand Pure. Long Chen. Everyone knew of him. The number 1 on the Godly King ranking, chased by Di Jun. In the end, he escaped to the death rain. He once defeated the Fire Cloud Heretic God and defeated Daoist Fengqing alone. Later, he defeated the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch. In the end, he actually managed to achieve this. Moreover, the 13 blood crystals that appeared in the death rain have all fallen into his hands. It is said that he can open a divine kingdom in the death rain. Daoist Xianqing paused with every word, pushing the storm to the highest point. How is this possible? Who is this person? How does he have such ability? Daoist ancestor, you must avenge my senior brother. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch led the disciples of the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace and knelt before Daoist ancestor Shangqing. At the same time, their news had clearly reached the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace. All the disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces were filled with righteous indignation as they waited for Daoist ancestor Shangqing's words. Daoist ancestor Shangqing was expressionless. At this moment, he waved his hand and said, since the death rain allows all the experts of the 3rd heaven to participate, they are qualified to fight for the death rain blood beads. It is normal for them to kill people by mistake during the battle. Long Chen did not go overboard. We, the 3 heavenly palaces, should dare to challenge him directly. If we are defeated and have to stand up for our seniors, what pride do we have? There were quite a number of people here who were not from the 3 heavenly palaces. They were naturally on Long Chen's side at this moment. For example, the stone goddess. If Daoist Shangqing decided to kill Long Chen, she would definitely mock him. Of course, if that happened, the people of the 3 heavenly palaces would be extremely dissatisfied. Although that was the rule, the treasures of the 3 heavenly palaces could really be snatched away by an outsider. How could they put their faces? They would be bullied and humiliated just like that. The cycle of karma will naturally be cleaned up. Just as everyone was feeling dissatisfied, Daoist Shangqing said one last sentence and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Naturally, someone would clean up. Everyone was shocked. They lifted their heads and saw Di Jun, who was staring at them with a burning gaze. He was the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list. Even the Domain Lord of Shady Sky could do nothing to him and could only leave. Yes, with him here, there was nothing to worry about. As long as Long Chen came out, he would definitely be the first to attack. There was no need for Daoist Shangqing to avenge true God Tai. Thinking of this, everyone felt much calmer. They were waiting for the final show to begin. Long Chen temporarily suppressed the ghost blood curse. After dealing with true God Tai, the first thing he did was to find Emperor Yuehua and Divine Emperor Yuhua. However, he still held the ghost blood curse in his hand, so he could not get too close to them. Now, even Emperor Yuehua admired Long Chen very much. She had touched the ghost blood curse before, so she knew how terrifying it was. Now, Divine Emperor Yuhua seemed to be better. You are amazing. Even though she was weak, she still smiled. "Thank you. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have gotten the ghost blood curse so easily." Seeing that she had yet to recover, Long Chen's flame of life burned on her body. Under the influence of the flame of life, she gradually recovered. However, without a part of the flame of life, the ghost blood curse began to counterattack. The area of the ghost blood curse on Long Chen's body began to increase, and it even spread to his other eye. "You." Divine Emperor Yu Hua shook his head. "It's fine. I will deal with it in a while." Long Chen had a sense of propriety. The ghost blood curse wouldn't be able to do anything to him with just a little bit of his flame of life. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was injured because of him. No matter what, he had to repay him. Now, he was the one holding the ghost blood curse. This was his world. None of the divine emperors dared to come close. Only when Divine Emperor Yu Hua's injuries were completely healed, and the power of heaven's will in his divine body was eradicated, did Long Chen let the flame of life return to his body. This time, he wanted to completely subdue this eternal great fortune divine weapon. Chapter 2964. The lethality of the ghost blood curse was far greater than the god-slaying sword. Long Chen had a hunch that Tai True God was already dead. When the news reached them, the way the disciples of the three great sky palaces looked at Luo Yunyang had already changed from shock to hatred. However, he could not do anything about it as it was forced by the ghost blood curse. If it was not for the murderous weapon that affected his mind, he would not have needed to kill Tai True God. You're doomed. Even if you can subdue me, what can you do? You won't live for long." The voice of the creation heroic spirit was cold and evil. At that moment, it was attacking Long Chen fiercely. A large number of swastika symbols swarmed towards Long Chen. That was the real reason why the ghost blood curse forced him to kill Tai True God. The ghost blood curse was undoubtedly crazy. It was not willing to be controlled by a divine emperor below the ultimate god level. That was why it resisted. Of course, that was also how it sought a master. What it wanted was the strongest existence. Only then could it be worthy of the ghost blood curse. "No one can take my life. You, even more so." When everything quietened down, Long Chen focused all his attention on the ghost blood curse. His consciousness rushed into the world of the ghost blood curse. It was a blood-red world, very similar to the Blood Sea, but much more ferocious. In the Blood Sea of the ghost blood curse, there were countless mountains of corpses, demons, and giant beasts. In addition to the endless corpses, there were also endless remnant souls. There were trillions of them. When Long Chen came in, many dead souls cried and rushed towards him. The chaotic and miserable cries were like nightmares that affected one's mind. Such a disgusting scene could only be described as terrifying. Long Chen noticed that among the endless corpses, there were black swastikas flowing out and merging with the Blood Sea. The entire Blood Sea was filled with the swastikas as if they were alive, crawling in the Blood Sea. "Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then get lost." The woman's voice continued to ring in Long Chen's ears. She was about to appear. The Blood Sea and the mountains of corpses were tumbling. In the Blood Sea, countless skeletons were floating and the dead souls were screaming and escaping. Kacha! A huge skull floated up. Then, the pure white skull split into two, and a woman appeared in Long Chen's eyes. She stood up from within the skull, and it was hard to imagine that this was actually an incomparably beautiful young lady. She was definitely a peerless beauty in the myriad of worlds, and her beauty was impeccable. However, her temperament was completely different from Lingxi and Li Xuanji. She didn't have the ethereal immortal qi of Lingxi, nor did she have the cold charm of Li Xuanji. From head to toe, her entire body was filled with coldness, bloodthirstiness, and seductiveness, but even so, it was still a kind of breathtaking beauty. When Xiao Qin appeared from the Scarlet Sea, he only had 2 scarlet scarves wrapped around his chest and waist, making one's imagination run wild. Her long hair hung down to her waist, and it was actually the color of blood. It was like a blood-colored waterfall, cold and shocking. Her eyes were also the color of blood as she looked at Long Chen. From her eyes, it was possible to see the vicious world of blood. There was a strange smile on her scarlet lips. Although she was beautiful, it was also frightening. Her figure was also outstanding and extremely seductive. Now, she even twisted her body, showing off her curves. Like a lover rubbing against each other's ears, she asked Long Chen, "Tell me, am I beautiful?" Long Chen had seen many women, and he didn't lack beauty. At this time, he sized her up and said, "Don't waste your effort. You're just a fate heroic spirit. What can you do no matter how beautiful you are? Don't think that you can affect me with such little tricks." In the world of the ghost blood curse, Long Chen was fighting against her with his will. The real fight was between his strength and the ghost blood curse. "My name is Ghost 7. Such a beautiful name, such a beautiful person." At this point, the girl's expression instantly turned cold and arrogant. She said in a cold and arrogant tone, "You think you can have me? If you're not a supreme deity, you're blaspheming me." Long Chen found her much more pleasing to the eye when she was so fierce. Now, under her control, the entire sea of blood and mountains of corpses were trembling. Countless dead souls surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen was fighting against her entire world. "Get out of here." Although Ghost 7 was furious, her voice was quite pleasant. Although she was a fate heroic spirit, it was indeed the best choice. However, Long Chen wanted to subdue her. There was only one thing he needed to do to a fate heroic spirit, and that was to crush her. From the moment he had held her until now, Long Chen had had enough of her. "The ghost blood curse is my body. How dare you desecrate my body with your filthy hands?" Ghost 7 was extremely arrogant. She had led the billions of remnant souls and used the sea of blood and corpse, as well as the countless swastikas, just to drive Long Chen out. On the surface, she was attacking Long Chen's flame of life in front of the ghost blood curse. Long Chen harumphed coldly and said no more. The ghost blood curse was arrogant, but since he had gone this far, he naturally had to do his best to make her speechless. Therefore, at this moment, he directly transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon in the world of the ghost blood curse. Rumble. The giant beast appeared and revealed its bloodline. As the true ancestor of the blood tribe, although it was young and did not have an origin dragon soul, its aura was enough to crush the ghost blood curse. "What is this?" Ghost 7's blood-red eyes widened. Rumble. The ancient blood spiritual dragon rushed into the sea of blood. Outside, the flame of life fused with a trace of blood, and it pounced on the ghost blood curse. Annihilation Dragon Seal. The ghost blood curse was suppressed by Long Chen's Annihilation Dragon Seal, and all the souls retreated. As soon as they came into contact with the Annihilation Dragon Seal, they would be destroyed by Long Chen. Damn it! Bloodlust Curse. Ghost 7 was the master of this place, so it was not easy for Long Chen to catch her. She kept changing forms and chanting a curse. The curse invisibly approached Long Chen, and there was no way he could resist it. Ugh! Under the influence of the bloodlust curse, the hatred in Long Chen's heart surged. His hatred grew, and his killing intent grew stronger. However, the more he lost his mind, the more he fell under Ghost 7's control. Idiot! Ghost 7's blood-red hair danced in the wind as she sneered. She continued to strengthen the bloodlust curse, imbuing it all into Long Chen's body. Outside, the bloodlust curse affected Long Chen as well, reducing his flame of life and allowing the ghost blood curse to suppress it. He seems to be dying. At this rate, it won't be long before he fails. As expected, he doesn't have the right to control the ghost blood curse. The people of the 3 heavenly palaces were overjoyed. Let's kill these 2 women. Ghost 7 laughed sinisterly. She circled around Long Chen, her long hair and the blood-red scarf fluttering in the wind. Kill. The 2 women were Yu Hua and Yu Hua. Long Chen raised his head. One of his eyes was filled with the ghost blood curse, while the other half was. He held the ghost blood curse in his hand as he approached Divine Emperor Yu Hua. Suddenly, he saw Divine Emperor Yu Hua's smile. What am I doing? Long Chen suddenly realized that Ghost 7 had used the curse to control him, and that he had almost fallen for it. It seems that the power of slaughter comes from the same source as hers, which makes it easier for her to influence me. That should be the case. Just as Ghost 7 was feeling smug, Long Chen suddenly transformed from a primordial blood spiritual dragon to a chaotic heavenly fate dragon. He had changed his fate. The bloodlust curse completely disappeared. The dragon of destiny seemed to be unaffected by the bloodlust curse. Then, Long Chen turned into a Taiji spiritual dragon. Flame of life. The boundless flame of life spread through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When Ghost 7 came into contact with the flame of life, her body began to emit smoke and burn marks appeared on her skin. Her face was almost ruined. Outside, the flame of life was winning. The ghost blood curse was forced to retreat. You. Ghost 7 had been smiling proudly before, but now her entire sea of blood was surrounded by the flame of life. This was the flame she was most afraid of. She had lost most of her abilities under the influence of the flame. Stop. Stop. The entire sanguinary world was filled with Ghost 7's screams. The entire sanguinary world was tumbling under the flame of life. Outside, the godly flames could see that the swastika symbol in Long Chen's right eye had disappeared. The ghost blood curse that had occupied half of his body was rapidly retreating. From half of his body to only his arm, it was shrinking as well. The flame of life was burning rapidly, forcing the ghost blood curse to retreat. The ghost blood curse trembled in the flame of life. Do you submit? Long Chen's 15 dragon heads spoke at the same time. The law of life was indeed the ghost blood curse's nemesis. If not for that, it would not have been easy for Long Chen to deal with Ghost 7. The crimson-haired girl screamed angrily. She was still holding on, but soon, she couldn't hold on any longer. Although she didn't acknowledge Long Chen's strength, Long Chen could control her, suppress her, and restrain her. She had no choice but to submit to him, but this didn't mean that she was already convinced. Only then did Long Chen retract his flame of life. Outside, the ghost blood curse had been forced back into the blood sword by Long Chen. It no longer dared to invade Long Chen's body. Even if you become my master, I won't recognize you unless you become an ultimate god. Before that, don't expect me to treat you nicely. She wanted Long Chen to suppress her with his real ability, not this kind of restraint. Up to you. As long as Long Chen could control it, he could not be bothered with her expression. Now that he had succeeded, he had gained control of Ghost 7 and made the Fortune heroic spirit recognize him as its master. This was equivalent to obtaining the power of the Eternal Fortune Divine artifact. Not only did it contain the terrifying Fortune Divine force, but it also contained the terrifying ghost blood curse. You'd better not touch me with your filthy hands. After being controlled, Ghost 7 was so anxious that she vomited blood. The ghost blood curse in Long Chen's hand made her feel uncomfortable. However, no matter what, it was finally settled. I can ask her about the ancestral star later. He was not in a hurry. What's your name, you nameless nobody? Ghost 7 glared at him coldly with her blood-red eyes. My name is... Father. Do you want to shout? Fall? What kind of strange name is that? Are you playing with me? After gaining control of her, Long Chen had a better understanding of the ghost blood curse's power. When he put away the ghost blood curse, it turned into a black swastika symbol and condensed on his palm. When he looked up, everyone was staring at him with wide eyes. Chapter 2965. The ghost blood curse has really become his. It has recognized him as its master. Most of those who remained here were divine emperors from the 3 heavenly palaces. Ever since the Death Rain battle, this was the first time an eternal-level treasure had fallen into the hands of an outsider. Furthermore, this was the most precious treasure they had seen so far. Moreover, it was not the stone fairy, but the unknown Long Chen. He had become the biggest dark horse in this battle, obtaining everything that everyone wanted. The moment the ghost blood curse disappeared from his hand, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. From the looks of it, the outcome was more or less set. However, at this time, the 9-sword Shen Huang and the Taoist of many treasures had already expelled the ghost blood curse from their bodies. They stood up, and their eyes were naturally filled with hatred and unwillingness, especially the Taoist of many treasures. That was the ghost blood curse that he had longed for day and night for a long time. I remember that Di Jun, who ranks first on the Divine Emperor list, is waiting for you outside the Death Rain. Therefore, even if you obtain the ghost blood curse, you won't dare to leave the Death Rain, right? The 9-sword Shen Huang said, enunciating each word. That's right. Long Chen had not been able to seriously injure them, so they still had to be careful of these 2 opponents. The Taoist of many treasures and the 9-sword Shen Huang looked at each other. Their eyes were still red and burning. The 9-sword Shen Huang said, "Do you know that according to the rules of the Death Rain battle, the battle will only end when you control the treasure and leave the Death Rain? Only then will you be the true owner of the ghost blood curse. Since you don't dare to leave the Death Rain, that means that we still have a chance, as long as we kill you." At this point, the Taoist of many treasures had already moved his fat feet towards Long Chen. He had already taken out a large number of destinable artifacts, and his aura surged once again. Beside him, the 9-sword Shen Huang obviously had the same idea, so she had already controlled the 9 swords. This time, they naturally had to join forces to deal with Long Chen. It was not only for themselves, but also for the dignity of the 3 heavenly palaces. It was not just them. The other divine emperors were all eager to make a move. It seems that if I don't let you out, I won't be able to have any peace. Long Chen smiled coldly. He might not have had the right to speak like this when he first entered the Death Rain, but things were different now. No matter how unwilling and how much Ghost 7 cursed at him, the ghost blood curse was still in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen's power merged with the ghost blood curse's divine power of creation and continued to rise. To the Taoist of many treasures and the 9-sword celestial emperor, Long Chen was a terrifying enemy. Attack! For a moment, it was not just the 2 of them. All the deity emperors of the 3 great heavenly palaces held their death world blood pearls in their hands and charged at Long Chen. They knew how terrifying the ghost blood curse was. They absolutely could not be injured. Otherwise, even if their skin was grazed, they would die. Rumble. The battle began. Of course, the 2 people who brought the greatest danger to Long Chen were the 9 swords divine emperors. At that moment, Taoist Duobao's Duobao River condensed again and lashed over like a long whip. The 9 swords divine emperors' 9 swords merged into one. 9 deaths, 1 life sword. This sword had a slim chance of survival. 9 killing moves. Long Chen almost closed his eyes. He turned into a bloody shadow and charged forward. He only used one rule, and that was the Sword of Time. It was the fastest and most accurate. It had the power to travel through time and change time and speed. Before the Duobao River was completely formed and the 9 swords had not merged into one, the Sword of Time with the Ghost Blood Curse had already arrived. Sizzle. This time, Long Chen was even more ruthless than the last time. Under the Sword of Time, Daoist Duobao's rule collapsed directly. What made him extremely distressed was that several creation divine weapons were directly torn apart by the Sword of Time. Of course, 2 of the 9 swords Divine Emperor's divine swords were also broken. The Ghost Blood Curse was simply the killer of creation divine weapons. Without an eternal level creation divine weapon, it would be a joke to fight with Long Chen. Scram if you don't want to die. With a whoosh, Long Chen tore apart the Duobao River and stabbed at Daoist Duobao. No! Daoist Duobao roared. However, before the Ghost Blood Curse arrived, he crushed the Death World Blood Pearl and left dejectedly. Daoist Duobao was eliminated. And you? Long Chen turned around and attacked the 9 swords Divine Emperor. She felt distressed about the 2 divine swords. Now that the situation was over, Long Chen, who had obtained the Ghost Blood Curse, was enough to crush her. She knew in her heart that she also crushed the Death World Blood Pearl. Disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces, follow me out. As the 9 swords Divine Emperor left, the Divine Emperors of the 3 heavenly palaces also scrambled to leave. Because Long Chen said something. I seem to be missing a Death World Blood Pearl. Who will give it to me? As soon as he said that, everyone realized that Divine Emperor Yu Hua no longer had the Death World Blood Pearl. For a moment, almost everyone quickly fled. From Long Chen's performance this time, they knew that the Ghost Blood Curse was his. Unless it was above the level of Daoist Xianqing or even a godly venerable, they would not be able to take the Ghost Blood Curse from Long Chen. In the end, only Divine Emperor Yu Hua and Great Emperor Yue Hua were behind Long Chen. All the Divine Emperors of the Death World had probably left. How can you do this? My sister doesn't have the Death World Blood Pearl. Great Emperor Yue Hua thought that he would take one, but he did not expect that he would let everyone run away. Don't worry, I have a way to take her away. Long Chen put away the Ghost Blood Curse. After listening to Gue Qi's complaints, he went to Divine Emperor Yu Hua. Divine Emperor Yu Hua looked much better now. Sister, you go first. I'll follow him, Divine Emperor Yu Hua said with a smile. Long Chen said cautiously, it's not that I don't want to snatch the Death Realm Blood Pearl, but everyone here knows that you have a close relationship with me. I'm worried that Di Jun will threaten you after you leave. Isn't he waiting outside? Therefore, I might have to trouble you to stay with me in the Death Realm for a while longer. Of course I'm not afraid with you around. Divine Emperor Yu Hua said with a smile. In fact, even if he stayed in the Death World, there was still the Era Sky Fiend, a great enemy. But Long Chen still felt that the Era Sky Fiend was easier to deal with than Di Jun. He still did not understand the mysteries of the Death World and did not want to find the so-called core of the Death World. He did not want to leave for the time being. As for Divine Emperor Yu Hua, she had helped him many times, but because of their close relationship, whether she went out or stayed here, she would be in danger. But Long Chen had no choice but to apologize. Great Emperor Yue Hua did not know about the Era Sky Fiend. She thought about it and said, all right, you stay in the Death World for a while. I told you long ago not to go near him. Now that something has happened, you have to bear the consequences. All right, stop nagging. Divine Emperor Yu Hua looked indifferent and said with a smile, which made Great Emperor Yue Hua speechless. Of course, Great Emperor Yue Hua and Long Chen went a little too far. Presumably, Di Jun would not be so bored. Then, Great Emperor Yue Hua left the Death World. Only Long Chen and Divine Emperor Yu Hua were left in the vast Death World. I'm sorry to have dragged you into such a dangerous situation. Now that I'm in danger on both sides, I can only keep you by my side. I already said, it's okay. Divine Emperor Yu Hua did not mind at all. Next, I'll probably deal with the Era Sky Fiend, so I'll let you into my God Kingdom. If I lose, you'll be in trouble too. Of course, it was not just Yu Hua. He was involved in the fate of countless others. If he lost, it would be a kind of death. The end of hope. To Long Chen, the Era Sky Fiend was the greatest enemy in the death world. Now that he had the ghost blood curse, he had to think of a way to fight back. After Great Emperor Yuehua came out, most of the divine emperors who had entered the blood spirit abyss came out. Some of them were killed, but not many. Only Long Chen and divine emperor Yuehua without the death world's blood bead are left. It's said that Long Chen can temporarily open the God Kingdom. He should be able to bring divine emperor Yuehua out. No, Di Jun is waiting here. According to his original plan, he might stay in the God Kingdom until he can deal with Di Jun, or until the next death world opens. That's tens of thousands of years away. This Long Chen is a terrifying existence. Maybe he can really deal with the number one on the Divine Emperor list during this time. While they were talking, they couldn't help but look at Di Jun in awe. He thought we could force Long Chen out, but he didn't expect Long Chen to be the biggest winner. Now that we've lost face, he's probably depressed and impatient. I'm curious, will he wait here forever? Or maybe he'll find a way to enter the death world. No matter how helpless the three heavenly palaces were, they couldn't do anything if Long Chen didn't come out of the death world. In fact, Dao ancestor Shangqing had already discussed it with Di Jun. They allowed Di Jun to wait here, and could even discuss letting Di Jun enter the next time the death world opened. However, they had a condition that Di Jun could only deal with Long Chen, and nothing else. Then, after killing Long Chen, the ghost blood curse would be returned to the three Dao ancestors. Di Jun's original goal was the Origin Dragon Palace, so he naturally agreed. Therefore, the three heavenly palaces had nothing else to do here. They began to return. The death world struggle was over for now. Daoist Duobao returned to the Prime Pure Heavenly Palace, and Nine-Sword Shenhuang returned to the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. Of course, the three great heavenly palaces had left some spies here. Once Long Chen came out and fought with Di Jun, they would rush back quickly and take away the ghost blood curse. As for the death of the Tai True God, Di Jun being able to kill Long Chen could be considered as revenge for him. Otherwise, they couldn't do anything about it. If the death world didn't open, they couldn't enter. The people of the third heaven gradually dispersed. Above the vast blood spirit abyss, only Di Jun stood at a high place, motionless. In the death world, Long Chen could roughly guess the situation outside. Then I'll let you enter my god nation first. Move quickly, I can't hold on for too long, said Long Chen to Divine Emperor Yuehua. It seemed that after obtaining the ghost blood curse, Divine Emperor Yuehua seemed to have fulfilled a wish. Long Chen knew that the person she truly liked wasn't him, so he only treated her as an elder sister. All right. Yuehua knew that he was in danger. Long Chen opened up his god nation and controlled it. At this instant, the sea of knowledge behind Divine Emperor Yuehua swirled, and the appearance of Era Heavenly Devil suddenly condensed. Chapter 2966. Or rather, the Era Heavenly Devil had been lying in ambush. After coming to the death reign, he had undergone a miraculous change. He seemed to be able to do things that many people couldn't. It was a miracle. In a split second, Long Chen grabbed the ghost blood curse, and the sword of time stabbed towards Divine Emperor Yuehua's back. Divine Emperor Yuehua still didn't understand why Long Chen wanted him to enter the Divine Kingdom. Why did he seem to want to kill him? He won't kill me. It must be that Era Heavenly Devil. By the time Divine Emperor Yuehua reacted, his expression had changed. Have you forgotten about me? The Era Heavenly Devil's face was as calm as still water. He looked at Long Chen like an old friend. In the next instant, Long Chen's sword of time shattered the Era Heavenly Devil. The power of the eternal grade fortune divine artifact annihilated the sea behind divine Emperor Yu Hua. The era heavenly devil vanished as soon as he appeared. However, the changes in this instant were too great. Long Chen could be said to have underestimated him. In order to prevent any accidents, he had already sent Divine Emperor Yu Hua into the Divine Kingdom as fast as possible to protect her from the era heavenly devil's threats. He didn't expect to be one step too late. In the past, you sent a large number of my brothers here, and some of them were sent to hell. My heart isn't without pain. It's a cycle of misfortune, and now it's your turn. It's a pity that Mo Xiaolang didn't appear by your side. Otherwise, it wouldn't be her. Although the era heavenly devil had vanished, his voice reverberated throughout the world. Come. If you want to avenge her, come in this direction. Of course, if you decide to submit to me, come in this direction too. I'm approaching you. I can't wait to meet you, Long Chen. As the era heavenly devil spoke, the blood sea changed. All of the seawater surged up into the sky. The death rain was not composed of the sky and the sea of blood. The sky had disappeared, and had been completely submerged by the sea of blood. At the same time, the area around Long Chen had changed dramatically. He was surrounded by the endless sea of blood, and yet, in front of him was an empty passageway. Clearly, the true body of the epic heavenly devil was at the end of the passageway, and was hurrying toward him. I hope that your final decision will be to submit to me. I have already prepared the troll contract for you. Become a member of my primeval troll clan, and you will accomplish everything you wish to accomplish. These were the last words left behind by the era heavenly demon. His voice disappeared into the endless passageway of the blood sea. Revenge. This word gave Long Chen a very bad premonition. Revenge, could it be that, although he had forced Ji Yuan heavenly devil away, at this moment, Celestial Emperor Yu Hua still collapsed into his arms, his eyes blurred. Time acceleration. Ji Yuan heavenly devil imprinted a terrifying power of time on her back. It was an illusory and blood-red brand, which completely fused into Celestial Emperor Yu Hua's smooth back. There was no way to stop it. Once, Ji Yuan heavenly devil used this rule in front of Long Chen and Celestial Emperor Yu Hua, and killed Yu Chong instantly. That was the white bones of beauty. It was not just a kind of time acceleration. The rule of time, in the hands of Ji Yuan heavenly devil, underwent a magical change. It was also a kind of death. Am I going to die? Celestial Emperor Yu Hua's face turned pale. His hands grasped Long Chen feebly, and he became very weak. Obviously, although Long Chen had forced Ji Yuan heavenly devil to retreat, Ji Yuan heavenly devil still managed to force his white bones of beauty rule to hit Celestial Emperor Yu Hua. Because of Long Chen's obstruction, it was not as terrifying as Yu Chang's. However, Long Chen had already seen Yu Hua's aging. It was not just time, but also a kind of power of death. Yu Hua was hit by white bones of beauty. This reality caused Long Chen to lose all sense of propriety. He naturally understood that this interesting sister of his could very well disappear in his arms. In fact, it was not just a possibility, but a certainty. The only thing he could help was the flame of life, but it could not stop the passage of time. It could not stop Yu Hua's skin from losing its luster, nor could it stop her black hair from turning white. Ji Yuan heavenly devil. The hatred in Long Chen's heart was stimulated bit by bit. Soon, it reached a monstrous level. Although he had not known Celestial Emperor Yu Hua for long, this woman had helped him a lot, and she had been thinking of him wholeheartedly. Long Chen could not let her gradually die in his arms without being able to do anything about it. However, he had to admit that he already discovered that his attainments in time were inferior to the epic heavenly devils. That was why he couldn't stop this beauty's white bones. Even though Yu Hua's decline was much slower, there would still be a moment when she would become old and ugly, only leaving behind a set of white bones. This was Ji Yuan Heavenly Devil's goal. He wanted to make Long Chen feel pain, to make him experience the feeling of losing someone close to him, to make him feel fear and have no other choice. From then on, Long Chen would submit to him. He understood Long Chen, and if he didn't use ruthless methods and force him, he wouldn't submit. Don't die, don't die. No matter how Long Chen thought of a way to incite the flame of life, he could not save Yu Hua's life. In the end, his anger, hatred, unwillingness, and guilt all fused together. It was a nightmare. My good little brother, be happy. Life and death are common in the myriad worlds. Big Sister has already prepared for it, so why be sad? Seeing that Long Chen was unable to control his emotions, Divine Emperor Yu Hua stretched out his powerless arm and lightly touched Long Chen's rigid face. Before death, she actually didn't have the slightest bit of worry. Instead, it was a kind of release. Long Chen seemed to have never experienced the feeling of someone he cared about dying in his arms, and he was powerless to do anything about it. If it wasn't for Yu Hua talking to him politely, he would have already charged at Ji Yuan's Sky Demon. He wanted to tear him apart to vent the hatred in his heart. I don't need you to save me, and I don't need you to take revenge for me. I just want you to listen to me in the time I have left, okay? In the face of death, Divine Emperor Yu Hua still smiled and talked to Long Chen. It was as if she was not the one who was dying. Long Chen took a deep breath and controlled the chaos in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "Speak, I am listening." Divine Emperor Yu Hua was already very satisfied. Her eyes were losing color, but there was still light in them. She said softly, "Actually, I've already fulfilled my long-cherished wish to live. To me, death is not that scary. You know what I'm talking about, right? I've finally obtained the ghost blood curse. I've helped you obtain it. That's enough. As for why, it's because I was once deeply in love with a man. He brought me to travel the myriad worlds, and we experienced many things. He was always protecting me, as if there was only happiness in his life. Many years passed like this, and I wished that the future would always be like this, but he didn't seem to think so. Perhaps after that, there was a disagreement between us. He wanted to become stronger and break through to the ultimate God realm. It was something that he dreamed of doing and could never let go. When he heard about the ghost blood curse, he came to the third heaven, my hometown. He tried his best to get the ghost blood curse from the 3 heavenly palaces, and I tried my best to help him. However, I couldn't help him at all. At that time, he longed for it day and night. I was in pain because I couldn't help him at all. What happened after that? Long Chen watched as she gradually aged and talked about these memories of the past. His heart felt like it was bleeding. Later, he left me. In order to make preparations for the ghost blood curse, I stayed behind in the third heaven. After a long time, he returned by himself. He actually fought against 3 Dao patriarchs and tried to steal the ghost blood curse. In the end, he was killed by the 3 Dao patriarchs. All I could do was watch from the sidelines. I hated myself for not being able to help him. That story was the knot in her heart. Now, she was able to help him. However, Long Chen was not the person she loved. She knew it in her heart, and so did Long Chen. However, she still proved herself. Although she said it in a simple manner, that relationship would definitely have many details. There would be a lot of heartache and pain. Actually, what pained my heart the most was that it was a pity. I thought that if he loved me enough, he wouldn't have been so desperate, wouldn't have been so fanatical, and wouldn't have given up his life for a fortune divine tool. He abandoned me to chase after the ghost blood curse, and then suddenly disappeared from this world, leaving no trace of life for me. I'm not too sure if a fortune divine tool is really more important than me. She had withered and become ugly. However, her smile was still beautiful. In the end, I understood. Actually, the ghost blood curse was just a very ordinary thing. I did what I wanted to do, but he did not cherish it. It was only his pursuit. I don't blame him. I'm sorry, this is really a boring story. Not many people know that I was once a couple with him. It's just that I couldn't accept it in my heart, so I kept remembering it. Yuhua's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. Or perhaps, this story was enough to explain why she treated him so well. She only wanted to find someone to prove that she could help him obtain the ghost blood curse. That's all. It's time for me to go. This era heavenly devil is really despicable. You have to take revenge for Big Sister and make him ugly as well. 2 drops of tears flowed out of Yuhua's eyes. Long Chen held her hands. He could clearly feel her life slipping away bit by bit. If he knew the result, I don't know if he would still be like a moth flying into a flame, or if he would choose to stay with me forever. There was no answer to this question. For example, Long Chen carried so many things on his shoulders. Once these responsibilities came into conflict with the people around him, it would be the most difficult time for him to make a decision. After saying this, Yuhua gradually dissipated in his hands, turning into white bones. You didn't deserve to die. Chapter 2967. Long Chen witnessed a slow death with his own eyes. He saw Yuhua perish under the rule of the white bones of a beautiful woman, leaving only her bones and a few wisps of her soul floating in the blood sea. The sight of the white bones of a beautiful woman was shocking. Only Long Chen knew how much he had changed after witnessing it with his own eyes. He didn't have a deep relationship with Yuhua. If it were Lingxi or Mo Xiaolang, he would have gone crazy. She shouldn't have died. Now is the time for her to let go of the knot in her heart and start a new life. How can she die here? Long Chen looked at the white bones in his hand and the wisps of soul. This time, he had a deep feeling about the word life. A strong desire was driving him. It reminded him of the time when the God King of Hell wanted to kill Lingxi. He remembered that Lingxi had almost disappeared in front of him. That scene was a nightmare. It was as if the white bones in his hand were Lingxi. No, I can't die. In the past, the rules of fate had allowed Long Chen to defy the heavens and change his fate. But now, the white bone in his hand had lost its color, but it was challenging the limits of his heart. In his life, many scenes of lingering between life and death kept reappearing in his eyes. Life was like a candle flame. Sometimes it flourished, sometimes it flickered. When the candle flame was extinguished, it was the time for life to disappear. Extinguishing is the end. But the Tai Chi spirit dragon can even create life. Why can't it bring the dead back to life? Even the ruler of the Shady Sky region could find Mo Sang's soul and bring her back to life with precious treasures. Although Yuhua's situation was much worse, Long Chen didn't give up. Yuhua had helped him a lot. This time, he got the ghost blood curse and the origin dragon soul thanks to her. He felt indebted to this woman, but he also respected her. Beauty on white bones, beauty on white bones. Life and death are transformed by a single thought. Right now, he had made great progress in many of his laws. The only thing he lacked was life, but he hadn't made any progress. He lacked comprehension and experience, and Yuhua's disappearance had given him a deep impact, giving him a new understanding of life. Definitely. He can bring the dead back to life. The chaotic origin fate dragon could defy the heavens and change fate, while the Tai Chi spirit dragon could bring the dead back to life. However, Long Chen suddenly remembered, if the Tai Chi spirit dragon can be resurrected, then why did he die? This thought directly interrupted Long Chen's train of thought. Perhaps there was no such thing as resurrection. This made him dejected, and his expression became sorrowful. In the God Nation, everyone looked at him with concern and helplessness. Although they had only known each other for a short period of time, they still had a good impression of Yu Hua. "Big brother, I think the ancestral dragon isn't really dead. Isn't your existence precisely the Tai Chi spirit dragon's resurrection?" All of a sudden, Mo Xiaolang said. Boom! His previous thought had smashed Long Chen into the depths of the abyss. And Mo Xiaolang's words had pushed him to a new peak. At this moment, he felt as if he had entered a new world. Everything in front of him was suddenly clear and wondrous. That's right. My existence is precisely the Tai Chi living dragon's resurrection. The more powerful a living being is, the harder it is for it to be reborn after it dies. The Tai Chi living dragon is already extremely powerful, but it still can't bring the dead back to life. Compared to the ancestral dragon, we are still like ants. If the ancestral dragon can do it, why can't we learn the art of resurrection? On the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, the ultimate mystical dragon could have 2 lives. That was because the mark of the ultimate mystical dragon was so strong that mortals couldn't really kill it the first time. It was the same for the former city lord of the wrongful death city. It was just that this ability disappeared when the gods descended, because divine power could easily destroy it. That couldn't be considered resurrection. At this moment, the enlightenment that had pushed Long Chen to the peak was resurrection. He thanked Mo Xiaolang for this sentence. This sentence was like a sharp thorn that came into contact with the Life Tao seal. It stabbed into the Life Tao seal, allowing the nomological power that once belonged to the ancestral dragon to descend into his primordial spirit. It allowed him to discover that the nomological power of resurrection really existed in this world. It was a symbol. An aquamarine ring condensed on the palm of Long Chen's left hand. It corresponded with the black swastika symbol of the ghost blood curse on the palm of his right hand. This ring pattern was the nomological power of resurrection in Long Chen's heart. Ring, the head and tail are connected. Perhaps this is the reincarnation of life. The passing of an old life is the beginning of a new one. Yu Hua, I hope that you can use this to obtain a new life. Long Chen's eyes were completely aquamarine and emitted an incomparably majestic brilliance of life. This time, his comprehension of the nomological power of life had reached a new level. It wasn't just healing, it wasn't just taking life, it was resurrection. The palm of his left hand covered the forehead of white bone. He was already very calm after doing all this. He was familiar with the power of resurrection, so he naturally knew what would happen next. The people in the divine nation were also watching this scene nervously. The aquamarine ring fused with white bone. For a moment, white bone was emitting an aquamarine light. When Long Chen retracted his palm, the aquamarine ring on his palm had already dimmed. However, Long Chen knew that when the ring lit up with aquamarine light again, resurrection could be used a second time. As for the time, he wasn't sure. It could be a few days, or it could be a few years. This depended on how difficult it was for the life that was brought back from the dead last time. For example, God Emperor Yu Hua shouldn't be too difficult. Long Chen felt very relaxed. The nomological power of resurrection didn't need to be used, but it was much more limited than defying the heavens and changing one's fate. The number of times it could be used was very limited. Of course, it would be really bad if he had to use resurrection frequently. Everything else depended on Divine Emperor Yu Hua's transformation. Even Luo Yunyang himself had to hold his breath. What followed was a miracle of life. It was as though time was flowing in reverse. Everything that had disappeared returned once again. For example, white bone suddenly shattered and formed a ball of green light. The green light ball began to expand, and Long Chen could vaguely see a fair baby within it. Then, the baby grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, when the green light dissipated, Divine Emperor Yu Hua, who looked exactly the same as before, appeared in front of Long Chen. It was simply unimaginable. The Dark Sky Domain Lord had prepared for a long time in order to resurrect his daughter, and he had paid a huge price. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to suppress Di Jun and returned with his tail between his legs. But this time, Long Chen relied on a nomological power and nothing else to bring Yu Hua back from the dead. This was the most terrifying effect of the nomological power. Even if it was spread out, no one would believe that there was such a resurrection technique in this world that could allow a person to be reborn with only a remnant soul left. Of course, Divine Emperor Yu Hua was also dumbfounded. The world after death is actually a dream? She looked at herself in perfect condition, and then at Long Chen. She knew that she couldn't exist in front of Long Chen like this, so she felt that the world after death was a dream. This is the world of the living. I brought you back alive. Long Chen trusted her. She was a friend worth befriending. Therefore, he didn't plan to hide the trillions of lives in his divine kingdom from her. What's going on? Yu Hua found that everything was true. I have many friends in my divine kingdom. They will explain everything to you. Long Chen didn't hesitate this time. He directly pulled her into the God Nation to prevent the Era Sky Demon from appearing again. If he appeared again, the resurrection seal was now dim, and he couldn't let Yu Hua be reborn again in a short time. Don't worry. Yu Hua arrived at the God Nation and saw this incomparably vast world. Welcome to our home. Everyone was looking at her. Yu Hua raised her head and looked at the shocking scene. She suddenly smiled and said, I find that I seem to have fallen in love with this place. Your secrets are all here, aren't they? I didn't expect you to trust me so much. Long Chen glanced at the dim dark green bracelet on his left hand and the sinister ghost blood curse on his right palm. Together with the origin dragon soul in his divine kingdom, he had gained a lot from the death reign. Now, only he and I are left in the death reign. Even if he hadn't almost killed Yu Hua, Long Chen would have gone to find him. The battle between him and the Era Sky Devil was fated. Last time, they hadn't decided who would live or die, but this time, it would be. Perhaps the key to the secret of the death reign lies with him. He could control the blood sea and the blood beasts. His body must have undergone an inconceivable change. He wanted Long Chen to submit to him and become his puppet, but Long Chen had to get rid of him. For him, he and the Era Sky Devil couldn't coexist in this world, just like how Di Jun and him couldn't coexist. There had to be life and death, and only then could they be completely free. Therefore, he rushed into the depths of the blood sea. At the end of the passage, the Era Sky Devil was also rushing over from the other side. Perhaps he didn't know that Long Chen had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Controlling the ghost blood curse is indeed my limit. It seems that I can't rush to merge with the heaven sacrificing spear. The Era Sky Devil is so difficult to deal with even when he's not in his true form. His true form must be even more difficult to deal with. But as long as he's alive, he'll die no matter how strong he is after being hit by my ghost blood curse. He crossed the layers of blood sea. Di Jun guarded outside the death rain day and night. In the death rain, Long Chen and the Era Sky Devil were approaching each other. After 3 days, Long Chen saw an endless tide of blood beasts in the passage ahead. Thousands of blood beasts were lying in wait for Long Chen. Among the blood beasts, there were more than 10 primeval troll. Chapter 2968. In front of him, countless blood fiends spread out and completely surrounded Long Chen. The blood fiends were ferocious. Among them were over a dozen primeval troll, all of whom Long Chen was familiar with. He had personally defeated them and sent them into the death rain. Of course, almost every primeval troll in the death rain had undergone a transformation similar to the Era Heavenly Demon. Their originally pitch-black dragon scales had all turned blood-red. Every primeval troll was shrouded in a dense blood-red light. Not only had they recovered to their peak, but they were also much stronger than they had been at their peak. Perhaps this was also the Death Rain's creation. Being sent into the Death Rain by Long Chen was a blessing in disguise. Over a dozen primeval troll and thousands of blood fiends charged towards Long Chen in the blink of an eye. The primeval troll were cold and cruel. Their scarlet eyes hid boundless killing intent. It was as if thousands of god emperors were surrounding Long Chen. Long Chen was not flustered. He was already prepared to fight to the death. Ordinary people were afraid of these blood fiends, but he was not. His extermination dragon seal could easily open a path. What he needed to be wary of were the primeval troll, who had become much stronger. There were over a dozen of them. Long Chen was very familiar with all of them. At this moment, the seawater in front of him churned. A giant beast that was over 10 times the size of the other primeval troll appeared in front of Long Chen. It had hideous bone spurs, dragon scales, a cruel face, a raging battle intent, a cruel and cold gaze, sharp claws, a thick body, and a long and sharp tail, all of which Long Chen was even more familiar with. This was the war demon that had once almost destroyed the eternal god domain. But now, its body had completely transformed into the color of blood. It was as if he had been slumbering in a sea of blood, and had only just awoken. Long Chen was the one who had sent him here, and was his mortal enemy. In the past, the thing he had been most unwilling to accept was that he had been defeated by Long Chen and sent here. They had endured thousands of years of loneliness, and now they had to endure this kind of torment again. Long Chen was their greater enemy, but Ji Yuan Sky Devil insisted on subduing Long Chen. When Long Chen met his eyes, what he felt in return was the strongest fighting spirit. That incomparably intense fighting spirit completely surpassed the fighting spirit of the heaven-punishing war god Star. The war devil was different now. Is the era Sky Fiend not here yet? Long Chen was surrounded by countless ferocious beasts, but his expression didn't change. The war devil in front of him was incomparably huge, but it couldn't scare him. He's almost there, but he asked me to ask you something. Every word of the war devil's rough voice caused the blood sea to shake violently. Hurry up and spit it out. Long Chen sneered. The war devil stuck out its scarlet tongue and sneered as well. As it transformed, its body began to shrink until it was the same size as the other primeval troll. Then, it said, he asked you if you knew that resistance would lead to death. Would you choose to submit to him and sign a giant demon contract with him? Long Chen's answer was very clear. In fact, it was even clearer when he attacked Yu Hua Divine Emperor. Without hesitation, he said, then tell him that he'll be the one to die, not you. You've lost to him, so why be so arrogant? These words caused many of the primordial giant demons to roar loudly. Long Chen refused to surrender. To them, this was a good thing. They finally had a chance to take revenge. Today, they would return all their hatred to Long Chen. Thank you for refusing. I knew you'd rather die than submit. Back then, you didn't even yield in such a desperate situation, let alone today. The war devil's voice drowned out everything else. Ji Yuan Sky Fiend hadn't appeared yet. It seemed like he really hadn't arrived yet. What had he been doing? He was so far away that even the primeval troll had appeared to surround him. The order he gave me was to not let you escape if you refused to submit, but, this time, I'm going to disobey his order. Long Chen, I hate you. The war devil laughed sinisterly. Then, almost at his command, the primeval troll and all the blood fiends charged at Long Chen as if they didn't care about their lives. To be honest, if it weren't for the ghost blood curse, Long Chen wouldn't have had the confidence to deal with Ji Yuan Skyfian subordinates. They were all existences that had made Long Chen despair time and time again. This time, even though they had grown stronger, Long Chen had grown even stronger. His growth was just that ferocious. The demon-subduing pagoda used the annihilation dragon seal to clear a path. Once any blood fiends approached, the demon-subduing pagoda would be controlled by Long Chen. No matter how large the blood fiends were, they would be destroyed instantly by the Annihilation Dragon Seal. The sinister ghost blood curse condensed on his right hand once again. In the blood sea, the water surged violently. Long Chen's eyes were scarlet, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He smiled faintly. It had been a long time since he had been able to go on a killing spree like today. Swoosh! His target was the primeval troll. Ji Yuan Sky Fiend had wanted them to stop him. Since he hadn't arrived yet, this was the best time to kill his henchman. You little thing, your killing intent is quite strong. However, I'm sure you'll still die at the hands of Ji Yuan Sky Fiend, Ghost Chi said disdainfully from the ghost blood curse. She could only move her lips. When Long Chen started killing, she would still have to cooperate with Long Chen's attacks. Close. Boom, boom, boom. The demon-subduing pagoda smashed 3 blood beasts into smithereens. The ghost blood curse continued forward. Right in front of Long Chen was a blood-colored primeval troll. Upon closer inspection, soul-controlling demon, so it's you. This was the first fellow that Long Chen had sent to the death rain. Back then, in order to kill him, Long Chen had almost lost his life. Moreover, this fellow had incited the demon race, the sorcerer race, and the sea race to attack the dragon god domain. Come to think of it, he had almost killed Long Chen several times. Die! The soul-controlling demon roared. His voice was even more terrifying. However, Long Chen's speed and resistance exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, without using any rules, he had already rushed in front of the soul-controlling demon. With a slash of his sword, blood splattered everywhere. The ghost blood curse pierced through the soul-controlling demon's dragon scales and flesh. Of course, for the huge body of the primeval troll, this was only a negligible injury. It couldn't even be considered an injury. Whoosh! Long Chen passed by him. Roar! The soul-controlling demon let out an earth-shattering scream. In just a short moment, the ghost blood curse had already crawled all over his body, covering every corner. His entire body was convulsing, and he let out painful howls. Even so, it couldn't stop him from finally turning into ashes. Whoosh! He turned into countless rays of blood light and melted into the sea of blood. After being killed by the ghost blood curse, Long Chen couldn't use his blood devour anymore. However, he had no other choice. If he didn't use this eternal-level destinable divine artifact, he wouldn't be able to deal with so many primeval troll and blood fiends. In an instant, life and death were decided. One primeval troll was gone. Be careful of his sword. Seeing the soul-controlling demon's fate, the primeval troll were stunned. Of course, this wasn't enough to defeat them. After reminding each other, they mixed in with the blood fiends and attacked Long Chen again. I'll kill as many as they come. Every single one of the primordial great devils was his mortal enemy. Kill. The sea of blood raged. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't fight too many opponents at the same time. He controlled time and reversed the sea of time, causing chaos. Amidst the chaos, he used the demon-subduing pagoda to open a path, and all the blood fiends were annihilated in front of him. His opponents were only the dozen or so primeval troll. From their encirclement, it became a one-sided massacre by Long Chen. Swish, swish, swish. The ghost blood curse had killed before. Even if the opponent's defense was good, it was still difficult for him to block a single strike from Long Chen. Only now did Long Chen understand the terrifying effects of the ghost blood curse. It was no wonder that the person Yu Hua liked wanted it so badly. It was also no wonder that Daoist Duobao and the others were fighting so hard. This Surekill sword was simply a nightmare for demons and gods. Even a primeval troll would be killed in one strike. They would truly die from then on. The encirclement had turned into Long Chen's hunt. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the primeval troll had died to Long Chen's ghost blood curse. The ghost blood curse devoured their remnant souls and continuously strengthened the curse's power. Seeing how fierce Long Chen was, even Gui Qi was speechless. She didn't know what to say about Long Chen. Of course, she still didn't think that Long Chen could win. Let me. The war demon had a headache as it watched its brothers fall one after another. It had long been prepared to fight Long Chen. However, Long Chen refused. He couldn't leave a single one of these primeval troll alive. Every single one of them was his mortal enemy. In this chaos, the war demon couldn't catch up to him at all. The tragic cries of the primeval troll could be heard everywhere. In the end, the war demon could only see that all the primeval troll in front of him had the ghost blood curse on them. Long Chen had brought them a crisis of certain death in a very short period of time. It's all my fault. As far as the eye could see, all the primeval troll were dead. The war demon was the only one left. In fact, the Era Sky Fiend hadn't let him appear because he couldn't hold himself back. He couldn't forget his past hatred, so he brought his brothers out of hibernation. He didn't expect Long Chen to be so powerful, nor did he expect the ghost blood curse to be so terrifying. It was only now that he saw all the other primeval troll die in battle that he felt remorseful. He finally understood why the Era Sky Fiend wanted to subdue Long Chen. However, he hated him. Surrounded by thousands of blood fiends, he met Long Chen's eyes once again. It's your turn. Long Chen pointed the ghost blood curse at the war demon. Because too many blood fiends had been killed by the Annihilation Dragon Seal, the blood fiends had been intimidated by Long Chen and didn't dare to get close to Long Chen. Today, either you die, or I die. The war demon's imposing manner surged, causing the entire blood sea to shake violently. The seawater surged wildly toward Long Chen, washing away all the blood fiends. Chapter 2969. In the vast death world, the endless blood water formed many whirlpools that surged in all directions. Long Chen and the war demon stood in the middle of the whirlpools. No matter how much the blood water raged, they did not move. The war demon's huge blood-colored body was shrinking. Although it had the appearance of a primeval troll, in the end, it was only the size of a human. The reason for this was that the larger its body was, the easier it was for Long Chen's ghost blood curse to hit it. This way, it maintained the terrifying power of the primeval troll and increased its agility. The human-shaped giant demon was very similar to Long Chen. Because in the battle, the blood-colored dragon scales appeared and covered his entire body. With the ghost blood curse in hand, Long Chen was even more powerful than the war demon. But the war demon used battle as its rule. In terms of battle intent, it was violent, ferocious, and intense, far surpassing Long Chen. This was a battle between the rules of battle and the rules of massacre. The war demon was different from the other primeval troll. He was much stronger. After all, he was a terrifying expert below the Era demon. In the death world, the things he had obtained were more than the other primeval trolls combined. He had killed the other primeval troll so that he could focus on this war demon. The war devil hated Long Chen, and hated him for playing tricks on him. Of course, Long Chen had no choice but to kill him. Ignoring the enmity between them, if he didn't kill him, then the Era Heaven Devil would die, and everything he had would be destroyed. The Divine Dragon Tribe would lose all hope. To put it more seriously, without Long Chen, the sky-swallowing race would destroy this world sooner or later. Therefore, the war demon had to die. Their battle broke out in the blink of an eye. The blood sea was already raging. At this moment, it was even more chaotic. Fighting in the blood sea was undoubtedly exciting. Undying war demon. Boom! The two moved at the same time. Long Chen brandished the ghost blood incantation, his body and sword turning into a bloody light. Without saying a word, the war devil charged forward. However, at the moment of impact, his body instantly transformed into 9 avatars. What was more frightening was that each of the war devil's avatars was as strong as him. This was beyond Long Chen's expectations. The war devil didn't have a fortune divine artifact. All of his power came from the unique primeval troll's power and his powerful physical body. When one became 10, it was 10 times more powerful. This rule was simple, but it was terrifying. Among the 10 of them, it's impossible to tell which one is the main body. Or perhaps, there's no main body at all. They're all the main bodies. Only by killing all of them can we truly kill him. Long Chen didn't have much time to think. That was because the two of them, who both possessed blood-colored dragon scales, collided with each other in an instant, producing a terrifying explosion. Undying indestructible palm. The 10 war devils were using the same rule as before. However, in the death world, the rule had undergone a metamorphosis. It was at a much higher level, and its power was even more terrifying, surpassing the ordinary God-Emperor rule. Boom! It was simply an inescapable net. Swoosh! Long Chen rapidly retreated. In a short moment, he had already kept the demon-subduing pagoda and appeared in his left hand. The longevity grass wrapped around his left arm. Sword of Time. A sword swept out. A crescent moon-like destructive sword chi erupted. The power of the ghost blood curse was attached to it as it swept out. The 10 war devils were all within Long Chen's attack range. Boom! The Sword of Time collided with the 10 war devils' rule. In terms of power, the Sword of Time was rapidly annihilated. However, the power of the ghost blood curse still climbed onto their bodies, bringing pressure to the war devils. Get out! Because it wasn't a direct attack, it couldn't kill the war devils. But at this moment, Long Chen's longevity grasp penetrated the attack and wrapped around one of the war devils. Come here. The intense pain from the longevity grasp was unbearable for anyone. Long Chen's movements were swift and fierce. He instantly pulled one of the war devils out from the group. Courting death. The other war devils attacked once again. Swish. Long Chen retracted the longevity grass and slashed out with his sword. The war devil that was bound by Long Chen's Sword of Time was hit head-on. Of course, the ghost blood curse still couldn't stab it. Even so, the war devil was still infected by the ghost blood curse. It could only use all its strength to resist the ghost blood curse. As a result, it was once again pulled by Long Chen. At this moment, the longevity grass wrapped around it tightly. Die. Swish. The ghost blood curse swept out. A war devil's head flew out. Success. The ghost blood curse spread rapidly, turning that war devil into ashes. However, the other 9 war devils also arrived before him. The price for killing a war devil for Long Chen was to be hit by the other 9 war devils. Ancient undefeatable divine fist. Rumble. The demon-subduing pagoda resisted. Even so, it was still blasted away. Its body almost collapsed. The war devil had a huge advantage in close combat. If not for the ghost blood curse, it would have crushed Long Chen. Flame of life. With the flame of life burning, Long Chen shuttled through the sea of blood. Although he was slightly injured, it wasn't a problem for him. Within the flame of life, he rapidly recovered. Of course, the remaining 9 war devils continued to chase after him. Coward, do you only know how to run? Behind him, the war devil roared. Turning his head, he saw that the boundless sea of blood had already formed an incomparably huge blood-colored wave that rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen recovered from his injuries. This time, he suddenly turned his head. Not only did he not escape, but he also rushed towards the core of the 9 war devils. The longevity grass flew out, stretching incomparably large. This time, the 9 war devils dodged it. There is nothing in the world that can't break the Great Tribulation finger. The 9 war devils stabbed out at the same time. The 9 fingers formed a terrifying array diagram that stabbed towards Long Chen. Its power was extremely terrifying. The phantom of a huge beast appeared in the array diagram. If Long Chen's guess was correct, it should be a gigantic god-fiend beast. Stab of Karma. This time, it was like a spear thrust back. Ferocious and indomitable. Forgetting about life and death, he only had hatred. He left everything to the mysterious karma. His encounter with the war devils here was the result of the past karma. I'm willing to use my heart to break through thousands of demons. The stab of karma. It struck the gigantic god-fiend beast array diagram. Break. Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The power of the ghost blood curse and the power of karma fused together, forming an incomparably terrifying penetrative effect. At this moment, Long Chen released the ghost blood curse and endured the power of the all-conquering finger alone. However, under his control, the ghost blood curse transformed into a blood-colored shadow that rushed towards the 9 war devils. Swish! 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 Several cold sounds rang out. Swoosh! The ghost blood curse returned to Long Chen's hand. Rumble! Long Chen was still sent flying by the shockwaves. This time, his injuries were even more severe. He had no choice but to use the flame of life again. The majestic flame of life burned, allowing him to gradually recover. However, this risk had allowed Long Chen to secure victory in the match. The karma thorn pierced through the other party's attack, allowing the ghost blood curse to pass through. In the blink of an eye, a total of 7 war devils were injured by the ghost blood curse. Now, when Long Chen looked over, those 7 war devils were turning into ashes before Long Chen's eyes. Indeed, the war devil didn't have a true body. These were all his true bodies. The remaining 2 war demons fused together in a fit of depression and hatred. Although Long Chen had killed 8 of his clones, he still acted as if nothing had happened. However, his battle intent was even more ferocious and intense. You're powerful, but I'll make you pay the price you deserve. The war devil was covered in blood. His tail, dragon scales, wings, and other parts looked incomparably sinister. Even after killing 8 of his clones, his aura was still rising steadily. Boom! This time, his body was expanding instead. He grew infinitely bigger. In the end, most of Long Chen's vision was occupied by his body. He couldn't even see the end of a dragon scale. Ignite my battle flames, undying and inextinguishable. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the voice of such a huge body was. Actually, the war devil knew that Long Chen possessed the eternal level ghost blood curse. Although he had been defeated, he was unwilling to accept it. At this moment, he gathered all of his power, all of his battle spirit, all of his will, all of it gathered into his claw. In the sky, an endless mountain was descending. Actually, it wasn't a mountain, but the war devil's claw. It was too big. That claw completely covered the sky that Long Chen could see. It was as if the entire sky was pressing down on him. His claw was like the hand of the heavens. The heavens are like devils. The claw descended. It was a claw that gathered all of the war devil's power. If you dare to take it, I'll accept my defeat wholeheartedly. These were the last words of the war devil. He hoped that Long Chen would dare to take it and fight to the death with him. This was the will and dignity of a fighter. I'll take it. Long Chen didn't say much. He didn't think too much about it. In his heart, there was a saying, the brave are invincible. Therefore, at this moment, facing the claw that seemed to be from the heavens, he rushed upwards. It was the same ghost blood curse and the same karma thorn, but it was different this time. This was because it was different karma. It was the end of karma. This time, you, war devil, shall be exterminated for all eternity. A beam of blood-red light shot up into the sky and pierced through the devil's claw as it came crashing down from the sky. The endless sea of blood was suppressed by the war devil. Therefore, when he raised his head, he was already in the sky. Because of the vastness of the sky, he could see the war devil at this moment. The ghost blood curse penetrated his claw. No matter how big his body was, the swastika still spread throughout his body. As for Long Chen, it had to be said that the war devil's attack this time was terrifying. The war devil's will and all its strength were concentrated here. Long Chen had to admit that if he didn't have the ghost blood curse, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped by the flame of life. The power of the war devil had almost shattered his bones. As expected of a devil in battle. A very strong and admirable opponent. However, he had to die. Amidst the flame of life, Long Chen was recovering. Amidst the ghost blood curse, the war devil roared unwillingly as it turned into ashes. When the war devil completely disappeared, Long Chen also went from a dangerous state to a relatively weak state. Just now, I almost wanted to use revival from the dead. Looking at his palm, the jade-green ring was glowing again. In the end, the war devil couldn't kill Long Chen, not even once. Chapter 2970. As the ghost blood curse expanded, the giant war demon gradually turned into ashes. Even its remnant soul was devoured by the ghost blood curse, further increasing its power. I've underestimated you. You do have some ability, but if you want to be my master, this is not enough. Beside Long Chen, Guiqi emerged from the ghost blood curse. Although she was beautiful and charming, her bossy manner was still displeasing. Since he had already gained control of the ghost blood curse, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with her. Now that the battle was over, the surrounding blood fiends had dispersed. Such a huge commotion was finally coming to an end, and the death world's blood sea was starting to calm down. Long Chen closed his eyes. His body was burning with the flame of life. The battle with the war demon was so intense. It seems like the Era Sky Fiend is even more difficult to deal with. If I can defeat him, I'll be able to grow stronger in the death world without any worries. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? How dare you ignore me? Guiqi flew into a rage when she saw his nonchalant attitude. She was extremely proud, especially when hundreds of god emperors were fighting over her. You're too noisy. The flame of life on Long Chen's body spread to the ghost blood curse in his hand. Suddenly, Guiqi let out a shriek and dodged the flame of life. She was so angry that her body was trembling, but she still looked very cute. Don't worry. Since you're not satisfied with me now, you'll be satisfied in the future. Just wait and see. Also, one day, I'll have an even stronger fortune divine weapon. When that time comes, don't beg me to use you, Long Chen said indifferently. You wish. I've heard too many people talk big in front of me. Don't forget that you haven't passed the era heavenly demon yet. Don't say such ridiculous things to me when you're alive. Phantom 7 laughed when he heard that. She was right. Although he didn't know where the real body of the Era Sky Demon was, he should be arriving soon. Long Chen had to seize the time to recover from his state after the battle with the war demon. Even though Phantom 7 says that he doesn't like me, he's still doing his best to help me in battle. Long Chen was well aware of this. He also needed to get used to the Fortune Divine artifact. The better he got used to it, the stronger he would be able to display. 2 days passed. Under the nourishment of the flames of life, he had completely recovered to his peak state. Long Chen opened his eyes. The entire blood sea was undergoing a silent transformation. In front of him was an incomparably huge blood whirlpool. It was boundless, but it had a center. Long Chen was currently in the middle of this whirlpool. He looked over. Yes, the person who had given him a suffocating feeling was the person who was gradually emerging from the center of the whirlpool. He looked like Diyu, but his hair and eyes were blood red. Even in this situation, there was still a faint smile on his face. It was hard to guess what he was thinking. Old Fourth still didn't listen to me. Thank you for helping me kill him. He dared to disobey my orders. If you hadn't killed him, I wouldn't have let him live. The Era Sky Demon's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind as he crossed the blood sea and flew over. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have transcended time and appeared about a kilometer in front of Long Chen. Of course, this was a distance that could be crossed in the blink of an eye. He and Long Chen seemed to be within arm's reach. The Era Sky Demon said, "This is the last time we face off like this. I'll give you two choices, surrender or die. Now tell me what your final choice is." He still hadn't given up. From the very beginning, he hadn't given up. Long Chen said, "Let's not talk about these meaningless things before the battle. Without a battle, there will be neither surrender nor death. I may surrender, but I definitely won't give up without a fight." "You're right." The Era Sky Demon nodded slightly. From the dragon sacrificial continent to this death realm, it was finally time for the victor to be decided. This fated battle should also come to an end at this moment. However, there's one thing you don't know. At this moment, Ji Yuan Sky Demon became very strange. He laughed a little too loudly and stretched out his hand to touch his forehead. A ray of blood-red light appeared in his hand as if something was happening to his forehead. That is, this death rain has a core. This is the death rain of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and I have the core of this death rain in my hand. It is the eye left behind by the ancient blood spiritual dragon. When he mentioned the ancient blood spiritual dragon's name, Long Chen knew that the Era Sky Demon definitely knew much more than he imagined. He even knew many secrets about him. Perhaps this was why he wanted to control him. It was because he knew so much that he knew that it was a pity to kill Long Chen. Only then did he know how great the benefits would be if he could subdue Long Chen. At this moment, he gently let go of the palm that was covering his forehead. A blood-red light pierced out. Long Chen was shocked to see that the Era Sky Demon's forehead had cracked open and was covered in bloody scars. In the middle of those web-like scars was a blood-red dragon's eye. They were extremely similar to Long Chen's eyes. Of course, these eyes were already dim and had lost their brilliance. However, even though they had lost their brilliance, they were still terrifying eyes, because they were the core of the death world. Indeed, it was just as he had imagined. If he hadn't controlled the core of this death rain, the Era Sky Demon wouldn't have reached this level. Therefore, I have to thank you for sending me here. The Era Sky Demon was still smiling, but at this moment, it was as if an eyeball had been forcefully pressed into his forehead. He looked extremely hideous, especially with his blood-red hair dancing in the wind. He looked even bloodier than Gue Qi. In response, Long Chen took out the ghost blood curse. He held the slender black hilt with one hand and pointed it at the Era Sky Demon. The ghost blood curse crawled on the blade like a worm, making it look even more eerie. "No matter what, as long as you let me slash you once, I can send you to the next world. The ghost blood curse is indeed not bad, but how can you hit me?" Perhaps after he said that, the battle suddenly started. What the Era Sky Devil displayed was an astonishing speed. He seemed to have disappeared from the death world, yet he was everywhere at the same time. Whoosh! 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 Countless blood-stained time blades suddenly filled the sky and rushed towards Long Chen. These attacks seemed familiar, but they had actually undergone a huge change. The Era Sky Demon had made a deeper progress and understanding of the laws of time. Clang! 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 Long Chen waved the ghost blood curse and sent the time blades that approached him flying one by one. However, this wasn't the Era Sky Demon's signature move. Long Chen remembered how terrifying his laws had been in the past. You've really improved a lot over the years. You've actually managed to catch up to me at this level. This voice sounded like it was right next to his ear. His battle with the war demon was a fair and open confrontation. However, his battle with the Era Sky Demon was very difficult to grasp. The rhythm of the battle had always been controlled by the Era Sky Demon. Sand of Time. In an instant, the sea of blood around Long Chen spun rapidly. Crystalline sand appeared in the blood, which was condensed by time. Now that Long Chen was trapped in it, the sand of time was so vast. Not only did it possess the destructive power of time, but it also possessed the killing power of the death rain. The two nomological powers actually fused together, which was an eye-opener for Long Chen. Is this the fusion of the laws? If it were me, would I be able to do it too? For example, fusing the Annihilation Dragon Seal into the Time Sword. Of course, this was just a momentary thought of Long Chen. The Era Sky Demon had opened up a path for him. As for what he should do in the future, he would have to carefully ponder over it. Of course, if he didn't kill the Era Sky Demon today, there would be no future. Without saying a word, Long Chen was shrouded in the flames of life. The demon subduing pagoda protected him, suppressing above his head. He held the ghost blood curse in his hand. Just as the sand of time was about to crush him, he roared and slashed out a resplendent time sword. The power directly tore the sand of time apart, creating a passage for him to escape. Long Chen instantly crossed over. Endless growth rings. He had just escaped from the sand of time, and the Era Sky Demon was everywhere. Before Long Chen could adjust, a blood-colored diagram that looked like a tree's growth rings suddenly appeared under his feet. The diagram rotated at high speed, producing a terrifying time-sucking power, and then sucking Long Chen deeper. This was a new nomological power that the Era Sky Demon had never used before. The most troublesome thing was that Long Chen couldn't see his position at all. He seemed to have fused with the death rain everywhere. In this way, no matter how strong Long Chen's ghost blood curse was, it was useless. Damn it! The situation was urgent. Under such circumstances, he could only resist. At this moment, in the midst of the sucking of the endless growth rings, he attacked with his sword. Swoosh! Rumble! A blood-colored light instantly pierced the endless growth rings. The tyrannical power of the ghost blood curse tore the endless growth rings and broke the Era Sky Demon's nomological power. However, Long Chen was almost torn apart by the endless growth rings. Fortunately, he used the demon subduing pagoda and the flames of life to protect himself. After tearing the endless growth rings, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hiding? What's the point? Long Chen looked around vigilantly. The entire blood sea suddenly quieted down. Chapter 2971. In the next instant, countless droplets of blood erupted in front of Long Chen. Era Skyfiend controlled the death rain, which meant that he controlled the entire world that Long Chen was in. Right now, he was like the creator, and the death rain moved according to his will. This made Era Skyfiend extremely difficult to deal with. He was even more difficult to deal with than Long Chen had imagined, especially when Long Chen couldn't find him in the death rain at all. The core of the death rain, which should have belonged to him, had actually fallen into the hands of Era Skyfiend. Instead, the other party had made use of the core to become so tyrannical. He was naturally unwilling, but there was nothing he could do no matter how unwilling he was. Hee hee, Era Skyfiend's laughter reverberated throughout the entire world. At the same time, the entire world moved according to the will of Era Sky Fiend. Heart of Time. All of a sudden, an endless amount of blood gathered before Long Chen's eyes to form a blood-red heart that was tens of thousands of zhang tall. That heart was beating, and the power of time and the power of the death world could be considered to have fused together perfectly. This caused the power of the laws to rise tremendously, surpassing all the laws that Long Chen had encountered before. In terms of nomological laws, Era Sky Fiend was the only one who could contend with Long Chen. The Heart of Time previously was black, and it wasn't as powerful as it is now. The same nomological laws are actually worlds apart. Era Sky Fiend didn't give Long Chen much time to think. Time, reverse the flow into a river. This Heart of Time was also an application of time reversal. The throbbing heart continued to beat, emitting loud bangs that assaulted Long Chen intensely. Just this sound alone was an irresistible impact of nomological laws. With each impact, the strength of his body would disappear a little. If I'm trapped in this Heart of Time, I'm afraid I'll lose all my strength. However, the nomological laws of this Heart of Time are so powerful. Long Chen knew that Era Sky Fiend was just warming up. Now that this Heart of Time was born, he wanted to crush Long Chen directly. Especially in this world, Long Chen could feel the crisis of impending death. It was a death crisis that made his scalp tingle. The Heart of Time pulsed, seemingly enveloping the entire death world. Right now, it was moving towards Long Chen. Because the Heart of Time was too big, Long Chen had no way to escape. In the blink of an eye, he was already within the Heart of Time. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender? I don't want you to lose all your power when you surrender and return to your starting point. The voice of the Era Heavenly Demon swept across the world and vibrated in the Heart of Time. What answered him was Long Chen's ghost blood curse. In that case, I'll let you see your original appearance. Sky Fiend Ji was very decisive this time. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. He wouldn't give Long Chen a chance to reverse the situation. Boom! The Heart of Time throbbed violently for the first time. Within the Heart of Time, time flowed in reverse. It was as if a beautiful woman had turned into bones. His chaos divine power was disappearing, and he was even forgetting the laws he had comprehended. The easiest thing to forget was, of course, resurrection. I can't forget it. Long Chen clenched his teeth and made his final decision. Since he has the Death World's core, if I don't use any special moves, I won't be able to defeat him in a head-on battle. I have to say that he's far stronger than me. At least he could admit this. Sky Fiend Ji was not much weaker than Di Jun. If you want me to return to my original state, then you have to take control of my life. Then, watch me defy the heavens and change my fate. Rumble. Dr. Long Chen roared, causing the entire Heart of Time to tremble. His will and power were all condensed into one. When the power to defy the heavens and change his fate was born, the magical laws of fate formed a protective barrier, forcing the power of the time reversal out of Long Chen's body. At the same time, it invisibly stimulated Long Chen, giving him incomparable power at this moment. Sword of Time. Long Chen slashed out with his sword. This was simply a combination of the Sword of Time and defying the heavens and changing fate. A beam of dazzling sword chi burst out, and time was extremely violent. This was a destructive power that belonged to time. Supported by the Sword of Time, it burst out and tore the Heart of Time apart. Rip. Long Chen's torn Heart of Time rushed out. Behind him, the Heart of Time rapidly collapsed, turning into a sky full of blood rain, and disappeared from the death world. In the confrontation of the laws of time, Long Chen relied on the Sword of Time to defy the heavens and change his fate to gain a slight upper hand. But he knew in his heart that he had reached his limit, and yet Sky Fiend Ji still hadn't appeared. You have surpassed all my expectations once again. To be honest, if you were willing to submit to me, I would treat you as the most important existence in my life. But unfortunately, Xiaofan Ji again. It was as if he was the death world. No matter where he was, his voice, his power, and his laws were everywhere. He now understood that he had to truly suppress Long Chen and make him lose all hope. Only then would he have a chance to be subdued. Therefore, Xiaofan Ji was also in a frenzy at this moment. End the battle. Time prison, your last chance. Long Chen couldn't imagine that he had actually fused the laws of time prison with the death world so perfectly. This entire world was a time prison. In other words, as long as Long Chen was still in the death world, there was no way he could escape from this time prison. Rumble. Countless blood-colored pillars of time descended on the blood sea. As far as the eye could see, there seemed to be no end to them. And Long Chen was at the center of all the pillars of time. In that instant, all the blood-colored pillars of time shone brightly. In the end, even though he had used all his strength, he was still suppressed by Xiaofan Ji. When the power of time stop attacked him, he maintained his original movement and fell into an eternal stillness, unable to move. It was also time stop, but it was used much better than his eternal instant. In fact, in this blood sea's time prison, even one's thoughts would be frozen by Xiaofan Ji. At this moment, Long Chen finally understood that this was the difference between him and the current Xiaofan Ji. Although it could be said that Xiaofan Ji had the advantage of the death world's core, life and death were different from victory and defeat. Battles were never fair. The entire blood sea was suppressed by countless pillars of time, unable to move. There were at least hundreds of thousands of pillars of time. Long Chen remembered that the last time Xiaofan used this time prison, there were less than 10 pillars of time. This was the most obvious change in the power of time prison. If he had used this time prison from the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to resist. From the beginning, he had the absolute upper hand. The death world's core helped him a lot. At this time, it was useless even if he was unwilling. Fate was like this. When the entire death world came to a standstill, not a single drop of blood moved. Even Long Chen's thoughts began to freeze. Then, Ira's sky demon finally appeared in the sea of blood. He appeared before Long Chen, holding a red rose in his hand. It was not a real flower, but a condensation of laws. This is the white bones of beauty. Xiaofan stood in front of him and smiled. Now, I have the condition to tell you whether or not you want to submit. Under the time prison, you have no chance at all. The white bones of beauty will completely annihilate you, leaving no trace. You will disappear in this blood sea forever. I will only give you one last chance. Submit or die. It's your choice. Although it was a time prison, it was also under the control of Xiaofan Ji. Long Chen suddenly found that he could speak. He had one last chance. This time, it was really either submit or die. In the divine nation, those who knew what was happening outside were all worried for him. This was the most dangerous moment. Only by submitting could he survive. Long Chen's life was not just his own, but the lives of the entire divine dragon clan and the trillions of living beings in the divine nation. His decision was of the utmost importance. Before you make your choice, I'll let you know some things you don't know. Then you'll understand why I wanted you to sign the giant demon contract with me from the very beginning and have you serve me. Ji Yuanshan said indifferently. His third eye of the primordial blood spiritual dragon looked at Long Chen coldly. At this point, he pinned the blood-red rose to Long Chen's ear and smiled. Listen carefully. You can choose not to make a decision, but if your final decision is not what I want to hear, then no matter how much I want to have you, I can only bear with the pain. After all, you are a dangerous thing. I don't want to take too many risks. Looking at the indifferent Long Chen with the rose, the Xiaofan smiled faintly and began to narrate, I know what happened one epoch ago. The dragon sacrificial dragon continent was destroyed by the sky-devouring clan and the ancestral dragon. The order of the myriad worlds was changed. Even today, the sky-devouring clan is still eating away at the myriad worlds. One day, they will absorb all the energy in the myriad worlds and destroy this place. The entire myriad worlds will disappear for eternity. The Skyfiend's words made Long Chen's heart tremble. This was what his father had told him after crossing 100,000 years, and the Skyfiend actually knew so much. Of course, this is all your business. Let me tell you, we, the primeval troll, were produced directly after the giant divine fiend beast devoured many divine dragons. We call the giant divine fiend beast, Heavenly Mother. The Heavenly Mother originally wanted us, the primeval troll, to slaughter all the divine fiends of the myriad worlds after the end of the epoch and control the myriad worlds. However, they later discovered that directly transforming the divine fiends of the myriad worlds and changing the rules and order of the myriad worlds would make it easier to eat away at the world, so we, the primeval troll, were abandoned. Chapter 2972. Long Chen's eyes widened. He did not expect the primeval troll to have such an origin. It was no wonder that they had so many characteristics of the divine dragon. This divine demon beast is disgusting. Swallowing one thing and giving birth to another, the scariest thing was that he did not know that there were so many primeval troll in a deep slumber because they were useless. There could be countless strong ones among them. There was no need for epic sky demon to lie to Long Chen. Just like Mo Xing, if these primeval troll were to awaken, it would be a catastrophe for the myriad realms. Before the sky-swallowing clan could finish devouring the myriad realms, the primeval troll would be heavily injured or killed. Luckily, the sky-swallowing clan seemed to treat the primeval troll as useless trash. They sealed them up. They still wanted to raise the divine demons of the myriad realms like livestock farms. Of course, they would not allow the primeval troll to destroy the current structure. It was easy to understand. For example, the sky-swallowing clan were humans, herdsmen. The primeval troll were the wolves they raised. But the wolves would not eat grass, nor would they absorb energy from the world. Therefore, they modified the original sheep, and used the sheep to absorb the world's energy. In that case, the wolves they had prepared would be useless. They would be imprisoned. Even if the wolves sneaked out and attacked the flock of sheep, the wolves would be the first to be destroyed. Unless the sky-swallowing clan had recovered from the War of the Eras and could directly devour the myriad worlds. Speaking of imprisonment, Epic Sky Demon could not help but laugh coldly. Ever since I was born, I've been imprisoned my entire life. Until today, I'm still imprisoned in this death world. It's laughable, but you would never have guessed that I'm different from the other primeval troll. I hate the sky-swallowing clan more than you do, because they gave me birth and made me suffer for an era. I've been lonely for such a long time, living a life worse than death. It wasn't until this point that there was hatred in Ji Yuan's eyes. He had always been a very calm person in Long Chen's heart. Long Chen could understand him. He couldn't find the value and meaning of his existence, yet he had to suffer forever. He was an existence that liked to think, so loneliness was a disaster for him. Therefore, he truly hated the sky-swallowing clan. In fact, his hatred was no less than that of Long Chen. This also explained why he knew so many things. The gods and demons of the myriad realms lost their memories during the transformation of the sky-swallowing clan, but he was reborn at that time, so he did not forget what he knew. To the sky-swallowing clan, I'm just an ant that left home. No one would pay attention to me, but I discovered you. I have to say, Long Chen, I can see that although the dragon sacrificial continent is extinct, the inheritance of the ancestral dragon, which even the sky-swallowing clan feared, has flowed down and landed on you. I don't have a pure divine dragon bloodline like you, so I can't inherit this inherited blood essence. This is the most painful thing for me. When I first saw you, I had already guessed it. Ji Yuan's gaze was now completely on Long Chen. I feel that you are a spark that will overthrow the rule of the Sky-Swallowing clan. Maybe one day, you will succeed. Therefore, I'm extremely excited. Since I can't take away what you have, I want to participate in this grand battle to take revenge on the Sky-Swallowing clan. However, the premise of all this is that you have to be my puppet, and I have to be above you. Otherwise, one day, I will be left behind by you. The giant demon contract is the highest contract that the Sky-Swallowing clan has bestowed upon us. Once you sign it, you will be restricted by this rule for life. You will submit to me, and let me lead you to complete this grand battle. Although you have a friend who will fight with you, and even command you, I won't stop your dreams and wishes at all. I will fight with you, and create glory. What a perfect ending. At least, the white bones of beauty won't take your life. I won't give up my desire for revenge, and kill you, and destroy the last spark of the ancestral dragon. At this point, Long Chen had completely understood his thoughts. He didn't want to kill him. What he wanted most was to control himself, to take revenge. His ultimate goal was the same as Long Chen's. However, the premise was that he had to control himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe, and would never be able to become the main character. However, if he still rejected him when his life was in his hands, even if he had to die, then he wouldn't be able to kill him. To kill you, I only need to cut off my own hatred and live a new life. However, you have to cut off your life, cut off your dreams, cut off everything, and cut off the hope of the Divine Dragon clan. Therefore, of course, I'm not willing. However, it all depends on whether you can make the right choice. At this point, Ji Yuan looked at him with a smile, waiting for his final decision. He said all this, of course, to let Long Chen understand his heart and the real situation. If it was before, Long Chen might not have agreed, but Ji Yuan believed that when there was no choice, any smart person would know that sometimes it was necessary to give up and compromise. Only then could it be possible to achieve one's dream. Say it. Ji Yuan was full of hope, and looked at him with some fanaticism. Long Chen couldn't move, and could only speak. He said, "You really are a strange primeval troll. You actually want to do such a crazy thing. No matter what, it is the existence that gave birth to you in this world." Ji Yuan shook his head and said, "If I could choose, would rather not be in this world." "So, what's your final decision?" "Oh." Long Chen looked at him with wide eyes. At this time, Ji Yuan was too eager. He had said so much, and all he wanted was a definite answer from Long Chen. However, Long Chen suddenly said resolutely, "I'm sorry, I refuse to submit. Moreover, it's absolutely impossible." "Why? Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" Ji Yuan's face twisted. As he spoke, the red rose by Long Chen's ear was trembling. The power of the white bones of beauty could rush into Long Chen's body at any time and end his life. "It's not like that, it's just that you don't understand me." "That's not the case. It's just that you don't understand me. I'd rather die than submit to you and let you control me. My wish is nothing more than an internal conflict between the ancient giant demons and the sky-devouring clan. It's meaningless. Today, I'll die in your hands. It's my destiny. Anyway, I've never thought that I could accomplish this. The myriad worlds will eventually be destroyed." He stared at Ji Yuan, and didn't back down at all. Ji Yuan had never been so angry before. He didn't think that under such circumstances, Long Chen would still act like this. He remembered that last time, in order to save lives, Long Chen had followed him to the spirit-essence star ocean. But this time, he didn't. He looked at him proudly, not wavering at all. "I'm really going to kill you." Ji Yuan clenched his teeth. Long Chen had shaken his rationality, and his thoughts were in a whirlpool. This was the moment he was most looking forward to, but Long Chen had given him a fatal blow. He was forcing him to go crazy. Do whatever you want. It's enough for me to live until now. If you were me, you would know what pressure is. I've been carrying this fate since I was born. If you don't kill me, I want to die myself. Long Chen smiled. These words were said with such sincerity, as if he had always thought so. Long Chen, have you broken down? Ji Yuan took a deep breath. His hands were trembling. He really couldn't bear to give up his desire for revenge, but Long Chen's indifferent smile was forcing him to lose control. That's right. What can you do to me? In the end, it's just death. I've experienced countless life and death situations, and this one won't make much of a difference. Closing my eyes and isolating myself from everything is a form of release. After I die, I don't care if the myriad worlds shatter, or if all lives perish. You. The last sentence had already pushed the era heavenly demon to the extreme. Bang! The red rose by Long Chen's ear exploded. Countless time rules power entered Long Chen's body. This was a direct hit, and it was much more serious than what Divine Emperor Yu Hua had experienced. I really didn't expect you to seek death. I really didn't expect it. Long Chen, it seems that the mystical dragons were wrong to put their hopes in you. They were very, very wrong. Ji Yuan's emotional breakdown made him give up on revenge. It was actually very painful. So at this moment, 2 streams of hot tears flowed from his blood-red eyes, and his body was convulsing and trembling. None of your business. Even though Long Chen was rapidly aging, he still had that proud smile on his face. His indifferent gaze made Ji Yuan feel deeply defeated. Rumble. The time prison was finally broken. The time pillar disappeared. The death world's seawater surged again. It was magnificent, and the waves reached the sky. Ji Yuan Sky Devil shook his head in pain and staggered. He knew the power of his white bones of beauty. That was his strongest rule power at the moment. Even a godly venerable one would probably die from it. That was his biggest gain from the death reign. Long Chen was in limitless weakness. He watched his body shrink and age. His primordial spirit and body collapsed. This was a real death. From the white bones of beauty, Ji Yuan was also very powerful at this time. Stupid, stupid. Ji Yuan looked at him a few times. At this time, Long Chen was close to the white bones of beauty. He would die without a doubt. He actually admired Long Chen, and he did not want to see this miraculous young man die in his hands. At this moment, he was lost, like a walking corpse. Long Chen looked at him with gloomy eyes. He thought of Emperor Rain, of his first encounter with this epic heavenly demon in the Devil Star, of the deadly battle in the Spirit Essence Star Sea, and of everything else. In fact, he did not hate Ji Yuan, not as much as he hated Di Jun. Especially when he knew that Ji Yuan also had a vengeful heart. He was a real person, but also a pitiful one. But fate had caused him to become Long Chen's stumbling block. Long Chen had to eliminate him. Otherwise, he would walk down a wrong path and lose everything. He would be controlled by Long Chen and would have to work for Long Chen's will. That was absolutely not allowed. So, everything he said before was to bring him back to life and reverse life and death when he was in the most pain and confusion. Chapter 2973. Everything that Era Sky Devil had said before was to wait for this moment. The laws of time in white bones were indeed terrifying. There was no doubt that one would die. Long Chen had personally experienced the death of Divine Emperor Yu Hua, so he was well aware of all this. Of course, personally experiencing it was different from watching someone else. Therefore, the process of gradually dying and turning into white bones and remnant souls was naturally terrifying. But in order to win, in order to crush this calamity, Long Chen naturally dared to endure this kind of torture. At this point, his heart could not be crushed. I don't hate you, but you have to die. Death came as expected. Era Sky Devil had been forced to give up his heart of revenge by Long Chen. His heart was in endless pain. He held his head, feeling extremely uncomfortable. His long preparations and waiting had come to nothing. This was also a disaster for him. Long Chen had expected him to act like this. This would be Long Chen's only chance. In the midst of death, he carried an incomparably strong desire to live, his heart of revenge, his responsibility, and his mission to rise from the ashes of this calamity. Rise from the dead. Such a roar rang out in Long Chen's already dying heart. Of course, Era Sky Devil was still immersed in his pain, so he could not hear it at all. For this moment, Long Chen had prepared for too long. He had worked too hard. Among the white bones, the jade-green halo quietly brought him back to life. Flesh and blood were reborn, power was restored, and everything appeared again. The laws of life were so magical. This process actually happened in just a moment, especially with Long Chen's majestic fighting spirit that could crush everything. Compared to the time with Divine Emperor Yu Hua, it was much simpler and more straightforward. Rebirth, once again descending into this world. Everything in front of him was so clear. He didn't have time to sigh. Before his flesh and blood were fully formed, Long Chen had summoned the ghost blood curse and swung his sword. His target was the epic heavenly devil standing in front of Long Chen. Holding his head and crying, the epic heavenly devil, who had absolute faith in his beauty and bones, suddenly saw the green light. At first, he was a bit dazed, even thinking that he was seeing things. He had already seen Long Chen turn into bones and die. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the dead to come back to life. Therefore, it wasn't just Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend. No one would have expected it. This is, while he was confused, he felt the murderous intent of the ghost blood curse. The instant he raised his head, a sharp scarlet sword flashed past his eyes and cut off a few strands of epic heavenly demon's scarlet hair. At the same time, it also cut through epic heavenly demon's neck, and the ghost blood curse entered his body. Everything had happened too quickly. When Ji Yuan's Sky Demon saw Long Chen clearly, his eyes were filled with deep astonishment. This was something that should have never happened, yet it had happened right before his eyes. "Why are you?" Epic heavenly demon couldn't help but laugh and cry. The ghost blood curse instantly covered his body. He was already stunned. "Kill, kill, kill." What answered him was Long Chen crazily slashing at his body with the ghost blood curse again and again. Dozens of sword scars appeared on his body, each one so deep that the bone could be seen. Countless swastikas spread out from each scar. In a short time, even his scarlet hair had been taken over by the ghost blood curse. Long Chen still didn't stop. He had to kill epic heavenly demon. "You can stop now, Long Chen." Epic heavenly demon, who was covered in the ghost blood curse, suddenly smiled faintly. It was like the murderous intent didn't hurt him at all. "I'm dead for sure," epic heavenly demon said calmly. At this moment, Long Chen stopped the ghost blood curse that was about to pierce his rule core. The tip of the ghost blood curse had just pierced into epic heavenly demon's body. Blood flowed down the blade. Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Epic heavenly demon was indeed dead. Perhaps he would turn into ashes in the next moment. He suddenly laughed as if a heavy burden had disappeared and he became much more relaxed. Just now, I was in extreme despair. Not only did I sever my own dream, but I also destroyed the future hope of the myriad worlds. I found that I felt worse than I imagined. Fortunately, you still gave me a surprise in the end. You are still that Long Chen. You didn't make me feel despair towards this world. Now that the situation is set, you gave me new hope and also gave me relief. Only now do I understand that to me, death is more of a relief than hatred. I wish you all the best. When he said the last word, he really turned into ashes in front of Long Chen. Long Chen's ghost blood curse had taken away his life. Is that so? In the past, when he defeated his opponents, he felt at least relaxed. But this time, even though he had survived this tribulation and personally witnessed the epic sky demon being annihilated in front of him, Long Chen was unable to relax when he heard his final words. When he knew that epic heavenly demon was in the death world, he knew that there would be a life and death battle like today. Maybe he shouldn't be my enemy, but this is fate. It's hard to change it. This is his fate. He is a primeval troll after all. He can't be with me. Of course, Long Chen could think it through clearly. He had finally killed him. He had come back from the dead and survived a disaster. In the God Nation, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had survived a disaster. Of course, Long Chen couldn't surrender just like that. He was fighting with everyone's will and lives on his back. Epic heavenly demon had underestimated him. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have thought that he was really seeking death, and he wouldn't have let Long Chen come back from the dead to kill him. As long as he lived, the battle would never end. This was Long Chen. So this is the core of the death world. When epic heavenly demon turned into ashes, everything about him disappeared in front of Long Chen. Only a dim eyeball was left. This originally belonged to Long Chen. It was only because epic heavenly demon came here first that he obtained it. Now, the core of the death world belonged to Long Chen. The sea of blood gradually calmed down. Long Chen reached out and gently grasped the core of the death world. Perhaps it had sensed Long Chen's ancient blood spirit dragon bloodline. The ancient blood spirit dragon's eye quickly brought his arm closer to his forehead. Just like epic heavenly demon, the eye actually began to fuse into his forehead. However, it wasn't as forceful as epic heavenly demon's. It smoothly fused in and then disappeared. Of course, Long Chen could feel its existence. It was truly fusing with Long Chen and becoming a part of Long Chen's body. As this process went on, Long Chen began to realize that the entire death world was gradually transforming into a place similar to his God Nation. Of course, this transformation seemed to require a process. As time went on, Long Chen discovered many things. For example, he could command those blood beasts. This was the ability of epic heavenly demon before, and he could easily learn it. Then, he could also control the sea of blood that filled the sky, which was also what epic heavenly demon had done before. Epic heavenly demon has nothing to do with the ancient blood spirit dragon after all, so this is pretty much all he can do. However, he has been fusing with the core of the death world for a period of time, and through absorbing the power of the death world, his cultivation has improved greatly. As time went on, Long Chen carefully sensed the death world and soon discovered a new ability. He could actually move freely in the vast death world. With a single thought, he could appear anywhere in the death world. His real body could go there, and of course, he could also condense the sea of blood to form his own appearance, allowing his nomological laws to go anywhere. Epic heavenly demon could only allow his nomological laws to go far away, but he couldn't move freely in the entire death world. Otherwise, he would have killed Long Chen a long time ago. Fortunately, he first let Yu Huazhong use the white bones of beauty, so I could understand the nomological laws of resurrection. Otherwise, I would have been under the control of epic heavenly demon. If that really happened, Long Chen would probably give in. After all, he would have nothing if he died. But if he gave in, he might still have a chance in the future. Of course, he was still familiarizing himself with the core of the death world. The entire death world had been gradually moved to the third heaven, and it took a total of an era. Now, it could be considered embedded in the third heaven. If he fused with the core of the death world, Long Chen would have a better understanding of the entire death world. Of course, he only had a superficial understanding of it. After all, there seemed to be a lot of information in the core of the death world. All of a sudden, Long Chen discovered something surprising. It turned out that there was more than one entrance to the death world, but there were a few. It was just that the other entrances were not obvious, and some were even in some places in the third heaven that could not be seen from the outside. Some even extended to the Pangu continent. Others have to wait for the entrance of the blood spirit abyss to open before they can come in. But I have fused with the core of the death world, so I can come and go freely from any entrance, and I can leave at any time without the help of the death world blood bead. This made Long Chen overjoyed. He knew that Di Jun must be lurking at the entrance of the blood spirit abyss, waiting for him to come out. In this way, he didn't have to stay in the death world until he could deal with Di Jun. He could choose an exit at random, and he might be able to escape. This was what made him excited. Even if Epic Heavenly Demon had fused with the death world, it was a forced fusion. At most, he could only control the death world on the surface. He even needed the help of the death world blood bead to get out. In his excitement, Long Chen continued to explore the core of the death world. Suddenly, he found a greater benefit. I see. This was not just good news. The death world had a greater effect. It turns out that with the core of the death world, no matter where I am, I can return to the death world in an instant by using the death world dragon gate. In this way, even if I encounter a strong enemy, I can return to this base camp immediately. Even if I encounter Di Jun face to face, it won't be a problem. Most importantly, after the crisis is over, I can return to that place through the Death World Dragon Gate, as long as the power of law left by the Death World Dragon Gate still exists. No matter where he was, as long as there was a crisis, he could hide in the Death World in an instant. Chapter 2974. If he could get out, who would want to be trapped in the death rain? Moreover, he would be trapped for tens of thousands of years. If he could get out, of course, Long Chen wanted to. Especially now that he had the core of the death rain, he could hide in the death rain whenever he was in danger. This almost meant that Di Jun's pursuit was no longer a threat to him. Although Di Jun was still alive and was still menacing, he could no longer threaten Long Chen's life, especially when Long Chen's current strength was quite close to his. He could open the death rain at any time, making him feel depressed and desperate. This has become my new trump card. Long Chen was very clear that this was a trump card that could not be killed. In fact, I can even lure my opponents into the death world and fight them there. Then, just like the Era Heavenly Demon, with my control over the death world, my strength will skyrocket, and I'll be able to defeat opponents that I can't defeat in the outside world. Perhaps he could lure Di Jun here and fight him now. However, Long Chen was still cautious about this guy. He was not as sentimental as the epic Heavenly Devil, but a real cold-blooded man. Perhaps there were many secrets hidden under the surface, such as his identity as a dragon warrior. Now, I can go to Pangu continent and have a look at the realm of life. Maybe there will be the blood inheritance of the syndicate dragon and the dragon soul of the Taiji spirit dragon. Besides, such an original incipient realm world is one of the largest worlds in all the worlds, so it must be extraordinary. As for Di Jun, with the core of the death rain, Long Chen could almost ignore his existence. There were only a few original incipient realm worlds in all the worlds. Pangu continent was one of them. It was the most prosperous world among all the worlds, and it was located near and surrounded by the third heaven. Of course, Long Chen was not in a hurry. He wanted to rest for a few days, waiting for the mark of resurrection to recover. Then, he would go to Pangu continent to have a look. It was absolutely safe in the death rain, so Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, and the others had been wandering around in the death rain. After all, it was a bit boring to stay in the Divine Kingdom for such a long time. What are your plans? Divine Emperor Yuhua stood before Long Chen. Divine Emperor Yuhua glanced at the people behind Long Chen. In fact, she had basically familiarized herself with the continent, the Origin Dragon Palace, and the countless dragon martial artists. She had personally witnessed all of this. I realized that I can't bear to part with all of you. So, of course I don't want to leave. From now on, let me follow all of you. This kind of journey will definitely be very interesting. Actually, Yuhua was easy to get along with and was a sincere person. Everyone liked her very much. Moreover, she was a member of the Paper Crane and had a lot of information on her. With her around, Long Chen could avoid many detours. Congratulations on joining our team. Another expert had been added to their ranks. Whatever. Even if you kick me out, I won't leave. Divine Emperor Yuhua smiled slyly, which made him look quite cute. To his surprise, it took 3 months for the green mark on his left hand to recover. It seemed that Long Chen's resurrection was different from Divine Emperor Yuhua's. Divine Emperor Yuhua had recovered in just a few days. In the future, I'll have to use the rule of resurrection with caution. Just like the Death Rain and Dragon Gate, it's the last trump card to save my life. I should use it as little as possible, lest someone finds a way to break it. When the Emerald Ring returned to normal, Long Chen gathered everyone together and prepared to depart for Pangu Continent. One of the exits of the Death Rain extended to a location close to Pangu Continent. If they left from here, there was no way Di Jun would know where Long Chen was. Here it is. Therefore, with just a thought, he moved to the location of the Death Rain. Now, the Death Rain was like his divine kingdom. He could open it and leave it whenever he wanted. It was extremely convenient. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the exit of the Death World and came out. As soon as he came out, a vast aura rushed towards him. He was currently in the middle of a thick layer of clouds. In front of him was a boundless continent that was who knew how many times larger than the dragon sacrificial continent. Its actual surface area was even larger than the 3 layers of heaven that surrounded it. This was Pangu Continent. The place where Long Chen was located was the edge of Pangu Continent. There were countless living beings and gods on this continent. From where Long Chen was, he could feel the majestic and irresistible life force. Even though he was now so strong that he could defeat most of the super experts listed on the Divine Emperor list, he was still a tiny existence compared to the entire Pangu continent. He remembered that the shape of this continent was that of a giant. It was boundlessly huge. Where you are now should be the foot of the Pangu giant, and the largest core of Pangu continent is its heart. I heard that the realm of life is located there. Divine Emperor Yuhua said. The reason why Long Chen came to Pangu continent this time was because of the realm of life, and the things left behind by the divine dragons that might exist in it. Of course, he also hoped that this place could help him reach a higher level. Pangu continent was vast and boundless. It was just too big. Long Chen was like an ant who had set foot on this boundless original incipient realm. He found that the soil, trees, and rivers here were of a similar level to Mount Buzhou, but they had a majestic life force that Mount Buzhou did not have. This was a super world with an incomparably vigorous life force. Stepping on the moist soil here, Long Chen had a wish. He wanted to build such a world, so that the descendants of the divine dragons could also enjoy such vigorous life force. Instead of facing the destruction of the world. The third heaven has the 3 pure energies. Compared to other worlds, it is considered very powerful. Even an ordinary person can become a god, but it is still far from Pangu continent. Pangu continent is the first world in Western Star region, and it has a thick, Pangu spirit energy that sweeps through the heaven and earth. Under this Pangu spirit energy, even an ordinary person can become a god here. Those who can't are considered to have poor potential. The barbarians of Pangu continent have been reproducing for many generations, and many sons of gods and devils are born as gods and devils. This was the difference. In those days, when Long Chen was in Baiyang town, he was extremely weak. He lived in the lowest level of the world, with the lowest aptitude. Even the weakest cultivator on Pangu continent could easily defeat the whole world if he went to Dragon Sacrificial Continent. This was the difference between a world that could not even be considered as a grade, and a world of the highest original incipient realm. The decline of Dragon Sacrificial Continent was all because of the Heaven-devouring clan. In the past, Dragon Sacrificial Continent was a world that surpassed the origin level. How could a mere Pangu continent compare to it? But now, as it was his first time coming to Pangu continent, Long Chen was still very unwilling. No matter how powerful Pangu continent was, it was someone else's world, not a world of wanderers like them. He did not want to occupy this place. He wanted to rebuild his home. Everyone in the Divine Kingdom had the same wish as Long Chen. To return to his hometown and rebuild it. The living beings of Third Heaven call themselves the Heavenly Clan, a race of heaven. They think they are noble and superior, ruling over many worlds. But the only thing they fear is the barbarians of Pangu continent, and they admit that the barbarians are the only bloodline in the entire Western Star region that can make them submit. The three Tao ancestors all regard the savage ancient god as their leader, and address him as Brother Zhu. While listening to Divine Emperor Yu Hua's introduction, Long Chen ventured deeper into Pangu continent. He estimated that he would be staying here for a long time, so he wanted to get to know this place better. It is said that the savage ancient god's strength is exceedingly mighty, and he is one of the strongest experts in the world. Even the three Tao ancestors are no match for him. Your ghost blood curse was actually obtained by him first, and then he gave it to the three Tao ancestors as a gift. Long Chen had heard the name of this savage ancient god many times. He was as famous as heavenly god Luya. It did not take long before he finally saw the barbarians. These barbarians are really tall. Long Chen sighed with emotion. At this moment, a burly man appeared in front of him, standing more than 2 meters tall. His skin was dark, and he was wrapped in animal skin. He looked like a primitive man, and his face was painted with some complicated runes. After being immersed and tempered by Pangu's spirit energy for generations, he had a savage aura, which made him very wild and violent. This is not an adult barbarian. He's just a child. An adult barbarian is at least 4 meters tall, which is already a giant to us. He could not believe that a mere child was almost at the realm of God King. His bloodline was comparable to that of a high-grade divine dragon. The barbarians were indeed powerful. However, the barbarian child in Long Chen's eyes was fighting, and his life was in danger. His opponent was a demon beast. Initially, Long Chen thought it was a transformation of the demon race, but later he found out that there was a difference. This is a creature unique to Pangu continent, called Ancient Demon. In fact, the demon race is a kind of human race, and they can only transform into human form. This ancient demon is a real beast. It does not have a human form, and its body is not big. However, after being tempered by Pangu's spirit energy, it has become very powerful and ferocious. Those who come to Pangu continent for adventures are not afraid of meeting barbarians, but they are afraid of meeting ancient demons. After all, ancient demons are ferocious and inhumane. The ancient Fae in front of him had pale white fur, but there were strange black patterns on it. The array diagram was like a kind of array diagram, which allowed them to absorb a large amount of Pangu's spiritual energy to attack. This barbarian child is going to be defeated and eaten soon, Divine Emperor Yu Hua reminded. Chapter 2975. Before the barbarian child could see who had saved his life, Long Chen had already left. It was not because he was pressed for time, but because he had a member like Yu Hua with him, so he did not need to learn about Panga continent through the barbarians. What exactly is Thousand Paper Cranes? Long Chen could not help but ask. Although I'm in Thousand Paper Cranes, I don't know much about the higher-ups, said Yu Hua. It's not just me. The management of this organization is very strict. It's said that the leader is a divine lord, but not many people know who he is. Although I'm a divine emperor, I'm not cultivated by Thousand Paper Cranes themselves, so it's not easy for me to get in touch with the core. Thousand Paper Cranes mainly deal with intelligence, and they basically don't participate in the conflicts between the worlds. Is that so? Of course, Long Chen was just asking out of curiosity. He was more concerned about the realm of life on Panga continent. So, he followed the route alone and headed for the core of Panga continent. Panga continent was infinitely vast, and with Long Chen's current speed, it would take him 2 months to cross it. After all, he was going from the giant's feet to the heart. However, he did not go at full speed. He wanted to learn more about Panga continent as he walked. After all, if the death realm was the backyard of the third heaven, then the life realm was the backyard of the barbarians on Panga continent. It was not a place that anyone could enter at will. He also needed to have a certain understanding of the powers on Panga continent. In fact, the overall level of Panga continent was almost twice that of the third heaven. Standing at the top of the pyramid was naturally the ancient god of the savage wilderness, and below him were several divine lords, each of whom was the ancestor of the barbarians, with their own powers and descendants. The status of each supreme god was basically no less than that of the 3 Dao ancestors, or even higher. The closer to the core, the denser the Pangu spirit energy is. Being born and cultivating here is indeed twice the result with half the effort. Even the lowest level of life can be extremely powerful. When he first set foot on Panga continent, he was filled with emotions. In fact, he did not expect that it was just the edge. His current position was the divine realm. Strange, there seems to be something wrong with the ancient demons along the way. In the past, they only dared to hide in the dangerous mountains and did not dare to show themselves. But now, there are actually many of them appearing from the dangerous places and attacking the barbarian tribe. They are much more daring. Are they crazy? On Panga continent, the barbarians were the absolute masters. Although the ancient demons were ferocious, they could only hide under the suppression of the barbarian race. However, after hearing what Yu Hua said, Long Chen also realized that Panga continent was not peaceful these days. There were often ancient demons intruding into barbarian tribes and cities to kill barbarians. Usually, those ancient demons who dared to launch an attack were stronger, so they could still cause a certain degree of damage. However, in the end, they were all killed by the barbarian experts. On Panga continent, there were even divine emperors in every tribe. Any small tribe here could crush a world like the builder would holy tree. Along the way, Long Chen traveled through this wild, vast, majestic, and heavy world. He had learned a lot. Although the barbarian race's way of life was ancient and their intelligence was not very high, they were blessed by the heaven, which made them very powerful. I estimate it will take us another month to get close to the realm of life. It is the heart of the barbarian race, their holy land. Naturally, there are countless experts in that place. Apart from the divine venerables you can't defeat, there are also several experts ranked in the top 20 on the Divine Emperor list, at least 5 of them. Divine Emperor Yu Hua reminded him. Apart from these people, the others are no longer a threat to me. In the blink of an eye, he had grown to such a level. Long Chen was quite satisfied with himself. He had forced himself to achieve this in the death reign. Speaking of which, I have to thank Di Jun. Without his constant threat, I would not have grown so strong so quickly. He flew across the land at high speed. He was surrounded by ancient trees, each of which had a history of hundreds of thousands of years. They were all primordial immortal spirits. Long Chen had connected his divine kingdom to Pangu continent. Under the nourishment of Pangu continent, the humans in the divine kingdom had made tremendous progress, becoming gods one after another. Even the ordinary trees and flowers had turned into immortal spirits and then primordial immortal spirits under the refinement of Pangu's spirit energy. This was the benefit of Long Chen staying on Pangu continent. Perhaps, in tens of thousands of years, the environment of the continent in his divine kingdom would reach the level of a primeval incipient world, and become a part of it. Occasionally, he passed by an ancient city of the barbarian race, but he did not expect to encounter an ancient demon. This ancient demon was relatively strong, with the cultivation base of a perfected divine emperor. At this level, ordinary barbarians could no longer resist it. From a distance, Long Chen saw that it was a giant beast lying on the wall of the ancient city. It was a cat-headed black hawk. Its body was still pale, but it was covered with countless strange demon marks, which were twisting like snakes and constantly absorbing a large amount of Pangu's spirit energy. This is an ancient demon mark, which is compatible with Pangu continent. It can absorb Pangu's spirit energy better than the barbarians. That's why ancient demons are very strong, and their reproduction speed is amazing. Several times, they were almost wiped out by the barbarians, but they were able to rise again and return to Pangu continent. Some powerful ancient demons are the nightmares of ordinary barbarians. In Long Chen's eyes, the cat-headed black hawk was lying on the wall, opening its mouth and forming a vortex. Countless tall barbarians were being swallowed by it. In just a blink of an eye, many had died. Long Chen's principle was that since he had seen it, he would help no matter what. So, he flew in the direction of the ancient city. Before long, when he got closer, he could see the ancient demon devouring the barbarians. Now, the ancient city had become hell on earth. Barbarians were crying and wailing, and many of them had lost their families. Those who could not stabilize their bodies and flew into the sky were basically swallowed by the ancient demon. For everyone, the process of flying into the ancient demon's mouth was an unimaginable nightmare. They could only watch helplessly as the huge mouth wailed and wailed. Long Chen was a little late. In just a short while, at least hundreds of thousands of barbarians had died, all of which had entered the ancient demon's stomach. Moreover, the ancient demon was extremely greedy and had no intention of stopping. Evil creature. Long Chen was about to strike, but he stopped because someone was faster than him. Rumble. A 5-meter-tall giant descended from the sky and smashed into the ancient demon's head, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. The expert let out a furious roar and stabbed his hands into the ancient demon's head. Starting from the head, he ripped the ancient demon into two. There were also some barbarians that fell from the ancient demon's corpse, but most of them had already died after being swallowed. Damned ancient demon! The barbarian expert roared and threw the ancient demon's corpse to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. After that, he escorted the surviving barbarians to the ground safely. Although the ancient demon was dead, the barbarian expert's expression was still rather ugly after seeing so many people die. My fellow brethren, I'm sorry for being late. The barbarian expert pressed one of his eyes with one hand and covered his abdomen with the other. He bowed towards the barbarians in the ancient city, his voice heavy. This should be the barbarian's gesture of apology. In the ancient city, the survivors all knelt on the ground and shouted, "Chief-elect, thank you, Chief-elect, for saving our lives." They prostrated themselves on the ground. The Chief-elect then said loudly, "Everyone, please rise. The ancient demons are wreaking havoc now. If you encounter another powerful ancient demon in the future, please inform me immediately." This expert from the barbarian race was very responsible. Even though he was an ultimate divine emperor, he was still very polite to the ordinary barbarians. After settling the barbarians, he prepared to leave. However, before he left, he glared at Long Chen fiercely. It seemed that he had long discovered Long Chen's existence. Swoosh! The giant crossed tens of thousands of meters and appeared in front of Long Chen. I have to say that this was the strongest barbarian Long Chen had ever seen. No matter which direction he looked at, he was wild and domineering. His aura was vigorous, and his thick body and bulging muscles were full of destructive power. At this moment, he stood before Long Chen like a huge mountain. Now that the ancient demons are wreaking havoc on Pangu continent, in order to prevent outsiders from taking advantage of the situation, we have made a rule that no outsiders are allowed to enter Pangu continent. If you have just arrived, please leave quickly, lest I have to expel you myself. As he spoke, he was also sizing up Long Chen. He could vaguely sense the dangerous aura emanating from Long Chen, especially his right palm, which made him feel very dangerous. He had never seen such a dangerous figure before. Of course, he knew that this was the first time Long Chen had come to Pangu continent. Long Chen did not expect such a thing to happen. He had not figured out the death rain, so he would not leave. If you are worried that I will take advantage of the situation, you don't have to do this, he said. If you don't know me, perhaps you can rest assured after getting to know me and becoming friends with me. As for the chaos caused by the ancient demons, perhaps I can help you. You. The chief-elect studied Long Chen with his huge eyes. Suddenly, they narrowed and shot out two beams of bright light, while a wild divine pressure burst out from his huge body. Obviously, he had recalled Long Chen's identity. I know who you are. Although I didn't see you with my own eyes, your name has been spreading like wildfire in the third heaven recently. You are Long Chen, the one who defeated the experts ranked on the Divine Emperor list from the 3 heavenly palaces during the struggle in the Death Rain, and finally obtained the Ghost Blood Curse. Not only the Divine Emperors from the 3 heavenly palaces coveted the Ghost Blood Curse, but the experts on Pangu continent also coveted it. However, as it was given by the ancient god of the wilderness, they could not compete for it. Nevertheless, the name of Long Chen was still very famous on Pangu continent. Long Chen was just doing a test, and he did not expect that the opponent could recognize him just like that. Chapter 2976. This could only mean that he was too famous now. On this Pangu continent, as long as he wanted to know more about the realm of life, his whereabouts would be exposed. Something as obvious as the Ghost Blood Curse could not escape the tracking of others. Therefore, Emperor Jun must know that he was here. In that case, there was no need for him to hide. The most important thing now is the realm of life. After that, I'll discuss with Ghost Chi about the ancestral planet. On this Pangu continent, I want to defeat Emperor Jun and put an end to this feud. This was Long Chen's biggest goal in the recent period. One of his mortal enemies, Ji Yuan Heavenly Devil, had fallen, and only Emperor Jun, who was guarding the Blood Spirit Abyss, was left. Yes, it's me. Long Chen said frankly. The chief-elect was amazed for a while. He roughly understood that the thing in Long Chen's right hand must be the Ghost Blood Curse. He kept shaking his head and said, I heard that you obtained the Ghost Blood Curse, and planned to stay in the Death World until you could escape from Emperor Jun. I didn't expect that you would suddenly appear here. Could it be that you've escaped from Emperor Jun? How is that possible? As long as Emperor Jun was guarding the Blood Spirit Abyss, how could Long Chen come out without being noticed? It has nothing to do with you, said Long Chen. Anyway, I'm fine, and I won't kill any barbarians, let alone fish in troubled waters. Don't worry. The chief-elect looked at him in surprise. At last, he said, I don't care how you came out of the Death World, and I don't care about the personal feud between you and Emperor Jun. But, I heard that you defeated Taoist plentiful treasures easily with the Ghost Blood Curse in the Death World, am I right? So what? Long Chen said with a smile. The chief-elect cupped his fist, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "We barbarians worship the strong," he said in a deep voice, "we barbarians worship the strong, and we respect the strong. The strong protect our race and fight against the enemies. You are a strong man, and as long as you don't make an enemy of the barbarians, I will respect you. From now on, you can call me by my name. My name is Man Ji." Long Chen was confused by his formal attitude. However, Chief-elect Man Ji continued, "I, Man Ji, was born with an incredible strength since I was a child. After stepping on the path of cultivation, I've been fighting all the way, and now I'm ranked 33rd on the Divine Emperor list. I heard that you've easily defeated Daoist Duo Bao, who's ranked 37th. I'm sure you'll be able to fight me to your heart's content. If you can defeat me, you'll be my brother. In the future, if you need any help on Pangu continent, you can always summon me." After saying that, Man Ji retreated 1,000 meters and unleashed his aura. Although he was only 5 meters tall, his aura was monstrous. Divine energy swept out and a 10,000-meter tall giant condensed behind him. He was like an ancient god, domineering and mighty. Even his breathing was like a drum and his eyes were like bronze bells. He looked extremely barbaric. When he heard of Long Chen's identity, he wanted to challenge Long Chen. It could be seen that he just wanted to challenge Long Chen, and he had no other purpose, nor did he want to fight to the death. If it were in the past, Long Chen would be very happy to have such an opponent, and he would definitely satisfy his desire to fight. Because, he also had the desire to fight. But the problem was that the situation was different now. Facing Man Ji's monstrous desire to fight, he said, "Man Ji, it's not that I don't want to fight you, but I relied more on the power of the ghost blood curse to defeat Daoist Duo Bao. Anyone who touches the ghost blood curse will die. If I fight you, if I'm not careful, I'm afraid that even a scratch can kill you." After hearing Long Chen's words, Man Ji had a good impression of Long Chen. He laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about that." As soon as he said that, a fortune divine item gradually condensed on his body. It was an armor that completely covered his body, dark green in color, ancient and heavy, and had a trace of savage aura, which made Man Ji's aura rise again. "This is the Chief-elect Ink armor, the origin of my name." To be able to reach the 33rd rank of the Divine Emperor ranking, Man Ji's cultivation level was very high, and this Chief-elect Ink armor must be a half-eternal rank fortune divine item, at least not weaker than a Tai True God's Heavens Will Rui. "With this Chief-elect Ink armor, it won't be easy for you to stab me with the ghost blood curse. Long Chen, if you don't accept my challenge in the barbarian tribe, you are looking down on me." Since it had come to this, Long Chen could only accept the challenge. The 33rd rank of the Divine Emperor ranking was a new height for him to challenge. In fact, his current rank was the 37th on the Divine Emperor ranking, but everyone knew that he still had a lot of room for improvement. What answered Man Ji was the ghost blood curse that Long Chen took out. The moment the ghost blood curse appeared, the light of the Chief-elect's Ink armor was immediately suppressed. Long Chen turned from an amiable youth into a sinister, bloodthirsty, and baleful fighter, a killer. As expected of the ghost blood curse. It makes one's blood boil. Man Ji laughed out loud. His voice was loud and clear, and no one knew how far his excited laughter could travel. Heavenly Desolate Fang. Immediately, a huge weapon condensed in his hand. It was also a half-eternal fortune divine item, and it was a thick mace with sharp fangs. Each of its fangs was fierce and sharp, and there were billions of wild beast souls lying dormant within it. Vaguely, one could hear the roars of tens of thousands of beasts. This was the Heavenly Desolate Fang. These were the two most powerful fortune divine items that Man Ji had. On Pangu continent, the wild and violent Man Ji and the cold-blooded and bizarre Long Chen were confronting each other. For a moment, Man Ji's side was in a violent storm, while Long Chen's side was quiet. "Fight!" Man Ji's eyes were filled with excitement. Although his body was huge, his speed had reached the peak, and his murderous aura alone was enough to suppress Daoist Duo Bao. Heavenly Desolate. The law exploded. Long Chen didn't know what law Man Ji cultivated, but when he used it, the world became desolate, and the mace gathered the power of law. Wherever it went, the vigorous life force of the trees, the essence of all living things, and the Pangu spirit energy were all sucked into the mace, forming a destructive force that swept across and crushed Long Chen. Man Ji was like a storm. Rumble. The earth shook on Pangu continent. Shatter, Yi Futian said. Man Ji's roar shook the universe. Facing such a divine power, as if the vast world was about to be destroyed, Long Chen didn't panic. He held the ghost blood curse tightly in one hand and swung it without saying a word. The Sword of Time. Time always surpassed speed. The dazzling sword energy carried the Fortune Divine item's power and the ghost blood curse. It was just a casual swing of Long Chen's sword, but it had the power to sweep the world. In just a flash, it crossed the distance and arrived in front of Man Ji. Bam! The Sword of Time exploded in front of Man Ji. However, the heavenly desolate tooth in Man Ji's hand also flew out. Long Chen's sword had completely destroyed his law. At that moment, Man Ji felt the deadly killing intent of the ghost blood curse. Although the Sword of Time was broken, there were still a lot of ghost blood curses coming at him, but they were blocked by his black armor. Even so, he felt a chill in his heart. Be careful. Suddenly, Long Chen moved. He turned into a blood shadow and came at Man Ji with a peerless killing intent. Damn it! It was the first time Man Ji had seen the power of the ghost blood curse, so he lost some of his confidence. Now that Long Chen took the initiative to attack, he became even more vigilant. Man Ji was not someone who would give up easily. So, at this moment, he reached out his hand and called back the heavenly desolate tooth. He let out a furious roar like a wild beast and unleashed his full power. Pangu's possession. What Long Chen did not know was that what Man Ji had just used was the biggest trump card of the barbarian race. As long as one had the barbarian bloodline and was on Pangu continent, he or she could use this technique. Even those who had not ascended to the immortal realm could use this technique. However, there was a difference in the degree of each person using this technique. For example, Man Ji had already activated this barbarian talent to a very high level. When Long Chen came at him, he pressed one hand on the ground, causing the ground to crack. But when this talent was activated, the endless power hit Man Ji. At this moment, Man Ji had become one with the entire Pangu continent. It was not hard to imagine how difficult it was to deal with him at this moment. When fighting against the barbarian race on Pangu continent, everyone was most afraid of Pangu's possession. When Pangu possessed someone, their strength would increase tremendously, and their divine body would not be destroyed. This was the true immortality. At this moment, Man Ji was already surrounded by the vast natural energy of Pangu continent. When Long Chen fought against him, it was like he was fighting against the entire heaven and earth, the entire original incipient realm. At this moment, Man Ji wielded the desolate heaven tooth. Hot blood of the barbarian race, sweep across 10,000 worlds. The desolate heaven tooth was filled with the power of Pangu continent, and it swept over violently. Man Ji attacked before Long Chen, so his momentum was absolutely tremendous, attracting the attention and astonishment of many barbarian experts. However, he did not attack before Long Chen. Defy the heavens and change fate. Before Long Chen attacked, he shot out a white light ball, which instantly melted into Man Ji's body. The rule of fate was like a hot knife cutting through butter. In just a blink of an eye, Man Ji's Pangu possession collapsed. The majestic power suddenly dissipated. Without the support of Pangu continent, the power of Man Ji's sweeping across 10,000 worlds was reduced by half. This was the great effect of defying the heavens and changing fate, and it was also the most unbelievable thing that happened to Man Ji today. He and all the barbarians had never failed in their Pangu possession, but this time, it was forcefully dispelled by Long Chen using the rule of fate. Karma stab. When he got close, he thrust the sword. It was a fatal attack. The ghost blood curse was as fierce as a poisonous snake. It pierced through the desolate heaven tooth and nailed Man Ji's body. Then, the power of the karma stab didn't stop. It went straight through the Chief Elect's ink armor. At last, Long Chen pulled back his hand. It seemed like the ghost blood curse was only a little bit away from piercing into Man Ji's body and killing him. Of course, Long Chen would not kill him for no reason. After pulling back his hand, he quickly retreated, leaving Man Ji staring at the desolate heaven tooth on his chest and the Chief Elect's ink armor that was pierced through. Although the two divine items were not completely destroyed, they were still damaged. He guessed that he would need some treasures to repair them. But it was a fact that he had lost. Chapter 2977. The battle was over. For all barbarians, there were only situations where they could not defeat their opponents even after using Pangu's possession, but there had never been a situation where Pangu's possession was broken. At the last moment, Man Ji sensed Long Chen's heaven-defying and destiny-changing law, which forcibly changed him from the state of Pangu's possession. Although I wasn't able to defeat you in my strongest state, since you were able to break the Pangu possession of the barbarian race, that is also a kind of ability. I admit defeat to you wholeheartedly. From now on, you are ranked 33rd on the Divine Emperor list. Man Ji had walked back from the brink of death. He cupped his fists and said to Long Chen solemnly. In this way, he would not expel Long Chen from Pangu continent. That was much better. Man Ji scratched his head and glanced around. He knew that many people were hiding in the dark, watching the battle. So, what happened here would soon spread out. I'm sorry. I was too focused on challenging you, but I didn't know that you were hiding from Di Jun. Now that I've exposed your whereabouts, I'm afraid that Di Jun will soon catch up with you. When that happens, you will be in danger. After all, I'm ranked first on the Divine Emperor list, the number one Divine Emperor in all the worlds, the strongest person under the Divine Realm. It's inevitable, said Long Chen, and it has nothing to do with you. Brother Man Ji, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Man Ji still felt apologetic. He thought for a moment, then said, You defeated me, so I will respect you. I will treat you as my brother. My Chief Elect tribe is nearby. I wonder if brother will do me the honor of visiting my Chief Elect tribe? I have to think of a way to help you escape from Di Jun, otherwise, I will feel very apologetic. You can ask Man Ji about the realm of living. He should be someone from the barbaric sect. It will be more convenient for you to travel around Pangu continent if you have a good relationship with him. Although Long Chen did not know what the barbaric sect mentioned by Divine Emperor Yu Hua was, he trusted her. After giving it a second thought, he realized that Yu Hua was not a native of Pangu continent after all, and there were some things that he could only rely on the barbarians to have a say in the territory of the barbarians. Alright, I'm new here, and I have some things that I would like to consult you on. Long Chen readily agreed. Brother, you are truly a straightforward person. Please follow me to my Chief Elect tribe. Man Ji was very excited to be able to invite Long Chen. The barbarian race respected the strong and respected the strong. All the strong had the responsibility to protect the people. Following Man Ji, Long Chen moved forward again. The Chief Elect tribe was heading in the same direction as before. The realm of life was in this direction. Along the way, both of them had a pleasant conversation. That Divine Emperor Jun is really haunting me. I heard that he has been chasing after you for a long time. I heard that you killed his daughter, and he is hunting you down for revenge. But, I have always been a good judge of character. Brother Long Chen is a benevolent and righteous man. Even if he killed his opponent, I believe there must be a reason behind it. Divine Emperor Jun was indeed clever in this regard. No one knew that his real target was actually Origin Dragon Palace. In his opinion, it was something that belonged to him. It did not take long for them to arrive at the chief-elect tribe. It was a large tribe, with hundreds of millions of barbarians living here. There was not much difference between living beings and gods. Man Ji was the leader of this tribe, and most barbarians addressed him as the chief-elect war god. In this tribe, Long Chen was also respected to the highest degree. When they arrived, Man Ji set up a banquet and invited Long Chen alone. I'm thinking of a way to help you avoid Divine Emperor Jun, but I'm not sure if Sect Master will protect you if I bring you into Panga's heart. After all, the opponent is an expert at the level of quasi-divine, and I need Sect Master to suppress him. Sect Master. Was that how they addressed the barbaric ancient god? Seeing that Long Chen did not know much about it, Man Ji excitedly explained, "We, the barbaric sect, are the strongest power on Panga continent. We rule over 70% of the land, and over 80% of the barbarians. The founder of barbaric sect is the strongest god on Panga continent, and also the strongest god in Western Star region, the barbaric ancient god. Therefore, barbaric sect is one of the strongest powers in all the worlds. However, the barbaric ancient god has long been aloof from worldly affairs, and rarely shows himself. The barbaric ancient god has always been in charge of barbaric ancient god, a disciple of the ancient god." I see. As a matter of fact, Long Chen had just left the worlds. Otherwise, he would have known all these basic knowledge. And, Panga's heart is the most sacred place of barbaric sect. Generally speaking, Sect Master and all the divine emperors are in it, except for someone like me who controls a region outside. No one is allowed to enter Panga's heart without the permission of Sect Master. If I can find a way for you to hide in it, you can avoid Divine Emperor Jun's pursuit. Long Chen knew that Man Ji was trying to help him out of kindness. He smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I already have a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here in broad daylight." Man Ji was sincerely happy to hear the news. "That's good. I'm relieved. After all, I'm the one who exposed you, and I don't feel comfortable about it." Man Ji burst into a hearty laughter. "By the way, the main purpose of my visit to Pangu continent is to find out more about the realm of life. Man Ji, can you tell me how I can enter the realm of life?" The realm of life. Man Ji was taken aback. He never thought that Long Chen would be related to the realm of life. But then, he shook his head and said, "It's impossible to enter the realm of life. In the early years, the ancient gods used the realm of life as a training ground for outstanding divine emperors to fight for treasures, just like the third heaven. I was lucky enough to enter, but something strange happened in the realm of life. Many people died, so the ancient gods forbade everyone from entering the realm of death. But I heard that all these years, the ancient gods have been in the realm of life. The realm of life has become their place of cultivation, and the only person who can contact them is the Sect Master. If you want to enter the realm of life, you can only ask the ancient gods through the Sect Master." Long Chen didn't expect it to be so troublesome. "I can't believe that ancient god Savage Wilderness has been cultivating in the realm of life, treating it as his place of seclusion." This was troublesome. Long Chen could control the realm of death, so how could he familiarize himself with the realm of life, or even the terrifying existence of the ancient god Savage Wilderness? Long Chen didn't want to come into contact with experts of that level. Man Ji pondered and said, "The Sect Master has always been fair and strict, and he treats his friends well. But it won't be easy for you to get him to disturb the ancient gods, because the Sect Master respects the ancient gods the most. In his heart, the ancient gods are the heaven and earth. This is the first difficulty, and the second difficulty is to get the ancient gods to agree. If you are a nobody, the ancient gods will definitely ignore you. Long Chen, I think the only thing I can do for you is to take you to Pangu's heart to see the sect master. Man Ji trusted Long Chen, so he didn't ask Long Chen what he wanted to do in the realm of life. Instead, he thought of a way for him. Long Chen knew how difficult it was. He said, "I'm not in a hurry. I just want to go to the realm of life and see what's inside." In that case, the entrance to the realm of life is in barbaric sect, right? Man Ji nodded and said, "Yes, the entrance to the realm of life is in barbaric sect, in the depths of Pangu's heart. However, there is actually another entrance to the realm of life, which is in the eye of Pangu of primitive sect. Of course, because we ancient gods are in the realm of life, even if they have an entrance, they don't dare to go in. On this Pangu continent, the other 4 divine emperors dare not disturb the ancient gods. One was in Pangu's heart, and the other was in Pangu's eye. Is the desolate sect another power?" asked Long Chen. Speaking of primitive sect, Man Ji smiled faintly and said, "It's just a group of barbarians who like to rebel. They call themselves Flood, but in essence, they are barbarians. They occupy about 10% of Pangu continent's territory, and built primitive sect around Pangu's eye. Their sect leader is a supreme god, and his overall strength is about the same as our sect leaders. However, we have ancient gods, so the other few divine emperors on Pangu continent can only show respect to us." Long Chen wouldn't go to primitive sect for the time being, but he remembered that there was also an entrance to the realm of life there. If it didn't work here, it might not work there. The most important thing was to collect more information so that it would be easier for him to act. Man Ji began to talk about it himself. On Pangu continent, in addition to the 2 divine emperors of our savage sect, there are 4 other divine emperors. The sect leader of primitive sect who occupies Pangu's eye is one of them. In the south, there is Divine Sun, a hot-tempered fellow who is also a barbarian, but he is a lone wolf and does not have any power. There is also Yin Yang Celestial Emperor, who is not a barbarian, but he is doing well on Pangu continent. The Yin Yang Palace he founded has also occupied some territory on Pangu continent. Finally, there is Immortal Divine Phoenix. The Divine Phoenix clan has also settled on Pangu continent since ancient times. They stand aloof from worldly affairs, and they are on good terms with the barbarians. Divine Phoenix, upon hearing the name, Long Chen thought of Zhu Xi. He drove her out of the Divine Kingdom and asked Man Ji, "Is she a Divine Phoenix?" Man Ji's eyes almost popped out when he saw her. "It seems to be the highest bloodline of a Divine Phoenix, but I've never heard of this little girl. Where did she come from?" "I'm from the Phoenix clan of the Divine Tree," said Zhu Xi proudly. "I've never heard of her." Man Ji smiled honestly. "I brought her away from another world. I didn't expect that there is still a Divine Phoenix clan on Pangu continent. If we have time, I'll take you to that clan. After all, the immortal Divine Phoenix is also a supreme god. She might be able to help us." Zhu Xi pouted and said, "No, it must be a group of old fellows. I'll be left there again. It'll be so boring." Chapter 2978. Now that Long Chen had the death rain, he could hide in it at any time and return. He didn't have to worry about anything. In this case, even the savage land ancient god might not be able to do anything to him. Zhu Xi didn't want to go to the Divine Phoenix clan, so Long Chen only asked casually. After she returned to the god nation, Long Chen continued to learn more about the realm of life from Man Ji. "You've been to the realm of life. What does it look like?" Man Ji said, "Actually, it's just a boundless green forest. It's very quiet, and there's not much movement. However, the strange thing is that anything that's destroyed here will quickly recover to its original state. For example, if a tree is chopped off, it can also quickly recover. There are many other strange things, but I didn't have much time to understand them back then. The realm of life is very big, and I didn't explore much. He thought for a while and said, Brother Long Chen, since you're so interested in the realm of life, and that Di Jun is chasing after you, I'll take you to Panga's heart. That's where the experts of the savage race gather. The sect leader is there, and the entrance to the realm of life is there. If the sect leader and the ancient god agree, you can enter the realm of life directly. I'll speak for you there. It was best to have someone to recommend him. In the Savage Land sect, Man Ji was ranked 33rd on the Divine Emperor list. He was one of the few people with the highest status after the sect leader. With him, at least they wouldn't rush in recklessly. In that case, I thank you. Long Chen naturally agreed. He didn't have any worries, so he could try anything. Man Ji laughed, it's nothing, it's not worth mentioning. Now that the ancient demons are in chaos, I'm afraid the Wildlands sect will make a big move. I might not be able to take care of you in the future. Since we've decided, let's go to Panga's heart as soon as possible. It will take at least half a month to get there. After the two agreed, they set off from the chief-elect tribe. There were a few divine emperors in the chief-elect clan. Man Ji told them to take care of things here, then headed to Pangu's heart with Long Chen. Along the way, Long Chen asked Man Ji for a detailed understanding of the situation on Pangu continent, so that it would be convenient for him to act next. At least, compared to the other original incipient realm worlds, Pangu continent is relatively stable. For countless years, basically, it has been peaceful. But recently, ancient demons have appeared again, and their numbers are astonishing. There was once an ancient demon at the level of a supreme god. Although the ancient god killed it later, it ambushed the barbarian tribe when it first appeared, causing us to suffer heavy casualties. Because of that lesson, our barbarian race will be very vigilant once the ancient demons start a riot. Even if it's an ancient demon comparable to a deity emperor, it can still cause great losses. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In a few days, we'll reach Pangu's heart. The closer they got to Pangu's heart, the denser the Pangu spirit energy became. Although it was a barren wasteland in front of them, it was because the Pangu spirit energy was too strong for ordinary primordial immortal spirits to bear. Even a grain of sand would be a heaven-defying treasure on Dragon Sacrificial Continent. All the Pangu spirit energy comes from Pangu's heart. Of course, some of it comes from Pangu's eye, but it's too small to be compared with our barbaric sect. Man Ji was very proud of barbaric sect. Once we arrive here safely, I don't think Di Jun can catch up with us. After all, we're almost there. Man Ji said carelessly when he saw Long Chen carefully observing the surroundings. It said that he borrowed the gate of the universe from Divine Taihao. When he hears the news, he can move to Pangu continent. It was for this reason that Long Chen had a vague sense of foreboding, as if danger was coming. The gate of the universe. Man Ji obviously did not know about it. At this moment, they crossed a mountain, and there was another mountain in front of them. The earthy yellow mountain soared into the sky, stirring the yellow clouds. On the top of the mountain, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His long hair was shining, and he had a pair of eyes, one of which was as hot as the sun, and the other was completely empty. Di Jun. The moment he saw him, Long Chen knew that he must have used the gate of the universe after hearing the news. He probably guessed that Long Chen would go to the chief-elect's tribe, so he went there first, and then learned that Long Chen was in front of him. Although he did not know where Long Chen was, he could go to the path that he had to pass and wait for Long Chen. Sure enough, Man Ji and Long Chen appeared in front of him. They stood on two mountains, facing each other. At that moment, Man Ji felt his hair stand on end. He quickly said, "Run, I'll stop him." "It's too late, but don't worry, I'm confident," said Long Chen softly. Perhaps this time, Long Chen could take a closer look at this existence who came from the dragon sacrificial continent with him. Sure enough, his divine power was vast, even greater than the pressure brought by the heavenly fiend of the previous era. He stood there as if the whole Pangu continent was his territory. It was a feeling of a king overlooking the world, a realm that many god emperors could not reach. He was the real emperor. Long Chen, with a swoosh, Di Jun flashed and appeared directly 100 meters in front of Long Chen. This distance was no different from standing in front of Long Chen. From this position, he could feel the pressure brought by the number one god emperor. Looking into his eyes, Long Chen knew that he needed to at least reach the realm of ultimate god king to be able to compete with him in strength. Otherwise, if Di Jun could fight a divine emperor, he could also fight a divine emperor. And a divine emperor was already the supreme being of all worlds. The encounter between the two was a fated battle. Even though the other party's divine power was vast and murderous, Long Chen was not frightened. He looked at Di Jun quietly. "Di Jun, Long Chen is a friend of my barbaric sect, and he is under our protection. Without the consent of us, the ancient god of barbaric wilderness, and the divine emperor of barbaric wilderness, no one can touch him. Please leave." Of course, Man Ji was not afraid. His huge body stood in front of Long Chen, looking down at Di Jun like a giant beast. Di Jun's face was calm. He looked at Man Ji and asked, "Don't tell me this is your trump card this time. The Death Rain was a good trump card last time, but this time, it's not difficult for me." Being mocked by Di Jun, Man Ji flew into a rage and shouted, "How dare you! This is the Pangu continent of the barbarians. How dare you, a person living under someone else's roof, speak nonsense here? Living under someone else's roof?" This was perhaps the biggest unwillingness in Di Jun's heart. If Man Ji had poked his sore spot, his expression instantly turned cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. But, he held it back and said, "Fine, you two can come at me together. As for Divine Emperor of Barbaric Wilderness, I will personally go and apologize to him. As for you, Man Ji, you are not qualified to represent Divine Emperor of Barbaric Wilderness and the ancient god of Barbaric Wilderness. You are just yourself, don't try to fool me with this little trick." As he spoke, his eyes were constantly tracking Long Chen's position. This time, he would never let Long Chen escape. "Man Ji, move aside. Don't worry, I hope you haven't forgotten what I told you before." Long Chen had told him that he had a way to deal with Di Jun. Seeing the confidence in Long Chen's eyes, Man Ji hesitated for a moment, then snorted coldly at Di Jun and stepped aside, letting Long Chen settle the score himself. Besides, he knew that he could only scare Di Jun with Barbaric Wilderness sect at most, and he wouldn't be of much help even if he really fought. He guessed that Long Chen wouldn't want to defeat Di Jun at this time. "To be honest, I'm really curious about how you got out of the death world and escaped here. But when I saw you, I suddenly didn't want to know so much. As long as I can get back what belongs to me from you, it doesn't matter what method you use," Di Jun said word by word in a cold and indifferent tone. Di Jun said word by word in a cold and indifferent tone. After he finished speaking, he was actually ready to make his move. He had always been a swift and decisive person. He had missed several opportunities, and this time, he naturally did not want to miss it. There are some things that are destined to never be yours, so why force it? Considering that we are both people of the dragon sacrificial continent, if you are willing to submit to me, I can let go of these grudges with you. Long Chen was very confident. After being chased by this guy for so long, it was impossible for him not to be angry. His words indeed provoked Di Jun's anger. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry to return to the death world. He wanted to see the gap between him and Di Jun. So at this time, he calmed his mind and concentrated. His battle intent surged. The ghost blood curse appeared in his right hand and pointed at Dijun. The murderous aura gradually engulfed the surrounding territory. I heard that after you obtained the ghost blood curse, you became a lot stronger. I didn't expect you to have the courage to fight me, heh. Dijun couldn't help but laugh. To him, this was indeed a joke. So at this time, he waved his hand and said, "Make your move." Long Chen wouldn't be courteous with him. After dozens of years of chasing, escaping miserably, and narrowly escaping death, this kind of hatred wasn't fake. The pressure that Dijun brought him was greater than anyone else. Now that the main character was in front of him, this was the best opportunity for revenge. He had to see clearly what was the difference between him and this person, and what kind of metamorphosis he needed to defeat him. At this moment, Long Chen's peak power erupted. He gathered all his power into the ghost blood curse, fusing it with the creation divine power, and then used the irresistible law of the thorn of karma to defeat Man Ji. Could this move cause even a little bit of damage to Dijun? Long Chen didn't hesitate. He stabbed at Dijun, who was right in front of him. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.